From Carmitage to Hogwarts. Chapter 1. Master Zywin, Madam asked me to tell you that the notice has arrived. You can go to the living room to check it now. With a bang, a short brown-skinned elf with pointed ears appeared in front of Zywin. I understand, Millie, go right away. Sivan raised his head from the pile of metal and responded to the house elf. House elf Millie is the offspring of the previous house elf Miller. Miller had served the Rosier family for more than 100 years before his death. The Rosier family is known as one of the 28 Holy Families and has always had a deep influence in the European magic world. 11 years have passed since he came to this world. Zywin has entered an alternative magic world, a world completely different from Carmitage's magic system. His current name is Sivan Rosier. What makes him happy is that the pronunciation of this name is very similar to his previous name, so he can adapt to it as soon as possible. Zywin already has a rough understanding of the background of this world. His soul entered the body of a newborn baby in 1925 in this time and space. At that time, 2 dark wizards attacked the Rosier family who were on vacation. Zywin's father Leo Rosier and the house elf Miller were brutally killed by the death curse while protecting Sivan's mother and son. In his previous life, Zywin had no father or mother since he was a child, and was raised by the magicians of Carmitage. Fortunately, I still have a mother to accompany me when I travel to this world, so I no longer have to be an orphan for the rest of my life. Then there is the story after Zywin came to this world. He exploded all the magic power in his body, or in the words of this world, it is called magic power. Driven by the protective magic of the mage Yao, a powerful force burst out, instantly annihilating the entire bodies of the 2 dark wizards. According to her mother, Sandrine Selwyn Rosier, this was a magical riot caused by the stress of the little wizard Sivan. Magical riots are a phenomenon that occurs when young wizards grow up with their magic power. The wizarding world often believes that the more talented wizards will have greater impact on their magical power riots when they are young. Therefore, Sandrine has no doubt that Zywin will become a wizard in the future. The great wizard will become the glory of the Rosier family. In fact, Zywin himself was not sure what it was, but he knew that maybe he had some power at that time, but more of it was the teacher's last gift to him. The truth was far less exaggerated than he thought. Zywin walked down the attic and saw a woman with an exquisite face standing next to the fountain in the yard. Her long, silky black hair was scattered on her shoulders. Her long purple silk skirt hung down to her calves, and she was wearing a slim-fitting dark dress. He was wearing a brown robe and was holding an envelope and a gift box in each hand. Is this the acceptance letter to Hogwarts, Mother? Sivan walked towards Sandrine and asked. Yes. In a blink of an eye, you will be at the age where you have to go to school and leave home. Sandrine's tone was slightly sad. Zywin said, you have to go home every semester. That's true. Sandrine seemed a little happier and then handed him the envelope. Look at your letter. You only get one notice in your life. Zywin took the letter and opened the envelope. Inside was a piece of thick parchment with the words. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Principal, Armando Dippet. Honorary President of the International Federation of Wizards, Archmage, and Special Advisor to the Wizengamot. Dear Mr. Rosier, we are pleased to inform you that you have been admitted to study at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The semester is scheduled to begin on September 1st. We will be waiting for your owl to bring your reply before July 31st. Zywin briefly looked through the letter and the required equipment, then raised his head and asked, Mom, we should not be short of these things at home. That's right, the entrance equipment is already made and high quality. Just ask Millie to buy your textbooks from Flourish and Blott's bookstore later. Sandrine said casually, and handed over the gift box in her other hand. Zywin. Congratulations, my dear son. Thinking of every bit of time he spent with his mother when he came to this world, Zywin smiled sincerely, Thank you, Mom. Zywin deftly untied the ribbon wrapping the gift box and opened it. Inside the box lay a silver pocket watch engraved with complex patterns. Open the cover, and inside the cover is the emblem of the Rosier family, a blooming rose. Under the rose is a line of elegant and casual fonts, Roses never die, roses never die. Sandrine smiled, Try to put something into the dial. Haven't you always wanted something you call a storage bag? I don't think ordinary bags are interesting. This is made by an alchemist in Switzerland. The pocket watch looks pretty good after being modified with the traceless stretching charm. Zywin tried to put a corner of the admission notice on the dial. The hands and ancient Roman numerals on the dial seemed to spin and turn into a whirlpool. The parchment with the admission notice was drawn into it and kept shrinking. It quickly disappeared and then came back. It's amazing that the hands and numbers don't seem to have moved at all. Curiously looking into the pocket watch, Zywin was surprised to find that there was a space about the size of a small attic inside. This space is like a pocket watch box enlarged countless times. It is cylindrical in shape, with a metallic texture on the bottom and walls. The acceptance letter was now lying on the metal floor. Unable to hold back his happy smile, Zywin gave his mother a big hug. "I like this gift." Sandrine rubbed Sivan's head lovingly and said, "Okay, you can ignore other things, but you must go to Diagon Alley to buy the wand. I guess you don't want to use the old wand collected at home." So, Zywin followed his mother to the marble fireplace in the corner of the manor. Sandrine said, "Remember to pronounce the leaky cauldron clearly, okay?" After Sivan nodded, Sandrine walked into the fire first, followed closely by Sivan. "Leaky cauldron." He pronounced the two words clearly. "You have to be careful, as transmission errors due to mispronunciation of place names have also occurred." Sandrine often talks about a witch named Violet Dilliman who got into the fireplace and pronounced the wrong place name after a quarrel with her husband in the middle of the last century, resulting in a disappearance for 20 years. Although it was later discovered that she fell in love with the man at the wrong teleportation location and ran away from her original husband. Ahem. Zywin coughed heavily as he arrived at the leaky cauldron. Even though Millie could keep the fireplace at home very clean, the fireplace at her destination was beyond his control, and the ashes were everywhere. Zywin couldn't help but miss the time when he could open a dimensional door with a wave of his hand. After he came to this world, in addition to studying the magic system here, his previous spells did not bring anything down. Basically, all the spells I have learned in the past can be realized in this world. In essence, they are all communicated with magic through specific spell casting methods, and the natural changes will not be too big. But for magic like the dimensional gate, which requires accurate positioning to open, in the past, the magicians of Karmatage relied on tools like hanging rings to release it accurately. Zywin now regrets that he did not study the making method of the hanging ring. However, everyone in Kamal Taj has one of the hanging rings, and it is no longer common. How could Zywin, who is devoted to studying advanced magic to solve his own physical problems, pay too much attention to it? Therefore, the genius mage Zywin was stumped by a small portal magic. Chapter 2. Are you okay, son? Sandrine patted Zywin on the back and asked with concern. Next time, remember to hold your breath when you come out. I know, Mom. Zywin said with a bitter smile. Ah, distinguished Mrs. Rozier, Master Rozier. Your arrival has really made this place shine. At this time, a middle-aged man who looked a little slovenly standing behind the counter spotted the mother and son, and was very surprised. Said earnestly. When facing outsiders, Sandrine always acted like a cold pure-blood family and just nodded to the man. Zywin never cared about things like his bloodline. After all, he came from another world and was influenced by the temple's idea of protecting the entire earth. He always regarded all mankind as a whole, no matter wizards or ordinary people. He waved to the man and said, "Hello, Mr. Tom." The owner of the bar, Tom, bowed to the mother and son with a smile on his face. Would you two like something? Seeing that Sandrine was not paying attention, Zywin said to Boss Tom in order not to embarrass him too much, "Today we are going to Diagon Alley to buy a wand. I can't wait any longer, so I'll leave first." Tom also noticed that Mrs. Rozier was not interested in talking more. He was sensible and did not ask any questions. He waved to the two of them and wished them a safe journey. The mother and son walked straight to the empty patio behind the bar, which was the entrance to Diagon Alley. When she arrived at the patio, Sandrine took out her wand, counted 3 bricks from a trash can next to it, and knocked 3 bricks 3 times upward and 2 bricks horizontally. Countless bricks swayed, first revealing a small hole, and then the hole slowly expanded, forming a wide archway. Going inside the archway is the famous Diagon Alley. The two walked out of the archway, and a bustling commercial street came into view. Looking up, they saw Partridge's crucible shop and the drugstore on the two sides closest to the leaky cauldron. Want to take a stroll? Sandrine asked Zywin with a smile. Zywin thought for a while and decided to go directly to Ollivandre's wand store. Let's buy a wand first. I can't wait. Ollivandre's wand shop is located very inside Diagon Alley. Fortunately, the alley is not very big, so the two of them arrived at their destination in a few minutes. The shop looked small and shabby, and the gold-lettered sign on the door was peeling off, It read, Ollivanders, making fine wands since 382 BC. Good morning, Mr. Ollivander. Sandrine walked into the store and said hello first, and Sivan also said hello politely. The store is very small, with nothing else but a bench in the corner. Thousands of long, narrow cardboard boxes containing wands were stacked from floor to ceiling, neatly arranged. The owner, Galvis Ollivander, is an old man with grey hair and thick-lensed glasses. He looks meticulous and has a scholarly temperament. He raised his head from the two piles of account books in front of him, looked at Zywin's mother and son who came to the store, and smiled. Mrs. Rozier, long time no see. Ah, I know this little Mr. Rozier. It seems that Hogwarts is about to welcome an outstanding new student. Thank you for your compliment, Mr. Ollivander. Sivan bowed gracefully and said. I came today to buy a wand. Of course, dear Mr. Rozier. You will buy the wand that suits you best at Ollivander's. Mr. Ollivander said confidently. When Mr. Ollivander touched the table, a tape measure automatically flew down to measure Sivan's shoulder width, arm span, and other data. Next to it, there was a quill pen and a piece of parchment hanging in the air, which he was doing automatically. Notes. Do you usually prefer your left hand or your right hand? Right hand, sir. Is this your first wand? Well, if it truly belongs to me, then yes. Zywin silently discarded the old wand he tried to use at home. Okay, let's try this one. It's walnut wood. The core is dragon heartstring. It's 12 3/4 inches. It's very suitable for innovators and inventors of magic. Mr. Ollivander took out a slender box and took the wand inside and handed it to Zywin. Zywin waved it casually and felt that although it didn't fit well enough, the amplification effect was still very strong. He could only silently sigh that the wand's ability to increase and control the wizard's magic power surpassed that of the hanging ring. Obviously this is not the wand you want. Mr. Ollivander took the wand away from Sivan and then replaced it with another one. Try this again, you, thestral tail hair, 13 1/2 inches, more suitable for those who are born to be extraordinary. Zywin waved the wand, and the front end of the wand emitted a faint light. He felt that it would be good to use this one. Mr. Ollivander seemed to still be dissatisfied, and took out another one. The fit is not bad, but not good enough. Try this one again, fir wood, phoenix feather, 12 inches. It likes owners who are focused, strong-willed, and occasionally, strong-willed. Zywin tried it again, and it seemed to be good. Ah, picky guest. Mr. Ollivander was not satisfied with the result and continued to choose other wands for Sivan. Sivan also cooperated in the test. Both of them were immersed in it. Sivan was studying the characteristics of wands made of different materials and the degree of assistance when casting spells, while Mr. Ollivander was simply excited to meet such a picky customer. Hey, Mr. Ollivander, Sivan's wand hasn't been chosen yet, okay? Sandrine seemed a little anxious about Sivan's delay in getting a satisfactory wand. Zywin belatedly picked up the pocket watch hanging around his neck and took a look at it, only to realize that it was already past lunchtime. Oh, he is such a picky customer. Mr. Ollivander smacked his lips and walked up the wooden stairs behind the shop. Then he came down with a long, dusty box. I believe this wand will be suitable for you, Mr. Rozier. Pine wood, 14 inches. It usually chooses lonely, interesting, mysterious, and maverick people as its owners. It is especially sensitive to silent magic. Its core is extremely rare and I once spent a lot of money to get the tip nerve of a unicorn horn that died accidentally. It is stable, sensitive, and spiritual. This is one of my most outstanding works. He reluctantly handed the wand to him. Zywin. Zywin took the wand and noticed a difference when he took it into his hand. It seemed that the wand did not resist any method of casting spells at all. He couldn't help but tap lightly with his wand, and a golden ring with a complex pattern appeared in front of the wand, the Ring of Ragdoll, one of the most common spells of Comitage and the basis of many advanced spells. Starting hand pose. Perfect. This wand couldn't be more suitable for you. But this spell is very novel, unlike any kind of magic I have ever seen. Mr. Ollivander looked curiously at Ragdoll in front of Sivan's wand. Your ring, said. Zywin waved his hand to dispel the spell and replied with a smile, some small ideas in normal practice are not worth mentioning. Ollivander smacked his lips and said, this is no small idea. You can create your own spells and cast spells silently before entering school. At least I have seen no more than 3 cases in my many years of life. Seeing her son being praised, Sandrine rubbed Zywin's head very happily and said, this child has loved to study magic by himself since he was a child, and he doesn't talk about going out to play more with his peers. I haven't seen him interact with him until now. Got some good friends. Although her tone was complaining, anyone could hear the pride in it. Geniuses are always isolated. Mr. Ollivander said with a smile, and then his expression suddenly became awkward. Ahem, Mrs. Rosier, you know. This is a different kind of wand. A bag of unicorn tail hairs costs 10 galleons, not to mention a very rare unicorn with powerful magical power. The horns. According to Ollivander, every unicorn horn in circulation represents the death of a unicorn, and most of the unicorn horn products circulating on the market are fake and shoddy products. The magic power in the horns of unicorns that die naturally will dissipate with the unicorn, which means that only the horns of unicorns that die accidentally have the potential to make wands. This is why wand cores often use unicorn tails. Hair instead of unicorn horn. Make a price, Mr. Ollivander, said Sandrine. You also know that I spent a lot of money to get the unicorn horn and got it through connections with the Department for the Conservation of Magical Creatures. It is an unprecedented masterpiece. I didn't want to sell it. Ollivander rambled. He talked for a long time, until he saw that Sandrine looked a little impatient, and then hesitantly quoted the price. Otherwise, the friendship price is 150 galleons. Mrs. Rosier was in a good mood because Sivan got a good wand, and without negotiating the price, she simply took out 150 shining gold coins from the pocket that had been casted by the invisible stretch charm and handed it to Mr. Ollivander. Then he pulled Zywin directly outside the store. Mr. Ollivander waved goodbye behind them. Thank you for your patronage, Mrs. Rosier. I wish Mr. Rosier a happy life at Hogwarts. Chapter 3. Where else do you want to go shopping? I think my son should need a handsome robe. Sandrine asked, avoiding a potion stall that smelled of rotten eggs and rotten vegetable leaves in disgust. Without waiting for Zywin's response, she pulled him towards the Twofin clothing store. Zywin was helplessly pulled by his mother to the door of Twofin clothing store. This store looks much more upscale than other less elegant shops in Diagon Alley, with the brand new Twilfit door number, bright lobby and numerous luxurious robes hanging on the walls. No more proof of the style of this store. Sandrine was obviously a regular customer of this store. She pulled Zywin into the hall with ease, said hello to the owner of the store, and then walked around in the hall, looking at the hangings on the wall from time to time. Evaluate the clothing. Zywin seriously suspected that she wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to buy clothes for her son and buy one for herself. Sandrine. Just as Sandrine was explaining to Zywin the design style of the dress in front of her, a witch with blonde hair, thick bones, and a green robe suddenly walked over. Sandrine raised her head and glanced, and replied lightly, "What a coincidence, Irma. After all, we are old acquaintances. Although we have lost a lot of contact after I married into the Black family, we are not so unfamiliar," Irma said with a smile. When she talked about marrying into the Black family, he emphasized his tone, as if this was something big. "Mommy, who are they?" A little girl with blonde braids asked Irma, hugging her arm. "Come on, Walburga, this is Aunt Sandrine. This must be your and Leo's child. I remember her name is Sylvie, right?" Irma introduced enthusiastically. "My name is Zywin, Aunt Irma." Zywin responded politely. Irma said, "It turns out to be Zywin. This is my daughter Walburga Black. You should be classmates in the future. As part of the 28 Saint clan, our Black family and the Rosier family should take care of each other. Walburga, remember to take good care of this friend of the Rosier family when you get to school, okay?" Sandrine frowned and said, "Sorry, Irma. We have to leave beforehand." Then she took Zywin out of the store without looking back. Walking on the road, Zywin asked doubtfully, "Mom, you and Aunt Irma?" Sandrine didn't mind telling some stories from the past, and said to Sivan, "Irma Crab Black, the only daughter of the Crab family of our generation, she used to be my follower." Zywin was stunned for a moment before he remembered that his mother was also a female genius from the so-called Selwyn family with noble blood. I don't know how she married into the Black family later. Since then, she has abandoned her identity as a Crab family and regarded herself as a member of the Black family. Even to me, she feels superior. Sandrine continued, "Although I don't want to admit it, the Black family is indeed at its peak now. They already vaguely consider themselves to be the first of the 28 Saint clan. Our Rozier family shouldn't be worse than the Black family, right? Zivan asked. That's true when it comes to wealth and heritage. Sandrine sighed and said. But the Rozier family is far less populous than the Black family. Since your father was killed, you are the only male in the new generation of the Rozier family. Furthermore, the Rozier family pays equal attention to the British and French parts. In the UK, it is much inferior to a family like the Black who has roots in the UK. After saying this, Sandrine gritted her teeth bitterly. In addition, your Aunt Vader over in the Far Kingdom was bewitched by Grindelwald and invested most of her family property in the Wiccan party. Sandrine suddenly stopped, looked at Zywin seriously, and said, Zywin, you are now the hope of the entire Rozier family. So you must reach a high enough level after you become an adult to take over the family property from Faguo. No longer let Vader squander it wantonly, so that Rozier's glory will never fade. After Zywin came to this world, he had already regarded himself as a member of this family. So he nodded seriously and replied, I will, Mom. Sandrine and Zywin looked at each other for a second and suddenly laughed. Okay, there's no need to be so serious. You just need to study hard at Hogwarts. The magic riot when you were a baby can defeat the dark wizard. It's hard for me to imagine that a genius wizard like you will become an ordinary person in the future. Zywin could only smile sarcastically, it's not that exaggerated. Oops. Sandrine suddenly shouted, startling Zywin. I was so patronizing and angry that I didn't buy you any clothes. Zywin. Sandrine finally bought Zywin a dress from the newly opened Fenja Wizard clothing store. It was Zywin who repeatedly stated that he would wear uniforms in school, and he had grown taller in 2 years and couldn't wear formal clothes anymore, so he didn't buy 4 or 5 sets directly. Sandrine fell in love with a blue plain dress from the Fenja Wizard clothing store. While she was talking about her request for custom-made patterns, the shop owner directed the floating needle and thread to sew a blue flower on the left breast of the dress. Colored rose, the emblem of the Rozier family. Afterwards, Zywin was given another black suede hat with a hatband, and then reluctantly left. We have the wand, we have the dress, and we have asked Millie to take the teaching materials home. By the way, we also need a pet. Sandrine clapped her hands and said. Which one do you want, a toad, an owl, or a cat? Zywin thought about it carefully and felt that he would never be able to accept raising a wet and slimy toad. Owls are convenient for delivering letters, but there are many public owls and he has several at home, so he is not very interested, and one is a kitten that he could cuddle with at any time in his dormitory was obviously more in line with his needs, so he quickly made a decision. I think I need a cat. Magical Menagerie is a shop located on the south side of Diagon Alley. It was very crowded here, and the walls were densely covered with cages. In the store, the female clerk was patiently introducing Zywin to the various colors and breeds of cats on the wall. Zywin stared at a silver-white striped kitten that looked like a British Shorthair with silver gradient, and asked, What kind of cat is this? The clerk took a look and said uncertainly, This is a little guy picked up by an old wizard in the wild. The boss judged it to be a crossbreeding kitten between a silver cat and a white cat. But it's been a month since it arrived. Never opened my eyes. Zywin reached out and touched the kitten's head and decided that it was the one. I want this one. The clerk looked happy, and it was obvious that she didn't know what to do with the cat that couldn't open its eyes. Wait, Sandrine said. Animals of unknown origin may be unsafe, are you sure, son? I'm sure. I think it is destined for me. Zywin said with a smile. He had just vaguely felt the magic power in the kitten's body. After touching the cat's head, he was sure that the magic power it possessed was no less than that of an adult. Cat Nivis. He felt like he was going to make a profit this time. Sandrine, who had been pampered by her son since she was a child, didn't have much objection. When the clerk hesitated to say 15 sickles, he just threw a galleon to her, and then brought the best cat carrier and a lot of high-end cats. Daily necessities left. As soon as he got home, Zywin had a few bites of food and couldn't wait to start studying his new wand. Pine wood, unicorn horn nerve, 14 inches. Unicorns are strictly forbidden to hunt and are rare in number. The unicorn that accompanies the unicorn throughout its life has powerful magic power when it is alive, but its magic power gradually disappears as it ages naturally. The unicorn horn that has passed away due to natural aging has lost all its magic power and cannot be used to make a wand core. Therefore, only unicorns that died accidentally can produce such wand core materials. Unicorn tail hair is usually used as the core of the wand. Unicorn tail hair can usually cast the most stable spells and is least likely to cause fluctuations or blockages. Wands with unicorn tail hair cores are generally the least likely to succumb to dark magic. They are the most loyal of wands. Its only shortcoming may be that it is not strong enough. As the most magical part of the unicorn's body, the unicorn horn's nerves serve as the core of the wand, which perfectly makes up for this lack of strength. Pine wood, because of its resistance to any new methods and spells, is exactly suitable for Sivan to use it to cast Kamataja's spells that are different from the magic system of this world. Therefore, this wand is worthy of being the most suitable wand for Sivan. As for resisting the use of black magic, Zywin didn't care at all. He was never willing to mobilize negative emotions to cast spells, and there was no need to learn this kind of magic that would have a negative impact on him. Sivan kept experimenting with the new wand and reviewing the spells he learned in the previous life. He even lost track of time until he was interrupted by Sandrin. "My dear son, do you really want to spend the last 2 months at home studying?" Chapter 4. After all, Zywin didn't spend all his time practicing spells. Sandrin forcibly took him to various social activities, including a dinner at Malfoy Manor, a dinner party at No. 12 Grimmauld Place, the Black family, a visit to the Selwyn family's courtyard, and a visit to the Greengrass family's mansion. Sandrin also invited people from other families to visit her in her attic, which she called normal socializing. It's good to make more friends with people of the same age from other families. You can look after each other after school starts. And there are only so many pure-blood families, maybe one of the girls you meet will become your little girlfriend. Sandrin said. "Mom, I'm only 11 years old." Zywin declared this helplessly. "What's the big deal about your young age? People of your grandfather's generation have already decided on their fiancé since childhood." Sandrin didn't care. "What do you think of Elshana from the Greengrass family? The little girl is quite cute and has a good personality." Zywin couldn't stand listening to her mother's talk, so she could only run back to her room and silently preview the textbook. Amid various social interactions and constant magic practices, 2 months passed in a blink of an eye. When you get to Hogwarts, remember to study hard. If you don't understand anything or are in danger, you can go to Professor Slughorn. He will be happy to help our little wizards from the Pureblood family. If there are little wizards from other families, if you are in trouble, tell me directly and I will go to their parents to ask questions. Use OWL to contact your family frequently. Don't forget about me just because of your studies." Sandrin rarely became nagging and kept giving instructions. Zywin nodded one by one to express his understanding and reassure his mother. Suddenly, Sandrin said seriously again, "Don't get too close to Dumbledore, the head of Gryffindor. When he was young, he had a close relationship with the Dark Lord Grindelwald and was an untrustworthy dark wizard. Be careful not to be taken advantage of by him." Zywin glanced at his mother in surprise, but nodded. Finally, the two arrived at the location between Platform 9 and Platform 10 of King's Cross Station. There were already many adults and children in robes pushing trolleys filled with luggage, lining up and crashing into a partition wall. Zywin looked at the cat carrier he was carrying in one hand and at other people's large and small luggage, fully feeling the convenience of the traceless stretching charm. After finally waving to his mother, Zywin accelerated towards the metal partition. He felt his eyes darken for a moment, then became brighter. Looking back, I saw that I was passing a cast iron arch with the words Platform 9 3/4 written on it. A sign above the billowing smoke of the Scarlet Steam train announced that the Hogwarts Express would depart at 11 o'clock. "Zywin!" Suddenly someone called his name from behind. Zywin turned around and saw a young man with long platinum blonde hair and pale skin walking towards him. "What a coincidence, Abu!" Zywin waved to him. He and Abraxas Malfoy met during Sandrine's so-called normal social activities before the start of school. Facing Sivan, who is also a pure-blood, Abraxas behaved very friendly and the two of them got along reasonably well. "Come. Didn't you bring a package? Only a cat carrier to school?" Abraxas asked doubtfully. Zywin took out his pocket watch and shook it at him. "Traceless stretch spell." Abraxas looked at Zywin's pocket watch with envy and said, "It's really good. I should ask my dad to buy one for me." Zywin said, "Get in the car first. Shall we sit in the same compartment?" Abraxas said, "No problem." Both of them arrived quite early and easily found an empty carriage and sat in it. Abraxas was a little bored and chatted with Zywin without anything to say, and Zywin also kept answering questions. Not long after, there was a knock on the box door. "Please come in," Zywin said. A little girl with freckles on her face pushed open the door and walked in. She saw the two young boys inside who were obviously energetic, and asked in a low voice, "Are you also a freshman?" Zaiwen glanced at her and replied in the affirmative. My parents are ordinary people and don't know much about this school. Can I sit in the same carriage with you and ask some questions? Zivan was about to agree, but Abraxas frowned when he heard her saying that her parents were ordinary people, and said with disgust, "You are not welcome here, mudblood. Stay away from us." The little girl turned red with fright, covered her face and ran out of the car while sobbing. Abraxas fanned the air, then closed the carriage door, and said in disgust, "It's really unlucky that I met a mudblood when I first arrived." Although Zivan knew that purebloods had the habit of discriminating against Muggle-born wizards, he always believed that all human beings were no different, so he always disliked the insulting term mudblood. He frowned, and just as he was about to tell Abraxas what he thought about the matter, the carriage door opened again. A girl wearing black-rimmed glasses walked in outside the door. She was wearing a robe with a blue collar and a blue badge on her left chest with the word prefect written on it. She said very seriously, "I am Miranda Gorshak, the prefect of Ravenclaw. I just saw a first-year girl running away from you in tears. She must have been bullied here." Abraxas turned away and let out a chi sound without leaving any trace. Seeing that the female prefect's expression was getting darker and darker, Zivan had no choice but to defend Abraxas. "Senior sister, my friend doesn't like to get along with strangers," so he spoke a little harshly to the girl who just came in. "I apologize on his behalf." Miranda Gosshart's face became a little brighter and she said, "Since you haven't enrolled in school yet, I won't pursue your questions this time. But I must seriously remind you that the term mudblood is Hogwarts is a forbidden word. If you are found saying such words again, you will definitely be punished by the professors." Zaiwen said, "Okay, we understand, thank you senior sister for the reminder." After Miranda left, Zivan looked at Abraxas and said, "Abraxas, I suggest you stop using the forbidden word mudblood on your lips." Abraxas looked at him in surprise and said, "This sentence really doesn't seem to come from the mouth of the heir of the Rozier family." Zaiwen said, "I don't think there is any benefit to violating school rules just to take advantage of some minor verbal advantages." Abraxas still muttered indifferently, "My father is the school director. I don't believe they can do anything to me for violating such a small school rule." Zaiwen finally lost interest in talking, took out Magic Theory and started reading. At this time, there was a sudden dong-dong knock on the door. The compartment door opened to reveal a boy wearing a Slytherin prefect badge. He seemed to have known Abraxas before and greeted him familiarly. "Abraxas, I just saw Gorshak leaving your place, so I came over to see what happened." "Who is this?" "Sivan Rozier, the only son of the Rozier family. He doesn't like to go out very much, so you haven't seen him." Abu introduced. "Zaiwen, this is Ignatius Pruitt. It seems that he will be our future prefect." "Hello, Prefect Pruitt. Sit down and have something to eat." Zaiwen pointed to the seat next to him. "Hello, Rozier. You're too new to be a prefect, so just call me by my name." Pruitt was not polite and sat down next to Rozier. "I just saw Gorshak from Ravenclaw leaving your place. Did you have a conflict with her? You know, she didn't look very good just now." Abraxas said disdainfully, "It's nothing, she wants to stand out for a mudblood." Ignatius said, "It's a trivial matter. If she still wants to cause trouble for you in the future, come to me to support you." Listening to the conversation between the two of them, Zivan sighed silently. It seemed that the discrimination against non-purebloods was deeply ingrained in the pureblood family. No longer thinking so much, he looked at Abraxas and asked, "Are you so confident that we will all be sorted into Slytherin?" Abraxas said, "My whole family has been Slytherin for generations, and I remember your family is too. I can't imagine what my family would think of me if I wasn't sorted into Slytherin." After chatting casually for a while, Ignatius left the carriage first because he had to patrol the car. Zaiwen was about to continue reading when the carriage door opened again. A girl with blonde hair and a pretty face walked in. "I only found out you were here after asking Prefect Pruitt. I finally found you, Zaiwen." Chapter 5. Sivan was completely unexpected that Elshana Greengrass came to her. He hurriedly waved his wand to help her put the luggage on the shelves, and then asked her to sit down. Elshana naturally sat next to Zaiwen and greeted Abraxas familiarly. Zaiwen reluctantly put away the theory of magic and discussed the Sorting Hat and Hogwarts with the two of them, thinking that he might not have a chance to read in the car. Just when a red cloud appeared on the horizon, and with the whistle blowing, the Hogwarts Express slowly stopped at Hogsmeade Station. "First-year students, come here," a loud voice echoed throughout the train. "Don't worry about the luggage items. You will see them in the dormitory after the sorting is over." The three Xiwan people got off the train and walked towards the place where the sound came from. A strange man with an unshaven beard stood beside the train, which is a bit of a stretch. He had no left arm at all, and only half of his right leg was left. He could barely stand with his right arm on crutches and his still intact left leg, and he looked shaky. The strange man counted the number of people and saw that all the new students had arrived. He introduced himself. "My name is Sylvanus Kettleben. I am the gamekeeper of Hogwarts and your protector. Professor Magical Creatures, you can take this class as an elective in your third year." Abraxas turned to Zivan and whispered, "He doesn't look very reliable. I guess I won't take this course in my third grade." Xiwan replied, "There are still 2 years until the third grade. Let's see what happens then. Maybe this professor is unexpectedly reliable." Elshana was standing on the left side of Xiwan. Hearing this, she glanced at the two of them and said, "Why did you start appointing a professor before the semester started?" "Quiet!" Professor Kettleben shouted, his voice so loud that Sivan thought he didn't need the loudness charm at all. "Now, everyone, follow me and don't fall behind." He led everyone downhill along a steep and narrow path with dense woods on both sides. It seemed that the silent woods were a little depressing, and there was no sound along the way. The little wizards just followed Professor Kettleben nervously. After walking quietly for a few minutes, the professor suddenly said, "Turn around this corner, and you will see Hogwarts right away." Turning the corner with excitement, a black lake suddenly unfolded at the end of the narrow path. A towering castle stands on a high hillside on the other side of the lake. The castle stands in the night, with numerous spears on the castle. The lights in countless windows complement the stars in the sky. The sunset in the distance that has not completely faded adds a ray of purple to the edge of the castle, adding to the mysterious and heavy look. The young wizards were shocked and speechless. Only Professor Kettleben was used to this scene and was explaining the history of Hogwarts to all the freshmen. More than 900 years ago, the 4 great founders of Hogwarts, Godric Gryffindor, Salazar Slytherin, Rowena Ravenclaw, Helga Hitchhipachi came here by boat just like we are now. This is why every new student has to take a boat to the castle. We have to re-walk the path of the founder. A little further north is a small ferry. The lake reflects the sparkling glow, and a dozen shadowy boats are swaying on the lake. Stopping at the shore, Professor Kettleben checked the number of people and nodded with satisfaction. "All the freshmen are here, let me tell you what to pay attention to. The first-year freshmen of Hogwarts must take a boat through the Black Lake to enter the Hogwarts Castle. Each boat can seat up to 4 people. When taking the boat, no just touch the lake water easily, there are all kinds of powerful magical animals in the lake." After explaining the precautions, he motioned for the young wizards to board the boat freely. The 3 of Xiwan got on a boat and saw other freshmen sitting in 2s and 3s on other boats. There were rarely 4 people sitting on them. Some people even sat alone in a boat, and there was still room in the boat. It can be seen that the tense situation in the Muggle world and the turmoil in the Wizarding world have had a great impact on the enrollment of Hogwarts. It seems that the number of freshmen in this class is exceptionally small. Xiwan also noticed that the freckled girl who had been driven away by Abu was sitting alone on one of the boats. Professor Kettleben seemed to notice her helplessness and jumped onto the boat she was on with a cane to scare her. "Let's go." Professor Kettleben stood on the bow of the ship and waved his cane vigorously, directing all the ships to leave the shore. The boats lined up and automatically slid towards the castle, and Hogwarts Castle was getting closer and closer. "Look down!" shouted Professor Kettleben as the first boats approached the cliffs. Everyone lowered their heads as the boat carried them through the ivy curtain covering the face of the cliff to the hidden open entrance. They seemed to follow a dark tunnel to the castle underground, and finally arrived at a place that resembled an underground dock. After getting off the boat at the pier, there is a long stone staircase behind the hut at the pier leading to the castle on the cliff. In the process of climbing the stone steps, Abraxas kept panting and complained that the castle was built too high. In contrast, Xiwan walked as usual with an expression on his face, not forgetting to help Al with a pitiful expression next to him. Siona. There is a saying that the name of Kamataj, a melee mage, is not just blown away. Even after he came to this world, Xiwan never forgot to train his physical fitness. For him, this amount of exercise can only be said to be the same as nothing. Most of the little wizards were not in the mood to admire the approaching Hogwarts Castle, and they did not breathe a sigh of relief until they walked to the oak door of the castle with sweating profusely. Professor Ketlaban knocked on the door 3 times, and the door slowly opened, revealing a wide entrance courtyard. The entrance courtyard is square in shape and surrounded by a marble cloister. The little wizards followed the professor through the cloister and through the spacious entrance courtyard. There was a double door in front of them. From the door, they could vaguely see the brilliant lights and many students in school uniforms. Professor Ketlaban handed them over to an elderly witch standing at the end of the entrance hall, wearing a blue robe and a pointed wizard hat, and then limped into the door with a cane. The old witch with white hair looked at the freshman kindly, and then said, "Welcome to Hogwarts, I am your Vice Principal Galadiah Mellors. Maybe you are already here. My name was noticed on the admission letter." Professor Mellors smiled at a group of panting little wizards and waved his wand. Everyone felt relaxed, as if their fatigue had been swept away. Seeing that everyone had recovered, she continued. "The opening dinner will begin soon. But before that, you will be assigned to your respective houses. The assignment ceremony is very important. Your house will be your home in Hogwarts. These 4 houses are called Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house has its glorious and long history, and has cultivated talented magicians. You are in Hogwarts during Hogwarts. If you abide by the rules, you will be given extra points, and if you violate the rules, you will be deducted. At the end of each year, the children in the academy with the highest scores will be awarded a CO Prosperity Honor, Academy Cup. I hope you can all bring glory to your college." As she spoke, she led the freshmen into an empty room nearby. As Zywin and the others approached the door, they could still hear the roar of people inside. "The sorting ceremony will begin in a few minutes in front of all the teachers and students of the school. You can take the opportunity to tidy up your clothes." Professor Mellors looked at the sweaty little wizards meaningfully, and then left the room. "Did your family tell you how to sort them into different hospitals?" "My mother wouldn't tell me no matter how much I asked. She said there would be a surprise when the time comes." Zywin said to Abu and Elshana standing next to him. Abu shook his head and said angrily, "I don't know either. Damn it. It's obvious that they all know but they refuse to tell us. My mother was afraid that I would worry, so she told me a little bit," Elshana said. "There's one." "Oops." Elshana screamed and grabbed Zivin's arm hard. Even Zivin and Abraxas were startled. What the hell happened? Before Abu could finish his question, a group of translucent ghosts floated into the room through the wall. Zywin watched with interest as the ghosts seemed to drift past the little wizards carelessly, and some even passed through their bodies. But if you pay a little attention, you will find that many of them, oh no, many ghosts, will squint at the frightened reactions of the little wizards from time to time and then secretly smile smugly. "Your expression is so weird, Zywin." Elshana patted Zywin beside her and said with a weird expression. "Other people are either scared or curious when they see a ghost. How can someone show such an expression like you?" "Ahem, is there any?" Zywin coughed twice and said awkwardly. Just when the freshmen in the room were in a mess, Professor Mellors opened the door and walked in. She smiled and watched a group of ghosts who happened to pass by. She said goodbye to the little wizard and walked through the wall to the auditorium, and then motioned for the new students to follow. "Let's go, let's go." Zywin took the opportunity to change the subject and pulled Elshana, who looked dissatisfied, to follow their vice principal. Professor Mellors led a group of freshmen out of the room, walked through the front corridor of the auditorium, walked into the double door, and entered the auditorium. The upperclassmen sat at 4 long tables, thousands of candles floating in the air above their heads, lighting up the entire auditorium. The table was covered with gleaming gold plates and goblets. There was another long table on the stage in the front of the auditorium, where the professors sat. Professor Mellors led the freshmen onto the high platform and asked them to stand in a row facing the senior students. Then she picked up a pointed wizard's hat from the end of the long table at the teacher's desk. The hat seemed to have been weathered, tattered, dirty, and full of patches. It was placed on the 4-cornered stool in the middle of the front of the auditorium by Professor Mellors. Suddenly, a crack suddenly opened near the brim of the hat, and a not-so-pleasant voice frightened the little wizards. The crack opened and closed like a mouth, and the hat sang a tuneless song. "You may think I'm not pretty. But never judge people by their appearance. If only I could find a more beautiful hat. I'd love to eat myself. You can make your round hat black and shiny. Make your silk hats smooth and reflective. I'm the magic hat used for testing at Hogwarts. Naturally more superior than your hats. Any thoughts hidden in your mind?" No one can escape the devil's hat with golden eyes and fiery eyes. Try it on and you won't be confused. I'll tell you which college got it. You may belong to Gryffindor. There is deep courageous faith there. Their courage, boldness, and boldness. To Gryffindor's great glory. You may be a Hufflepuff. The people there are honest, loyal, and friendly. Hufflepuff students are perseverant and tenacious. Not afraid of hard work and trouble. If you have a bright mind. Perhaps into wise Ravenclaw. Those who are wise and knowledgeable are difficult to imitate. There they will always meet their fellow travelers. Maybe you'll be in Slytherin. You may be able to share your friendship here. The wizards here often have ambitions. Show your edge at all costs. Come where me. Don't be afraid of getting lost. Don't panic. You're absolutely safe with me. Because I am a magic hat with thoughts. Zywin was sure that few freshmen would care about what the Sorting Hat sang. They were all extremely nervous, looking eagerly at the many senior students sitting on the 4 long tables. The students sitting at the long table also watched the performance of the freshmen with great interest, as if they could see in them what they would look like when they were about to be sorted into different schools. The professors were also very happy to admire the expressions of these little wizards, and talked with them from time to time. Make small talk and laugh with the people around you. Chapter 6. The Sorting Hat finally finished singing and became quiet. Professor Mellors took out a piece of parchment and said, "Next, the new students whose names I read will come and put on the Sorting Hat. After sorting, they can sit in their own house." Abraxas Malfoy. Professor Mellors shouted, pointing at the parchment. Zywin patted Abu on the shoulder and whispered, "Come on." Abraxas walked towards the chair at the front of the auditorium calmly on the surface, but Sivan noticed that his hands were shaking. "Slytherin." The moment the Sorting Hat touched his head, he shouted decisively, and warm cheers erupted from the Slytherin table. Abu also smiled and happily walked towards Ignatius, who was waving to him. "Professor Mellors, Alastair Moody." The Sorting Hat shouted without hesitation, "Gryffindor." "Beric Diggory." "Hufflepuffs." "Pawnee Manus." When Professor Mellors called out this name, Zywin looked up and saw the little girl with freckles face who had been kicked away by Abraxas in the carriage passing by. As she hurried by, she accidentally stepped on Zywin's foot. She quickly turned around and bowed, apologizing repeatedly. Zywin shook his head and said, "It's okay, go to the branch hospital quickly." After being forgiven, the little girl with freckles, Manus, hurried to the chair and sat down, trembling all over and putting on the Sorting Hat. The scene suddenly became quiet, and the Sorting Hat did not speak. Zywin glanced at the professor's chair and the dean's table in the audience, and found that everyone just glanced at it with mild interest and started chatting separately. It seemed that they were very used to it. Elshana, who was next to her, saw Zywin's doubts and explained to him, "Some young wizards have the characteristics of different houses at the same time. The Sorting Hat will think longer when meeting them." Zywin nodded clearly, and then suddenly asked with interest, "Do you think there is someone who possesses the characteristics of the 4 academies at the same time?" Elshana rolled her eyes at him and said, "It's unlikely. I don't think a Slytherin will have the characteristics of a Hufflepuff." "That's right." After thinking for more than a minute, the Sorting Hat finally opened the crack on the edge of its hat. "Ravenclaw." In the audience, the Ravenclaws wearing blue-collared school uniforms applauded to welcome their first new student. Ravenclaw seems to be the least crowded among the 4 houses. On the other hand, Hufflepuff is almost full at the long table. "Come back, Miss Mans!" Professor Mellors suddenly shouted. It turned out that Pawnee Manix forgot to put the Sorting Hat back on the chair, and the whole auditorium burst into laughter. Manus blushed with embarrassment and ran to the back of the Ravenclaw table and huddled in a corner. Several senior Ravenclaw students stood up as if to comfort her. "Manto Trelawney." Professor Mellors was obviously more concerned about the process of sorting, and quickly called out the next name. The person walking towards the Sorting Hat was a girl with silver hair. Her cold and beautiful face and strange silver eyes were very eye-catching. Her expression was calm, as if nothing around her could attract her attention. "Ravenclaw!" the Sorting Hat shouted. The girl named Manto opened her silver-white eyes and placed the Sorting Hat on the chair calmly. Her expression remained unchanged, as if everything was expected. "Sivan Rozier." Zywin, who was observing the strange girl, was slapped hard. Zywin turned his head in surprise. Elshana curled her lips next to him and said, "Stop being obsessed, it's your turn." Zywin smiled coquettishly, straightened his sleeves a little nervously, and walked towards the Sorting Hat. Resisting the urge to recite a cleaning spell on the Sorting Hat, Zivan put the Sorting Hat on his head smoothly without any shaking of his hands, because he seriously suspected that just tilting it a little would shake off a lot of dust in front of his face. Difficult, very difficult. An unpleasant voice sounded in Zywin's mind, almost startling him. Kid, don't be nervous, I am the Sorting Hat on your head. The Sorting Hat's explanation sounded in time, so Zywin didn't lose his temper in public. Interesting child. With noble blood and lofty ambitions, Slytherin is obviously a good choice. Keen on learning knowledge and possessing extraordinary wisdom, you can also be well cultivated in Ravenclaw. Zivan was thinking about why he couldn't go to Gryffindor and Hufflepuff when the Sorting Hat's voice rang again. You may also have brave and upright character, but these are so small compared to your wisdom and ambition. Insignificant. With no time to think about his ambitions, Zivan discovered that the Sorting Hat could hear what he was thinking. Legilimency? He asked. Smart boy. The Sorting Hat's voice sounded again. Okay, I want to know your own opinion. Do you want to go to Slytherin or Ravenclaw? Anything is fine, no choice. Zywin muttered, but in his heart he was thinking about how he used to immerse himself in the sea of books every day. On the one hand, he really wanted knowledge, and on the other hand, he also wanted to find a soul that was not in harmony with the world. What is the solution? Those 20 years were basically spent in reading. I had never seen Comitage since I was a child, and I had very little experience in other aspects. If I had a choice, I would probably want to change my way of living. I understand. The Sorting Hat seemed to finally make up his mind. Slytherin. The Slytherin table burst into applause. Zivan was stunned for a moment, opened his eyes, and saw Abraxas and Ignatius already waving. He carefully placed the Sorting Hat steadily on the chair. He looked up and saw Elshana, one of the new students on the stage, looking this way. She immediately turned her face away after seeing his gaze. Smiling at Elshana, he walked towards the Slytherin table. Zywin. Abu waved his hand for Zywin to sit over and said to him mysteriously. How did you do it? The Sorting Hat was silent for 5 minutes. Pruitt and I were beginning to worry that you would be sorted into other houses. Fortunately, you ended up coming to Slytherin. Zywin was a little surprised. Did it take so long? Abraxas said, Pruitt is carrying an hourglass. Look, the sand in it has almost leaked out. Ignatius cooperated and took out the hourglass and said, turn it over every 10 minutes. When you start sorting, there is still more than half of the sand in it. Zywin looked at the hourglass with a dark green frame and fluorescent green gravel, which was leaking the last few grains of sand. Then the main body of the hourglass in the frame automatically rotated upside down. It's true. But I really didn't feel how long it had been. He held his chin and wondered. It's been hesitating about sorting me into Ravenclaw or Slytherin. What a pity, it decided that I belonged to Slytherin without even talking to me. Abu tried to make a regretful expression, but he couldn't hide the pride on his face. At this time, Professor Melos read a somewhat familiar name. Walburga Black. Zywin saw the girl he had met once in the Twofin clothing store. Another Black. Abu muttered beside him. Again? Zywin asked. Don't you know? The Black family is about to take over Slytherin. Abraxas said as he counted the Black students in Slytherin to 7. The 7th-year student council president Cherise Black, the 6th-year prefect Doria Black, the 5th-year prefect Cedrella Black, plus several Blacks from the lower grades. It's really disappointing headache. Sivan caught a glimpse of Walburga Black having been neatly sorted and sitting at the Slytherin table next to a girl who looked somewhat similar to her. It seems that the Black family members are either chairmen or prefects. Are they all excellent? Zywin asked. Hearing this question, Ignatius turned around and explained, Dean Slughorn has a very good relationship with all our pure-blood families, but whichever family is more powerful will be more favored. The Black family is it's quite normal to value it. Zywin's mouth twitched, it's too real. At this time, Elshana's name was also called, and the Sorting Hat easily gave the answer of Slytherin. Elshana ran over happily, and while letting Zywin lean aside, she squeezed in and sat down next to him. She grinned and said, Do you know you just made me stand for 5 more minutes? Zywin smiled bitterly, I didn't want to either. If you want to blame it on the Sorting Hat. Or else I can recite a spell on the Sorting Hat to avenge you. Elshana said, Speaking of chanting spells, you can chant a cleaning spell for it, it is too dirty. Zywin nodded in agreement, who says it's not the case. Finally, all the freshmen were sorted into different schools. Principal Armando Dippet, who was sitting in the middle of the podium in the auditorium, stood up and gave a speech. He had well-trimmed white hair and a white beard, and the wrinkles on his face also appeared neat. He looks like a capable old man. Welcome, welcome all freshmen to Hogwarts. This will be your warm family for the next 7 years. Of course, old students are also welcome to come back here. Then, his expression became serious. I would like to reiterate that students are not allowed to enter the Forbidden Forest and do not cast spells in the corridors. The world situation is still tense. I hope everyone can study hard and improve their ability to protect themselves. After finishing his speech, the principal waved his hand, and a variety of food appeared out of thin air on the long table. Everyone who couldn't wait began to feast. Chapter 7. After a satisfying meal, the new Slytherin snakes were led by their prefects to the common room. The 2 prefects of the 5th grade, Ignatius Pruitt and Cedrella Black, motioned for the little wizards to follow. They walked out of the auditorium door and entered a door on the side of the entrance hall. There was no view inside. The bottom spiral staircase extends downward, and Slytherin's common room is at the bottom. Walking on the stairs, Ignatius reminded, I hope you can all remember this road. In comparison, our Slytherin location is easy to remember. Just keep walking down. Cedrella said arrogantly, if you can't remember the way, drop out of school as soon as possible. If you stay, you will lose Slytherin's face. Even in Slytherin Academy, most of the young wizards did not have the family confidence of Sivan and Abu, so they were so frightened that they memorized the route they walked with trepidation. After walking for almost 5 minutes, the surroundings became darker and darker, with only a few torches emitting green light. Zywin felt that they had probably gone deep into the bottom of the lake. Finally, they stopped in front of a stone wall. Ignatius said to the stone wall, Born noble. Several gaps opened in the stone wall, and a stone door appeared on the wall. This is our common room, Ignatius said. Remember this wall and our password. The fool who can't remember will just wait for his classmates to go in at the top of the stairs, but I hope this doesn't happen. Cedrella impatiently walked into the lounge first, beckoning the girls to follow her, and walked towards the side door next to the lounge. After saying good night to Elshana, Zivin followed a group of boys and Ignatius to visit the lounge. Slytherin's common room is like a long, narrow dungeon, with round green lights hanging from the ceiling on chains. There are carved chairs here for students to rest, and some skulls as decorations. Part of the dungeon extends to the bottom of the lake, giving the room a green tint. The walls and ceiling were made of rough stone, and a fire burned beneath an intricately carved mantel. Perhaps because it was built at the bottom of the lake, the common room felt a bit cold and damp. Ignatius kindly took the new students around the lounge and gave them a general introduction. He pointed to the window on the wall of the lounge and said to the freshmen, outside the window is the water of the Black Lake. There are many magical animals living in the Black Lake. They generally do not leave their own territory and we usually cannot see them. But if you are lucky, you might be able to see a big octopus passing by from a distance. Hearing this, Abu became interested. If you find the right location, you can see our common room by jumping directly from the lake. I advise you not to have such thoughts. The creatures in the Black Lake are not vegetarians. Ignatius said, and then he suddenly lowered his voice. I heard that the mermaids in the lake eat people. Abu was startled by his deep voice, and instantly lost interest in diving. Hearing the word mermaid, Zywin suddenly asked, are there mer-people in the lake? Are there mermaids? Ignatius didn't understand the question at all, so he replied doubtfully, if there are male mermen, there will naturally be female mermaids. How else would they reproduce? Zywin said, that's not what I mean. I mean mermaid. The kind of mermaid with long hair and a good figure. Ignatius said sadly, no matter what the mermaids are like elsewhere, the mermaids in the Black Lake of Hogwarts are not beautiful at all. They have iron-grey skin, disheveled hair, and incomplete teeth. If you are interested, just wait in the common room. Sooner or later you will see them. After imagining what the mermaid looked like, Zivin swallowed. Forget it, why don't we talk about something else? Seeing that the little wizards were not very excited, Ignatius took them to the dormitory considerately. You must be tired after running around all day, go to bed early. After bypassing several long fish tanks on the ceiling, the boys came to a door decorated with emerald gems. Through the green gems, they could see the 4 beds inside. After bidding farewell to their prefects, they each walked to their beds, with all their luggage already placed beside their respective cabinets. Due to the tense situation in the wizarding world, there are very few freshmen in this class. Among the freshmen in Slytherin, there are only 4 boys. They are divided into one dormitory. In addition to Sivan and Abraxas, there were 2 boys. Roommates, please take care of me in the future. I am Mobley Worley. A boy with blonde hair introduced himself while sitting on the bed. Worry. Abraxas raised his head and glanced at him. Is it the Worley family I know? Mobley nodded proudly, I am the heir of the Worley family. I know you, you are from the Malfoy family. Abraxas Malfoy. Abu shook hands with Mobley, who stood up and walked towards him. The Worley family of Mobley Worley is also a well-known pure-blood family in the British magic world. Although it is not among the 28 holy families, it maintains good relations with many pure-blood families. After introducing himself, his identity was recognized by Abraxas. Then Mobley looked at Sivan, who was taking something out of his pocket watch, and another brown-haired boy who was packing his luggage silently. Sivan Rozier. Sivan said his name. Mobley said, are you from the Rozier family? Nice to meet you. After Sivan and Mobley shook hands, the 3 of them looked at the remaining brown-haired boy. He was different from the 3 neatly dressed Zywins. His clothes had many wrinkles and looked a bit shabby. The thin cheeks looked like they were malnourished. The boy was silent for a while and whispered, my name is Gomez Gris. Abraxas thought for a moment, I don't seem to have heard of the Gris family. Mobley nodded and said, me too. Seeing Mobley looking at him, Zywin shook his head and said, if even Abu doesn't know, then I don't know either. Gomez's face became increasingly ugly, and he said seriously, I am a mixed race, and my father is a Muggle. Abraxas and Mobley immediately lost interest and continued to go about their own business. Seeing that Gomez was in a low mood, Zywin comforted him, don't pay too much attention, Gris. We will be roommates from now on, so please take more care of him. After all, they still experienced a day of running around. After just packing up their things, they felt sleepy and had no interest in chatting. And Gomez Gris hurriedly lay down on the bed, unwilling to communicate any more, and didn't even have time to pack his luggage. Zywin and the other 2 didn't say anything else. They made the beds and fell asleep. Chapter 8. Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington had been a knight, but that was during his lifetime. Now he's a Hogwarts ghost. He was a court wizard during his lifetime, but was later beheaded by the royal family for making some mistakes. Sadly, the axe used for beheading was not sharp enough, and the wizard's resistance was unusually high. It took several axe blows to kill him completely. There was only a layer of skin remaining between his head and neck, which caused him to have a head that had not completely fallen off in his ghost state. Therefore, the ghosts at Hogwarts call him nearly Headless Nick. That night, Nicholas had just enjoyed the delicious food in the ghost cafeteria and was wandering around the castle, hoping to scare some new little wizards. It has to be said that scaring the new students is one of the few fun they have as ghosts. At this time, a ghost with black hair and black eyes walked towards him, or rather floated towards him. He was wearing simple white clothes. He did not look like a wizard, but rather like a traveler from a foreign land. Although his face is a little pale, it can be vaguely seen from the shape of his face that he is not Caucasian. I don't think I've seen you before. Nicholas asked. Newcomer. The ghost with black hair and black eyes nodded and said, I come from an ancient civilization in the East. I loved traveling around the world during my lifetime, and I still maintain this habit after my death. Nicholas opened his eyes wide, there is such a thing. As far as I know, ghosts can only live where they have walked. How are you going to travel around the world? The black-haired ghost paused and said without changing his expression, my footprints are almost all over the world during my lifetime. After becoming a ghost, I can only revisit the places I have visited. Nicholas said, I see, the world is really big and full of wonders. Welcome to Hogwarts. My name is Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, you can call me Sir Nicholas. The black-haired man smiled rather strangely, hello, Sir Nicholas. I have an English name, Stephen Strange. You can call me Dr. Strange. This ghost with black hair and black eyes is naturally Zywin. After his rebirth, he accidentally used his soul to leave the body again, but found that the appearance of his soul did not follow the body and change into the appearance of little Rozier, but still maintained the appearance. Body shape and appearance during comatage. At that time, Zywin wanted to secretly use the out-of-body reading method to save study time at home. However, after his soul left, he discovered that he actually retained the soul that had traveled through the multiverse, and his image had not changed at all. It involves the biggest secret of the time traveler, and he doesn't dare to leak it to others. Zywin hid this soul for 10 years until he saw a ghost floating in the castle before the sorting ceremony, and he suddenly had a brilliant idea. So, he rather wickedly named himself Stephen Strange, which was the name of an interesting newcomer before he left Carmitage, and used this name to arrange a new life for his soul. Identity. Are you a doctor? Nicholas asked curiously. Oh no, I'm a doctor. It's an academic title among muggles. Sivan explained, then he thought about it and added another sentence. I seem to be a doctor too, well, just think of me as a doctor. Apparently. The corner of Nicholas's mouth twitched. However, because many ghosts often cannot remember what happened during their lives, it is probably understandable that they are not sure about their occupation. Okay, Dr. Strange. Do you want me to take you to visit Hogwarts Castle? Nicholas said enthusiastically. My pleasure. Zywin bowed gracefully. Nicholas took Sivan to visit the castle while introducing the life of ghosts here. Hogwarts has always welcomed ghosts from all over the world. Of course, only ghosts who have been to Hogwarts can live here. We have formed a strict ghost council to manage the ghosts in the castle. Nicholas is undoubtedly a warm-hearted ghost. He took Sivan to have a general understanding of the environment of Hogwarts Castle and the many ghost natives living here. He also specifically warned Zywin not to enter the classrooms where students attend class and the offices of professors, as this would affect their study and work. The two passed through another wall and saw a pudgy ghost dressed as a religious clergyman. Good evening, Nick. Who is this? He looked at Zywin curiously. Good evening, Friar. This is Dr. Strange. He likes to travel around the world and has just arrived at Hogwarts. Nicholas introduced Sivan to the fat monk, and then turned to Sivan. This is the fat monk. He is a good old man. Zywin greeted the fat monk in a friendly manner. Nice to meet you, Mr. Friar. A big smile appeared on the fat monk's round face. Ah, nice to meet you too, Dr. Strange. You can just call me Fat Monk. The three ghosts chatted happily. Sivan wanted to learn about the history and environment of Hogwarts from Nicholas and the monks. The two local ghosts were very interested in Sivan's so-called experience of traveling around the world. Fortunately, Zywin once used the portal to travel around the world to find a solution to his illness, so that he would not be completely betrayed. Suddenly, Zywin felt himself being hit. A half-broken slipper passed through his head and fell to the ground. He turned around and saw a small ghost with a pair of evil black eyes and a big mouth. He was wearing a pointed hat with blue and white stripes and many bells, a red star jumper and an orange bow tie. Grinning at himself in mid-air. Look what I saw, a new ghost. He said and smashed the other slipper over. Oh, come on, Peeves. The fat monk said angrily. Nicholas even shouted angrily to Peeves, I'm going to call Barrow over, Peeves. Dodging the slippers lightly, Zywin asked curiously, is this also a ghost from Hogwarts? How can he touch the real thing? To be precise, Peeves is a prankster, but it is indeed managed by our ghost council. The monk explained. Actually, he's not evil, he just likes to play pranks. Nicholas interrupted the fat monk, okay, monk, stop spoiling Peeves, look what he did. At this time, Peeves took out a bunch of rotten eggs from nowhere and threw them over, singing an unpleasant song while throwing them. Big silly monkey from the east. He said he wanted to travel to Castle Travel. He's not familiar with this place at all. I can only be a stupid monkey. Zywin's eyes twitched as he avoided the rotten eggs, the singing is quite rhyming. He looked at the monk and Nicholas and asked, can I teach him a little lesson? Before the fat monk could speak, Nicholas nodded without hesitation and said, if you can, please teach him a big lesson. It seems that Peeves is quite unpopular, Zywin thought to himself. He looked directly at Peeves, a light flashing in his eyes. Peeves was smiling happily when he suddenly felt that the scene in front of him had changed. The place he was in was no longer the castle of Hogwarts, but a bottomless abyss. You know, since he was born as a prankster, he has never left Hogwarts. At this moment, Peeves has begun to panic. Quite suddenly, he began to fall into the abyss. The light and shadow in front of him changed rapidly, from the infinite macroscopic world to the infinitely small microscopic world, as if the entire universe was struggling to drown him. He fell, then stopped suddenly. Before he could recover, Peeves felt his body begin to split into countless parts. Then the countless parts of his body smashed into the central torso, causing him to fall crazily. Boom! From the perspective of Nicholas and the fat friar, Peeves suddenly stopped in the air as if frozen, and half a minute later suddenly fell rapidly and hit the floor. Peeves struggled to raise his head from the floor, and when he saw that the castle had returned to his eyes, he screamed and staggered away from Zywin. I feel comfortable now. Zywin showed a smile. He had long wanted to try the spell that the teacher used to scare his younger brother, but he didn't expect to find the opportunity until he came to this world. The fat monk glanced at Zywin with a complex expression. How did you do it? The mischievous smile on Zywin's face froze slightly, he coughed dryly, and then said seriously, I am not a ghost formed by normal death. In order to travel around the world, I cast a spell and actively abandoned my cumbersome body, thus becoming a special ghost, so it still retains a certain amount of spiritual spell-casting ability. I just cast an illusion on Peeves. Yes, that's it. There is actually such an operation. Nicholas exclaimed with a knowledgeable look. It seems that in addition to Bloody Baylor, Peeves will have one more ghost to be afraid of. Chapter 9. After bidding farewell to Nicholas and the fat monk, Zywin drifted to the library on the 5th floor of the castle. I have long heard that Hogwarts has what can be called the largest magical book library in the UK. In particular, the restricted book section contains a large number of precious books that cannot be circulated in the market, and there are even many orphan copies. Zywin has been coveting those forbidden books for a long time, and now he can take a peek in his ghost form. When he walked into the library, the sight in front of him shocked Zywin. Rows of bookshelves are connected together, with no end in sight. The densely packed books are placed on the bookshelves, making it dizzying. On the periphery of the library are common books that students use frequently, most of which can be found in the library at home. Ignoring the more common ones, Zywin passed through the rows of bookshelves and drifted towards the interior of the library. The restricted area of the library is blocked by a rope, which seems to have some barrier magic attached to it, presumably to prevent unauthorized students from entering. Of course, these magics had no effect on Zywin in the ghost state. He easily crossed the rope and floated into the forbidden book area with excitement. What? Stepping into the forbidden book area, Zywin was surprised to notice that there was already a ghost quietly reading a book in the forbidden book area. Her long, silky black hair draped over her shoulders, and her slim-fitting silk skirt highlighted her slender and tall figure. She lowered her head slightly and read a book. She gently pulled her hair behind her ears with her left hand, revealing her delicate and fair profile. Zywin couldn't bear to disturb this quiet scene, so he slowed down and looked for the books he was interested in on the bookshelf on the other side. Observing from the perspective of perception, he could sense that each book in the bookshelf in front contained a strong magical aura, and when combined together, they created a rather vast aura. In this aura, there was a particularly prominent book that caught Zywin's attention. It was a large book with a brown cover, exuding an evil and powerful aura. Zywin couldn't help but be curious and pulled out the book. Secret Soft Darkest Art, several large black characters are clearly visible on the cover, and a deep black mist is still vaguely escaping from the fonts. Dark magic. Zywin frowned. In fact, there are many profound books on black magic in the Rozier family's library. Zywin also flipped through a few books out of curiosity while Sandrine was not paying attention. He found that the magic recorded in them could easily affect the mind, so I stayed away. What's more, the core of his wand is now made of unicorn horn nerves, which is extremely resistant to black magic. This has even given up the idea of learning black magic. After all, there are countless magic spells in the world that are difficult to master even in a lifetime, so why bother practicing them at the risk of having your mind infected? Zywin has already looked away in this regard. However, the strong magical atmosphere of this book, Secrets of Advanced Black Magic, made him very curious. What kind of book can generate such a broad momentum? With the mentality of gaining more knowledge, Zywin still opened the book. Squeak! Just after turning the first page, a black skull suddenly emerged from the page, screaming and rushing towards Zywin's body. Zywin was startled. A protective light shield suddenly lit up around his body, and then he closed the book with a snap. After closing the book, he suddenly realized something was wrong. He turned around and found that the tall ghost lady had looked over in surprise. Zywin smiled coquettishly at Ms. Ghost, and silently put the book back on the shelf. "Hello, I'm the new Ghost Strange," he greeted with a dry smile. The ghost lady floated over gracefully, frowned and said, "You don't look like a ghost. I have never seen a ghost that can get physical books, and no ghost is interested in books in the library. Do you know that you can't learn new knowledge after becoming a ghost? Only then did Zywin notice that the book she was holding in the other person's hand had turned into light spots and disappeared. It didn't seem to be a real object, and she still had an expression called envy on her face. Even if you become a ghost, do you still want to read? He asked softly. Ms. Ghost's face suddenly turned cold, and she said indifferently, it has nothing to do with you. Reading is a noble quality, there is nothing to exclude. Zywin smiled gently and said. Maybe I can help you. Seeing that Zywin's appearance was more pleasing to the eye, the handsome ghost lady did not turn around and left. She just looked at him a little funny and said, how are you going to help a ghost? Zywin took a step forward and narrowed the distance between the two. I can't change the fact that ghosts can't obtain knowledge, but being able to touch these books can satisfy my craving. It's better than nothing. He said with a smile. Let the ghost accept me starting from her. Zywin thought silently in his heart. He had to admit that if he wanted to gain trust, he would be more willing to elegantly show the magic that does not belong to this world to beautiful ladies, rather than to those ghostly rough guys who behave strangely. Then, Zywin waved his hand, and a ripple like countless broken mirrors swept across the area where the two were. Ms. Ghost was shocked to find that she had become conscious in a trance. Her bare feet fell lightly to the ground, her toes tapped lightly on the floor, and she quickly retracted as if in disbelief. She opened her mouth wide in shock, tapped her toes on the ground again, and then her entire naked solace landed on the cold ground. What kind of magic is this? She murmured. This is mirror space. Zywin also landed on the ground, bowed slightly and made a gentleman's salute. So beautiful lady, can I tell you your name? Helena. The ghost lady showed a smile and said to Zywin. Helena seemed to have not touched the ground for a long time. She lifted up her skirt a little awkwardly and walked unsteadily. Zywin walked forward considerately, held Helena's left hand, and helped her get used to the feeling of stepping on the ground. He turned his head and looked at Helena's delicate profile, and suddenly felt a feeling he had never experienced in the more than 20 years of Carmitage. Do you know why I still deceive myself into reading even if I become a ghost? Helena suddenly said. Zywin showed a gentle smile. I would like to hear the details. My mother was once a very, very good wizard. At that time, everyone admired her wisdom and envied her power. And I was born under her halo. Is it stressful to live under your mother's halo? Zywin asked. Helena nodded and continued, she has high hopes for me. After Helena's narration, Zywin roughly understood the story of this ghost lady. Helena's mother is a wise, powerful, and great wizard. She values people's wisdom most and also hopes that Helena can meet her standards. But she obviously didn't consider that not everyone has her excellent talents. Helena did not inherit her mother's extraordinary wisdom and was unable to meet her superior requirements, which disappointed her mother. Helena couldn't bear this blow and finally decided to run away from home. I will probably never be able to meet my mother's requirements, and reading has become an obsession engraved deep in my soul. She said softly. Zywin sighed deeply and said, are you willing to listen to my story? Helena sat in the armchair next to her and nodded. Zywin said, I was an orphan since I was a child, without parents, but fortunately I had a teacher who raised me. My teacher is also very outstanding and powerful, and he also has high expectations for me. This is quite similar to you. Helena asked curiously, are you also under a lot of pressure? Zywin shook his head, no, I am very lucky. I have been in poor health since I was a child. All my efforts have been to cure my disease, so I have largely ignored the teacher's expectations of me. He was talking to himself, seemingly lost in memories of the past, and did not notice that Helena beside him was already crying. How lucky are you? Helena's eyes were already wet. I feel like everything I have endured is insignificant compared to what you have gone through. Zywin smiled and said, no way. It can only be said that everyone carries different burdens. Chapter 10. In the darkness, Zywin woke up. The surroundings were still dark, with only the dim red glow remaining from the long-extinguished charcoal fire in the fireplace. Looking up at the black lake outside the window, there are faint waves that are not very obvious. He briefly sensed the current situation of his body. Zywin in his soul state was chatting with Helena as strange, while his body was lying quietly on the bed thinking, distracted but not interested. Hard work. Just like in Carmitage, the strength of Zywin's soul can provide him with support, allowing him to freely control his body even when his soul is out of the body, instead of just resting with his body like other mages. The ancient way of soul learning improves learning efficiency. Not only that, he could even feel that a secondary soul based on his current body was slowly growing in his empty body. Theoretically, each body should be born with a dedicated soul at birth. But for some reason, the soul that was supposed to be born in Rozier's body never appeared at all, so the empty body instinctively accepted Zywin's soul body wandering in the gaps in the universe. Now, after 11 years of nourishing Zywin's powerful soul, this body has the conditions to give birth to a soul again. But at this time, the body has already been deeply marked by Zywin, and the regenerated soul can only exist as its deputy soul. Maybe one day I will have a clone. Zywin thought with a little excitement. Zywin stopped thinking so much and decided to get up first. After groping for the wand beside the pillow, he said in a very soft voice, "Lumos." The tip of the wand glowed faintly, illuminating only his own bed. Taking out the pocket watch from under the pillow, you can see that the hour hand is pointing to the Roman numeral 6, 6. The schoolwork in the lower grades of Hogwarts is actually very easy. The first class does not start until 9 in the morning, so many young wizards have developed the habit of sleeping until dawn. Zywin was forced to wake up at dawn for morning exercises in Kamal Taj for a long time. Although he relaxed a little when he came to the new world, he still woke up naturally around 6 in the morning. After looking around and seeing that all his roommates were still asleep, Zywin changed his clothes alone and left the dormitory. The common room was empty, but the fireplace was lit, burning with warm green flames, dispersing the cold, damp air that lay at the bottom of the lake. There are also several round-headed lake dolphins in the large fish tank that shake from time to time, stirring up slightly turbid water and adding a bit of life to the silent space. After thinking for a while, Zywin decided to go to the Black Lake for his routine morning exercises. The spiral staircase leading to the ground was dark and long, and the experience was so bad that he couldn't help but start thinking wildly. The Slytherin common room is probably the farthest from the ground. Why am I not assigned to Ravenclaw? I heard that the Ravenclaw lounge is on a tower, the sun is very bright, and you can see the Black Lake from a distance. Of course, if he knew that the Ravenclaw tower was too high and it was extremely inconvenient for students to go up and down every time, he might not be so mentally unbalanced. Finally, Zywin climbed the long stairs and came to the ground. The sky in the distance has turned fish-belly white, vaguely reflecting the appearance of layers of clouds in the sky. The torches in the entrance courtyard were still burning brightly, and the clouds still looked dim in comparison. Looking out from the courtyard window, I can see the long stone steps I walked last night. Because the sun had already set when we arrived at the houseboat by boat and the sky was dark, it was difficult to notice the specific surroundings. It is now slightly bright. From the window of the cloister, you can see the southeast side of the castle from top to bottom. You can find that the entire castle stands on a cliff. Except for the narrow area around the boathouse, it is difficult to see the southeast side near the entrance courtyard. Flat lake shore. It seems that the plan of morning exercise on the lake shore has been ruined. Zywin shrugged. Maybe I should try my luck near the Quidditch pitch north of the castle. Anyway, it was still early, so Zywin was not in a hurry. He walked up the stairs outside the auditorium door and entered the main tower with a leisurely attitude. Then through a spacious corridor, he could reach the corner tower on the east side of the castle, where there was a towering stone bridge crossing it. Between it and the astronomy tower in the teaching area. The stone bridge was built on a steep cliff. As he walked on the bridge, the cool morning breeze blew past his face, causing Zywin's wizard robe to flutter. Facing the wind, Zywin unbuttoned his robe and threw it behind him, and the hem of his clothes fluttered in the wind like a cloak. Then, he put his elbows on the railing, squinted his wind-covered eyes, and looked down at the swaying pine trees on the edge of the cliff, still feeling unreal. I have lived in this world with a new identity for more than 10 years, and I also came to a magic school? You know, the last life only lasted a little more than 20 years, including a childhood period with no clear memories. Now this clear 11 years of experience often makes him feel confused. Occasionally when he wakes up from a dream late at night, he suddenly thinks that he is still on the bamboo mat of Comatage. Sometimes he still doubts that Comatage's experience is nothing. It's a long dream, I should belong to this universe. Zywin was lost in thought, unaware that he was still in the cold wind. At this moment, a slender hand held a thick magic book, blocking his view and the cool breeze blowing on his face. The owner of the hand interrupted his thoughts by tapping his shoulder with his other hand. Do you want to catch a cold on the first day of school so you don't go to class? A magnetic female voice asked. Zayun raised his head from his arm and saw a senior witch with grey hair, blue eyes and black-rimmed glasses looking at him in surprise. Are you, a Ravenclaw prefect? Zayun vaguely remembered that he should have met her once on the train. Miranda Gorshak. She nodded flatly. I'm glad you still remember me. You don't look happy at all. Zayun secretly cursed. Today, Miranda has long grey hair, wearing a loose light blue skirt under her school uniform. She is not as serious and rigid as she was on the train, but has a clean and pure temperament blown by the breeze. Zayun couldn't help but said, if you change your glasses, you would be a beautiful and intellectual witch. Miranda raised her eyebrows and said, are you Slytherin nobles so talkative? You dare to molest your senior sister on the first day of school. Zayun smiled awkwardly, ahem, you may have some misunderstandings about Slytherin's nobles. Miranda said, I didn't misunderstand anything. After 4 years at Hogwarts, I already know what Slytherin is like. It seems that Slytherin's reputation is indeed not very good. Zayun spread his hands helplessly. Speaking of which, you don't look much like a Slytherin. Miranda said suddenly seriously. I've never seen anyone in Slytherin wake up so early. Really? Zayun asked enthusiastically. Do you think I'm a bit like a Ravenclaw? The Sorting Hat struggled for a long time to sort me into Slytherin or Ravenclaw. Miranda didn't hold back after all, and said with a twitching corner of her mouth, it's a good thing you weren't assigned to Ravenclaw, otherwise you would have been led astray in the first grade. Zayun quickly changed the topic and forced Miranda, who was about to practice magic spells, to ask her to familiarize herself with the castle environment. He also took the opportunity to ask where there was a suitable place for morning exercises. Helpless, Miranda had to take Zayun away from the stone bridge and came to the astronomy tower. The astronomy tower was part of the building complex in the teaching area. A square corridor connected several tall towers. There is a spacious square in the middle of the promenade. The square is covered with a layer of green lawn, and a fountain is located in the center of the lawn. You can do morning exercises here. Miranda pointed to the lawn downstairs with her chin. Zayun thought for a moment, and then said with a dark face that he couldn't accept it, everyone who is going to class will pass by here. I don't think I am thick-skinned enough to be treated like a monkey in public and still act calmly. Miranda chuckled and said, as long as you get up early enough, there won't be many people here. Zayun looked at the scattered students downstairs holding books and waving wands, and there were a few black lines on his face, those are students from your college. He pointed to the west side of the castle and said, don't think I don't know. Your Ravenclaw tower is over there. No matter how early I get up, I can't catch those nerds in your courtyard. This sentence seems to cover a bit too much. Be careful what you say. Miranda replied with a dark face, and then she seemed to realize something. You seem to be quite familiar with the castle. Are you really a new student here? Zayun secretly thought something was wrong. Last night, I pretended to be a ghost and was taken around by Nicholas and the fat monk for a long time. And ghosts are not limited by terrain, so they almost browsed the entire castle. After waking up today, Zayun completely forgot about this incident. When he stayed with Miranda, he didn't show the strange feeling of being new at all, which aroused suspicion. Chapter 11. Ahem. Zayun pretended to cough twice. Isn't this a general map of Hogwarts collected at home? I looked at it in advance at home, and I have a little understanding of the general layout of the castle. After all, Miranda didn't know what these purebloods had, and Zayun's reasons were very reasonable, so she didn't have any doubts. She took Zayun to the bottom of the astronomy tower, walked through the corridor to a small door in the northwest corner, and outside the door were vast grassy plains and hills in the distance. This is probably the one that meets your requirements. Over there is the Owl Tower, and further north is the Quidditch pitch. Usually no one goes in this direction early in the morning. Miranda said. Just stay away from the Slytherin common room, see if you can accept it. Not only is it far away, it's basically the longest distance of the entire castle from southeast to northwest. Zayun secretly cursed. But it would be nice to have a suitable place. There was plenty of time in the morning anyway, so Zayun nodded. Seeing that he agreed, Miranda said, then you go and practice in the morning. In order to find a place for you, I wasted up my practice time all morning. Zayun smiled cheekily and said, it is the prefect's responsibility to help new students. See you next time. Miranda couldn't wait to turn around and waved with her back to Zayun. At the same time, she raced against time to take out the spell book and her wand. Seeing Miranda's actions, the corners of Zywin's mouth twitched. So you are lucky that you were not assigned to Ravenclaw. It was already close to 8 o'clock after completing morning exercises according to Karmataj's exercise method. Zywin put his robe on his left arm and prepared to have breakfast in the auditorium. When walking through the corridor of the teaching area, you can see Miranda sitting on the lawn, copying the stones in front of her into many copies, and then chanting a spell to make them disappear one by one. He was very self-aware and knew that Miranda would not want to see him at this moment. Zywin silently walked through the astronomical tower, stone bridge, and main tower to the auditorium for dinner. Every time I came to the auditorium, I was given a new shock. It seemed that there was no ceiling in the auditorium. The thousands of bright candles that burned last night had disappeared, and only patches of clouds were floating on the sky-blue ceiling. There were gleaming gold plates and goblets on the 4 tables. When you tap the plates, a variety of dishes will appear. Sivan took 2 pieces of bread and put them on the plate, picked up one of them, and spread a thick layer of raspberry jam on half of it, and the other half was covered with blueberry jam. Then he covered it with another piece of bread, and Zywin ate it contentedly, taking a sip of milk from time to time. Whoosh! There was a sound of flapping wings, and a large group of owls flew outside the window. Their number was so large that the light in the entire auditorium was dimmed to an extent. Zywin glanced at the owl Jobby that landed in front of him, then at the grey-black feathers floating in the milk glass, and fell into deep thought. The letter was from Sandrine, and it was full of polite words, as if she was worried that Zywin would be uncomfortable at school or not get along well with his roommates. Zywin shook his head with a wry smile, asked a Slytherin senior next to him to borrow a quill, and began to write a reply. Dear Sandrine, I am doing well at school. The environment at Hogwarts is very good, and the seniors and sisters are very enthusiastic. Of course this refers to Ignatius and Miranda, the Slytherin prefects. Cedrella Black was excluded. Abraxas is now my roommate, and. After patiently writing the reply, Zywin returned the quill to the Slytherin witch who had finished eating and was looking at him curiously. Thank you, he said. Your handwriting is so beautiful. By the way, I just glanced at it from a distance and didn't peek at what you wrote. She said. My name is Nikki Paris, 2nd grade. Zywin smiled and said, Zywin Rozier, a freshman. Nikki Paris was about to say something more when a voice interrupted her. Paris, take our books and homework and go to the classroom. Okay. Paris responded quickly. Then she hurriedly said goodbye to Zywin and ran towards the main tower holding a large pile of books and parchment. Zywin frowned and looked at the place where the sound came from, and saw a somewhat familiar face, which seemed to be the black girl who sat with Walburga yesterday. At this time, Zywin felt a pain in his shoulder and found that Jobby the owl was getting impatient after eating and drinking at the dining table, so he pecked him to remind him to send the letter quickly. Only then did Zywin react, rolled the letter into a tube and tied it to Jobby's leg. Jobby then spread his grey-black wings and flew out of the auditorium. After this, Zywin was not in the mood to continue eating. He looked at the clock and saw that time was running out, so he jogged back to the Slytherin lounge. While secretly sighing, at least Slytherin's lounge is closest to the auditorium. When he returned to the dormitory, he was shocked to find that none of his 3 roommates had woken up. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and Zywin raised the wand, bright as day, lumos solemn. With Zywin's wand as the center, the entire dormitory shone brightly. Damn it! Who did this? Abraxas and Mobley sat up and cursed, frowning when they saw Zywin, who was radiating light and heat in the middle of the dormitory. Zywin, why are you so angry? Abu shouted. Nox. Zywin turned off the strong light, then summoned a normal fluorescent flash, and took out his pocket watch to point it out to them. I must remind you that it is already 8:30. Do you want to be late for head of Gryffindor's class on your first day at Hogwarts? Oh. Merlin's beard. It's 8:30. Mobley shouted. Is it still Dumbledore's class? It's over, we don't know how to get around the castle at all, and there are so many annoying stairs that look like ADHD, we will definitely be late. Abu also became nervous, damn it. It's all because the light here is too dark, I thought it wasn't dawn yet. How can Dumbledore, a being who can confront the Dark Lord, be easy to talk to? He's dead, he's dead. Although Gomez didn't say much, his face turned very pale. He put on his clothes as quickly as possible and prepared to rush out. Zywin looked at the 3 of them with a tired look on his face, and said helplessly, I said, don't be so nervous. I have already figured out the way to the castle. Just go together. The three of them suddenly seemed to have a backbone, and they looked like only Zywin was following their lead, waiting for Zywin to lead the way. Wait a moment. Zywin took a towel from the cabinet, wet it with a water-making spell, and wiped his face and neck. After a morning of exercise, it was time to come back and take a shower, but after all, I wasted a lot of time today thinking about life and looking for a suitable venue, so I had to make do with it. Under the impatient eyes of the three roommates, Zywin calmly took 2 quills from the pen holder and took out the Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration from the pile of books under the bed and put it into the pocket watch. I led them out of the dormitory, still thinking about whether to pack the items needed for class tomorrow before going for morning exercises. Under the leadership of Zywin, the 4 people quickly passed through the main tower and the stone bridge to the teaching area, then went down from the stairs of the astronomy tower to the 2nd floor, and walked along the east corridor to the door of the 2nd classroom. At this time, there were only 2 minutes left before the 9 o'clock bell rang. They walked into the classroom. Facing the door was the podium in front of the classroom. There was a desk and 2 luxuriously decorated chairs on the podium, with 2 blackboards for writing on the blackboard on both sides. There are many animal cages hanging in the classroom. The various animals in the cages look lively at the more lively students below. 3 rows of desks are neatly arranged in the classroom. The students have almost arrived, sitting in groups of 2 and 2 in front of the desks, chattering about why the professor hasn't come yet. Zywin and the 4 of them breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they arrived earlier than the professor, there would be no problem. However, everyone knows that reality is not as beautiful as imagined. Chapter 12. In the Transfiguration classroom, the green and yellow school uniform collars are clearly distinguishable, and they basically occupy the back rows of tables and chairs on the left and right sides of the classroom respectively. There are only a few freshmen in this class, and there are only 6 desks in the middle row except for the last 3 rows. Most of the Hufflepuff students don't like to listen to lectures, and even those who do like to listen to lectures follow their good-natured nature and sit in the back row with their friends, while most of the Slytherin students have heard about this Gryffindor from their families. The headmaster once had a close relationship with the Dark Lord Grindelwald. He was in awe of Dumbledore and did not dare to get too close to him. Because the 4 Zywin people arrived too late, they only had 3 desks in the first 3 rows of the middle row and the first 2 desks in the right row. As for the left side where Hufflepuff was, there were still 2 empty desks for them to choose. Sex ignored. Zywin was very new to the Hogwarts class model. Regardless of the dissuasion of Abramovich and Mobley, he walked to the desk in the middle and sat down alone. Elshana saw Zywin sitting closest to the desk. She gritted her teeth and motioned for Abraxas and the others to sit at the 3rd desk on the right that she had previously occupied alone. Then she sat down with Zywin holding the textbook. Next to Wen, he said bitterly, so you are indeed a Ravenclaw, right? Zywin was about to say something, but at this moment, the bell for class reverberated throughout the castle. As the bell rang, one of the chairs behind the desk suddenly changed. The entire chair lengthened and became taller, and the structure became solid, and then condensed into the image of a tall and thin middle-aged man, dark grey trench coat, brown hair and beard, slightly crooked nose, sharp, profound and full of wisdom. His eyes were looking at the little wizards who were scared to death with amusement. Zywin and Elshana were the closest and could see the most clearly, and at the same time they were also the most frightened. Elshana glared at Zywin fiercely, seeming to blame him for causing her to be startled. Zywin responded with an innocent look, saying that he had never expected this to happen. Okay, students. Dumbledore clapped his hands to signal everyone to be quiet. It's time for class. I'm glad that no little wizard is late or absent from class in the first period of school. However, I still want to remind Mr. Rosier, Malfoy, Worley and Gris to remember to arrive at the classroom early next time. Leave some time for yourself to sort out your books and stationery. After hearing these words, Zywin looked at his empty desk, silently took out the textbook, quill and ink from the pocket watch space, and placed them lightly on the table, for fear of attracting Dumbledore's attention. When things didn't go as expected, Dumbledore immediately saw Zywin's little movements under his nose, chuckled, and said, "Thank you very much, Mr. Rosier, for your cooperation. Are the other 3 gentlemen willing to cooperate?" The 3 of Abraxas were busy for a while, and then discovered that only Gomez had brought the book Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration. Abraxas accidentally took the book A Brief History of the Magical World, and Mobley didn't bring the book at all. Forgot to bring the book. It seems you have encountered a little trouble. Dumbledore said in a brisk tone, seemingly completely lifeless. Mr. Gris, don't sit alone. Move a chair and sit with your two friends. I think they need some help. Abramovich and Mobley looked depressed as Gomez squeezed into the same desk with them, creating a very unique scenery in the classroom. Sivan glanced at Dumbledore in surprise. The Transfiguration professor could have used a simple copying spell to copy a textbook for each of them, but he did not do so. Instead, he made Gomez, the only person in the classroom without a desk mate, sit with the two of them. It seems to be vaguely intended to help Gomez get into the group. Could such a careful person really be the untrustworthy dark wizard in his mother's words? Or is he just overthinking it? He couldn't help but think too much. Dumbledore had already started teaching. Zywin quickly sat down, ready to listen carefully to how this great wizard, who was at the same height as the Dark Lord, taught his students. Before you formally learn Transfiguration, I hope you can understand that Transfiguration is the most complex, difficult, and dangerous course you will learn during your time at Hogwarts. He said seriously. Human transformation like the one I just demonstrated to you can only be achieved after your transformation skills reach a certain level. I must emphasize that before you master the basic transformation skills, no one can easily try human transformation. Later, Dumbledore vividly described some examples of failed human transformations. Some people lost their lives, some spent the rest of their lives in the hospital, some lived with failed transformed bodies throughout their lives, and some even transformed himself into a deformed and dangerous magical animal. The little wizards present were so frightened that their faces turned pale, and they felt a sense of extreme awe towards the art of transformation. Nevertheless, Dumbledore changed the subject. Transfiguration is still a very practical magic in life and combat, and simple and basic transfiguration will not cause too much danger. While the little wizards breathed a sigh of relief, Dumbledore had already assigned a task, requiring the students to memorize GAMP's basic transformation rules within 20 minutes. If everyone progresses quickly enough, we can start practicing after the class is over. Dumbledore winked at the little wizards. During the break, Dumbledore left the classroom and went somewhere unknown. Zywin was flipping through the Transfiguration textbook boredly when he heard the conversation between Abu and Mobley from the right rear. I feel that Dumbledore is not as evil as my father described. This was Abu's voice. You can't tell. You know people but you don't know their hearts. Mobley retorted. Elshana next to her patted Sivan's arm and asked, Did your family also tell you about Dumbledore? That's right. Zywin replied. It seems like everyone knows about the relationship between Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Elshana curled her lips in disdain and said, Only us purebloods can get this kind of news. The Ministry of Magic still hopes to let Dumbledore fight the Dark Lord, and will not let these things out at all. Give it to someone else. My mother always felt that Dumbledore was avoiding the duel with Grindelwald, maybe because he didn't live up to his name. Zywin thought carefully about Dumbledore's changing chairs before class, and with the mental strength of his 2 lifetimes, he could not detect anything wrong at all. You know, in the last life, in order to fight against the symptoms of the soul being incompatible with the universe, Zywin exercised the power of his soul for a long time, took countless precious medicinal materials, and withstood the heavy pressure of the entire universe for more than 20 years. It can be said that his soul the power has reached a height beyond the reach of ordinary people. So he shook his head and said, I don't think it looks like it. There may be some other hidden secret. At this time, the class bell rang once. Dumbledore appeared on the podium on time and blinked at Zywin in the audience. He was flustered and quickly reflected on whether he had said something wrong just now. But Dumbledore didn't say anything and went directly to the topic. Let the class begin. First of all, I want to ask, is there anyone who can memorize the key points of GAMP's basic law of transformation? The surroundings were quiet, as if no one was memorizing the textbook seriously in the previous class. Seeing Dumbledore's eyes on him, Sivan thought for a moment and silently raised his hand. Dumbledore also took the opportunity to call his name, Mr. Rozier. Under Elshana's surprised gaze, Zywin stood up and recited several key points accurately. Very good, very accurate. Dumbledore nodded with satisfaction. 5 points for Slytherin. After Zywin sat down, Elshana handed over a note angrily, which read, So you kept passing notes to me in the last class because you already memorized it. Zywin innocently wrote the word yes and sent it back, which made her furious. Under the expectant eyes of the young wizards, Dumbledore waved his wand. In an instant, a match appeared on the table in front of everyone. Today's task is to turn this match into a needle. He introduced. Hey! After hearing the news, many young wizards looked disappointed and said that they could just have some help. Quiet! Said Dumbledore. Don't just look at the small size of the match and think that its transformation will be easy. You will find out the true difficulty of transformation when you try it yourself. He waved his hand. Now, let's start practicing. Chapter 13. After Dumbledore gave the order, the young wizards began to practice, pointing their wands at the matches and chanting spells. Next to Zywin, Elshana couldn't wait to start taking action. She spoke the incantation to the match, Factiacus. Nothing seems to happen. Elshana pouted. Remember, while chanting the spell, you must clearly imagine the appearance of the thing you want to change in your mind. The clearer and more detailed the imagination, the easier it will be for the change to succeed. Dumbledore looked at the students in the audience. He warned aloud. Elshana looked at Zywin, who was having fun looking at her match next to her, and she took out her wand and pointed it at the match again in disbelief. She also closed her eyes to imagine what the needle looked like. Vadiarchus. Zywin was surprised to find a faint light shining from the tip of her wand to the match. The match has changed, but not completely, it seems. It seems that the tail of the match is just a little narrower. Unlike Zywin and Elshana's disappointment, Dumbledore seemed very happy. Miss Greengrass has made changes in her matches. Slytherin will add 3 points. Keep up the good work, everyone. The sound of chanting curses around became noisier. Hearing Dumbledore's praise, Elshana glanced at Zywin proudly and asked, "Why don't you do it?" Zywin looked at his match, followed Elshana's example and closed his eyes, imagining the shape of the needle. Vadiacus. He read. Then, he was surprised to find that his spiritual power left his body and covered the match. The entire match seemed to have turned into dough for him to knead, which was extremely soft. I tried pinching the end of a match and it deformed easily. Zywin suddenly became interested and used his spiritual power to rub the match on it like kneading dough, and soon he got a sharp point. The match on the other side had a black combustible substance on its head. He felt that it did not match the whole match, so he pulled it off hard, and then rolled the whole match into a thin cylinder. When Zywin opened his eyes, he found Elshana's face full of shock, and Dumbledore had also stepped off the podium, looking at him strangely. "How did you do it?" Elshana shook his left arm and asked. Dumbledore also asked very differently, "Are you sure you cast the spell according to the way I told you, Roger?" "It doesn't seem so, Professor." Zywin shook his head guiltily. He seemed to be preoccupied with the joy of kneading dough, and did not pay attention to follow the method explained by the professor. Dumbledore's eyes were still weird. He organized his words and then said, "Mr. Roger, in my opinion, the spell you just cast is not so much a transformation spell, but rather a force change with powerful force. The shape of the object, but the properties of the object have not changed. In my opinion, this method is quite laborious and thankless. Therefore, it is generally not advisable to do this. Of course, this is also what normal wizards do can't reach it." The corner of Zywin's mouth twitched. Does this mean that he is not a normal wizard? Raising his hand to restore the match in front of Zywin to its original state, Dumbledore patted Zywin on the shoulder and encouraged, "Come on, as long as you learn to control and utilize this power can be of great help to the transfiguration." Until the end of Get Out of Class, Zywin had not found the feeling of serious transfiguration. He motioned to his roommate to go eat first, and sent Elshana, who looked dissatisfied, to join her roommate. Then he quickly ran out of the classroom and stopped Dumbledore in the corridor. "Is there anything else, Mr. Rosier?" Dumbledore asked curiously. Zywin replied, "Professor, I want to know what my problem is. In fact, your situation is very rare, and I am not sure where your problem lies. But there is still enough time, you can go back and discuss it with your friends," Dumbledore said. "Aren't your classmates already able to change the material of the needle tip? Including Mr. Malfoy, he also deformed his matches. You can refer to their situations for more reference." Zywin nodded silently. Dumbledore patted him on the shoulder and turned towards the castle stairs. "Professor Dumbledore." Just as Dumbledore was about to reach the stairs, he suddenly heard Zywin's shout from behind him. He stopped and turned around to see Zywin running over with a match. "Professor, I still have a problem, and I'm not willing to solve it," he said firmly. "Tell me about it." Dumbledore nodded helplessly and replied. I would like to know how detailed you think you need to know about the deformed target object. Sivan raised the match in his hand, stretched out his wand and lit it, chanting the incantation, Vediakos. The matches didn't change at all. Dumbledore also realized the problem and became serious. So how much do you know about needles, Roger? Zywin said, for me, the shape of the needle can be reproduced very well. Let's not mention this for the moment. In addition, the materials of the needle are mainly divided into copper, iron, and silver, etc., with different textures. Hemp in the chemistry mentioned by Gua, the structures of iron, copper, and silver molecules are also somewhat understood. This is what Zywin is most unwilling to do. He dares to say that there are few people in the entire wizarding world who understand the structure of matter better than himself. With the mentality of drawing parallels, he carefully read through various scientific journals and monographs of the 21st century during the treatment process, and gained some insights into various aspects of scientific knowledge. The threshold for transfiguration shouldn't be so high, he thought. Dumbledore suddenly smiled. Mr. Roger, I have to say that your breadth of knowledge is truly admirable. Thank you for the compliment, Professor. Sivan replied calmly, feeling that Dumbledore must be laughing at him. Do you know what magic can be used for? Dumbledore suddenly asked a seemingly irrelevant question. Zywin frowned, but still replied, it can do a lot: life, fighting, self-defense, countless. Dumbledore nodded, then shook his head, yes, and no. Magic is actually a very magical power, an incredible power. He sighed. Zywin nodded, this point is indeed irrefutable. Dumbledore continued, wizards have lived in the magical world since childhood, and magic runs through our lives. Very few people will have thoughts like yours. Rosier, I already know your question. This question is probably it may occur in young Muggle-born wizards, but it is very rare. Zywin opened his eyes in surprise. Having too complicated knowledge is both a blessing and a misfortune. Other little wizards will never want to cut open matter to analyze transformations like you. So how do they complete such a complicated spell? The answer is simple: learn to let go. Let go? Zywin asked doubtfully. That's right, let go. Don't think about the nature of things, and simply leave the things you want to accomplish to magic. Dumbledore said. The real miraculous power of magic does not lie in life, let alone fighting. It lies in its most important and basic characteristic, turning into all things. Transformed into all things. Zywin opened his mouth wide and was so shocked that he couldn't speak. This was completely different from his understanding of magic when he was at Comitage. Dumbledore took a deep look at Zywin and continued talking to himself. Transfiguration is more about controlling magic to change the nature of things, and operating magic to create or erase things. Wait until your own magical ability reaches a certain level. This height sometimes creates the illusion of omnipotence. In this case, you can achieve whatever you want, and everything around you can be used by the wizard. This is the power of magic. Professor, has your ability reached this level? Zywin asked with some hope. Dumbledore smiled and let the topic pass easily. Don't you want to try your transfiguration now? Zywin also smiled, pointed the magic wand at the match, and said softly, Vediakos. A flash of light flashed, and the match instantly transformed into a delicate silver needle, with beautiful patterns appearing on it. Wonderful transformation! Dumbledore exclaimed and clapped. Zywin bowed deeply towards him. It's all thanks to your teaching, Professor. You're welcome. If you really want to thank me, why don't you let me go to the auditorium? I might be able to catch a bowl of milk and honey pudding. Dumbledore winked playfully. Chapter 14. The new student of Slytherin came to the auditorium with the headmaster of Gryffindor. This incident caused an uproar among the young wizards of the two houses. You should know that the two houses have never dealt with it very well. However, Zywin didn't pay much attention to this, and he didn't have time to care about these small things. He didn't eat much for breakfast, and he didn't have much physical or mental exercise in the morning. Zywin was starving now. Sitting down behind the long Slytherin table, he found that he was lucky. It was probably not the end of the meal yet, and various dishes were still appearing on the plate in a steady stream. Perhaps because the three of them hadn't eaten in the morning, they still didn't finish their meal until Zywin sat down, and were still trying to fill their stomachs at the dinner table. They watched Sivan and Dumbledore walk into the auditorium together, and they almost dropped the tableware in their hands in shock. Zywin. Abu walked over quickly holding a glass of juice and asked in shock. How dare you get so close to Dumbledore? Mowgli also quickly followed. So is Dumbledore a moody dark wizard? I don't know. Zywin curled his lips and said nonchalantly. But he does have some abilities. No matter who he is, he won't pose a threat to us at school anyway, so it doesn't stop me from learning from him. After listening to Dumbledore's lectures all morning and going through the questions and answers just now, Zywin is now very convinced of Dumbledore, and does not feel that he is as unbearable as the various pure-blood families said. Perhaps everyone has some misunderstanding about him, he thought. By the time Zywin finished eating, it was already 12:30, and the first spells class in the afternoon started at 1 o'clock. It seemed like it was time to leave for the classroom again. Next time be sure to bring a whole day's worth of textbooks, he thought with some annoyance, and at the same time ran towards the underground lounge very quickly. On the way down the stairs, he met the 3 people from Abu who were hurriedly going upstairs. Quick, Zywin, just take us directly to the classroom. After seeing Zywin, Abu hurriedly stopped him who wanted to continue running down, and said with heavy breaths. You haven't come back yet, so we took your book. With that said, he took out 2 of Zywin's textbooks from his bag and handed them to him. It's a short journey, Zywin thought happily as he took the textbook and put it into the pocket watch space. Then, he noticed 6 envious glances coming from beside him. I will write a letter to my father tonight and ask him to send one. Abraxas gritted his teeth and said, and Mowgli beside him also agreed. Only Gomez sighed a little lonely in the corner. The 4 of them arrived at the Charms classroom on the 4th floor smoothly. Different from the Transfiguration classroom, the tables and chairs in the Charms classroom are arranged vertically. 4 long tables are arranged on the left and right sides of the classroom, leaving ample space for casting spells in the middle of the classroom. The 2 long tables near the middle are low, and the 2 against the wall are placed on elevated stone steps. The little wizards sit behind the tables and face the middle of the classroom for easy listening, and the little wizards in the back row will not be caught in the middle. Blocked by 2 rows. The professor who taught charms was already waiting in front of the blackboard at the front of the classroom. He is an older wizard, without a beard, with thick grey hair, and does not look very old. He has a long hooked nose, high eyebrows, and a somewhat frivolous smile. After the bell rang, he walked to the center of the classroom and introduced himself. Dear first-year students, good afternoon everyone. I am your spells professor this year, Adib Woflin. I hope that next time everyone can have a happy time in charms class. Seeing how kind the professor was, the little wizards all breathed a sigh of relief, smiled knowingly, and warm applause rang out in the classroom. While applauding, Zivin turned to Abraxas next to him and asked, Is our charms professor Adib Woflin? Abu was stunned for a moment and asked doubtfully, What's wrong? Is he famous? Didn't you notice? Our textbook. Zywin opened the magic theory on the table and showed it to Abu. There is a name written clearly on the title page, Adib Woflin. Abu Zhang's eyes widened. Does that mean he is very powerful? Of course, the basic rules of magic were summed up by Professor Woflin. Before Zywin could speak, a girl sitting in front of them wearing a blue-collared school robe turned back and glared at them and said. Also, the professor is about to start teaching, please be quiet. Abu was about to retort, but was pulled by Zivin, and then he found Professor Woflin looking at him with a playful look. He had no choice but to give up and glared hard at the back of the head of the Ravenclaw girl in the front row. Professor Woflin is worthy of being a master of magic theory who can write books that are popular at home and abroad. He made the originally very boring course, the theoretical knowledge of casting spells, very vivid. The young wizards all listened to his lectures attentively. Didn't even realize get out of class was over. Okay, that's it for today. Professor Woflin clapped his hands and said. Go back and practice the casting gestures of the floating spell. We will practice in the next class. After Professor Woflin turned around and left, the 4 of them quickly packed up their things, quickly walked out of the classroom door, and headed for the herbal medicine class. At this time, Mowgli suddenly asked, Did we forget something just now? Abu said, If you are talking about the break in the charms class, then the professor must have forgotten. I don't know if Professor Woflin really forgot or if he just took up the 10-minute break between classes in order to catch up with the progress of the class. Thinking that the professor had just finished speaking when the bell rang, Zywin felt that the latter was more likely. He added silently, I don't know if the professor has forgotten me, but I guess the people in Ravenclaw have completely forgotten. Looking at a group of young Ravenclaw wizards who had just taken notes and left the classroom carrying large and small bags, the 3 of them nodded in agreement. The first year herbal medicine class is held in greenhouse number 1, and their herbal medicine class professor is a young witch who looks less than 30 years old. Seeing this witch with dull eyes, Zywin said with some disappointment, "I thought the herbal medicine professor would be Professor Billy. How can you have the dean of the department give you this kind of treatment in every class? Let me tell you, unless a savior who saves the world comes to school, it won't be surprising no matter how preferential treatment the principal gives him. Maybe he will. I specially arranged a class schedule." Abu curled his lips and replied. "But it's impossible even if you think about it." Zywin sighed regretfully. "That's right, if there is one grade and every course is taught by the department head, what will the students in other grades think? This is a great injustice to other grades." However, what Abraxas did not expect was that what he said would become a prophecy many years later. 54 years later, a savior really appeared among one class of students. The principal personally changed the teaching grades of the professors, and finally formed a luxurious teaching configuration in which all deans taught the same class of students. And this class of students also includes his grandson. Chapter 15. After 2 hours of handling fresh food in the herbal medicine class, the little wizards walked out of greenhouse number 1 exhausted. "Why is the herbal medicine class so tiring?" Dragging his tired steps, Mowgli rested his whole body on Gomez while complaining about the herbal medicine class that had just ended. Abu and Zywin also felt quite tired, not only from physical fatigue, but also from the fatigue caused by repeated work. The professor of herbal medicine class seems to have insufficient teaching experience and only teaches according to the script. She just asked the little wizards to write down the steps for processing the fresh plants, and then led them to process the fresh plants. Every time after the little wizards have finished handling the fresh food, the professor has to repeat the key points of the homework and the mistakes made by individual little wizards, and then handle the next batch of fresh food. The little wizards are not completely relieved until the bell rings. Zywin even suspected that the entire school had been dealt with by freshmen like them. "Are you going to eat?" Abraxas asked weakly. "If any of you want to bring me a meal back, I don't have to go to the auditorium to eat." Zywin rolled his eyes angrily. After hearing this, Gomez suddenly said, "If you need it, I can take it back for you." Both Abramovich and Mowgli showed expressions of emotion. Seeing this, Zywin quickly interrupted them. He pushed the shoulders of Abramovich and Mowgli. Because Mowgli was still hanging on Gomez, Sivan pushed 3 people at once. Gone, he said. "There's no need to be so lazy that you don't even eat." After eating, Zywin was very relaxed and took a bath in the bathroom. The sweat from the morning exercise has been endured all day now. Zywin, who has been pampered in this world since he was a child, has not had this kind of experience for a long time. While wiping his hair with a towel, Zywin walked back to the dormitory in his pajamas. Abramovich was urging Mowgli and Gomez to go to the Quidditch stadium together. When he saw Sivan coming in, he asked, "Sivan, would you like to go to the Quidditch stadium together? If you're lucky, maybe you can. I can borrow a few broomsticks to enjoy myself." "I think it's unnecessary." Zywin shook his head decisively and refused. "I'm not in such a good mood to walk from the southeast corner of the castle to the northwest at night." Mowgli and Gomez nodded in agreement. This made Abu look unhappy. Zywin casually threw the towel on the hanger and looked back at his cat carrier, as if he felt something was wrong. He stopped silently and looked back at the cat cage. The door of the silver cat cage is tightly closed, and the items inside are intact, but the cat is missing. "Wait a minute, have any of you seen my cat?" He looked at Abu and the others with suspicion. For 2 months, the silver-white kitten Zywin brought back from the magical creatures shop had been sleeping with its eyes closed, just like in the shop. After searching for information, Zywin learned that ordinary pet cats usually open their eyes 8 to 20 days after birth. A kitten that opens its eyes usually proves that it has the ability to survive. The lifespan of a cat is longer than that of an ordinary domestic cat, and the time it takes to open its eyes is slightly longer than that of a domestic cat, but it generally does not exceed a month. The kitten that Zywin brought home looked exactly like a British Shorthair, but it did not open its eyes for 2 full months. Sandrine once suspected that she would not survive and wanted to throw her away. However, under Zywin's insistence, the house elf Millie still fed her a small bottle of goat's milk from a bottle regularly every day, and the kitten survived with dignity. Sandrine even called in an expert from the Department for the Regulation of Magical Creatures to see what was wrong with the kitten. However, after observing for a long time, the expert only concluded that the kitten had the blood of domestic cats and cat nivis and was very healthy. He did not find the reason why she could not open her eyes. Therefore, Zywin planned to find a more professional professor of care of magical creatures to inquire after arriving at Hogwarts. But what he didn't expect was that the accident happened before he found the professor and asked about it. Zywin looked at Abu and the others with suspicion, because the kitten had been sleeping and the door of the cat cage was well sealed, so it was unlikely that she woke up and ran away. So Zywin had no doubt that it was probably the three closest Abus who had played a prank on him. "Hey! Don't look at us like that!" Abu shouted unconvinced. "We never touched your cat." Mowgli also echoed, "We have been pestered by Abraxas to go to the Quidditch pitch since we came back. We have no chance to touch your cat cage." Zywin looked at Gomez, and the boy, who had always been taciturn, nodded. After thinking for a while, Zywin felt that they were not lying. Although the school term was short, they got along pretty well, so it was actually unlikely that they would make such a joke to tease him. "So, where did the kitten go? Do me a favor." After a moment of silence, Zywin said. "Can you help me find my cat nearby? This is considered a last resort. If you don't expect what happened, mobilizing more people to help is the best option." Mowgli and Gomez were eager to find a reason to prevent Abramovich from going to the Quidditch field at night to make trouble, and they quickly took action. When Abu saw that no one was with him, he lost interest and joined the team looking for the cat. "Kitten!" Zywin shouted in the corridor outside the lounge. "So you just named your cat Kitten?" Abraxas, who was fishing nearby, couldn't help but complain. Zywin glared at him angrily and said, "If you have time to complain, why don't you help me go to the stairs to look for him?" "Okay, okay." Abu spread his hands and said helplessly. "How do I make a friend like you?" Because Zywin was searching for cats throughout the dormitory, the students in the Slytherin common room noticed their strange behavior and asked curiously what they were doing. After Zywin's explanation, many young wizards who were bored after eating also joined the cat-finding team and began their journey to find the kitten. The team is getting bigger and bigger, and its influence is getting bigger and bigger. It actually attracts students who are resting in the dormitory and senior wizards who have just returned from outside to join in. In the end, almost the entire Slytherin Academy is looking for cats. The great achievement. "Zywin, haven't you found the kitten yet? It's almost curfew." Elshana asked worriedly. Frustrated by not finding the kitten, most of the Slytherin students lost their enthusiasm for joining. They all said hello to Sivan and went back to rest. And Elshana was one of the few people who accompanied him to find the last one. Zywin sighed and said helplessly, "Yes. If I still can't find it, I guess I may violate the school rules on the first day of school." Elshana opened her eyes wide. "What? Are you going out for a night out?" "Shh, keep your voice down." Zywin quickly covered her mouth and lowered his voice. But there were still many people in the common room who heard Elshana's voice and turned their heads to look here. Seeing the prefect Ignatius getting up and walking over, Zywin smiled bitterly and let go of his hand, revealing Elshana's slightly red face. "Zywin, I heard that you are going out for a night out?" Ignatius asked with interest. Zywin simply nodded and said, "Yes, Prefect Pruitt. I still want to find my cat." Ignatius said, "I told you, just call me Ignatius." "Just a moment." He then took out his wand. Just when Zywin was curious about what he wanted to do, Ignatius's wand touched the top of Zywin's head. "Disillusion," he read. Then, a layer of cool, liquid-like magic enveloped Zywin. He looked down at a body that now looked like it didn't belong at all, its entire body changing color and texture to match the background of the common room around him. He seemed to have become a human chameleon. "Illusion spell?" he asked softly. "It looks okay." Looking in the direction of Zywin, Ignatius tilted his head. "Go ahead. Although you can't fool the professors, there's still no problem in fooling that old bastard Pringle." He turned around gracefully and took 2 steps, then turned back uneasily and added, "Remember, if you find Professor, don't worry about anything, just run back quickly. They will treat you as a Gryffindor." The corner of Zywin's mouth twitched. "So are you really a prefect?" Chapter 16. Wearing the coat of the disillusionment spell, Zywin walked out of the common room. The green torches in the corridor outside have been extinguished, the surroundings are extremely dark, and the entire basement is filled with a cold and eerie atmosphere. Lumos. He took out his wand, added a little light enough to see the road in the dark space, and then walked towards the ground. On the other side, Helena looked at Strange walking around in surprise. In the evening, he suddenly put down the book Secrets of Ancient Legends of the Magical World that he was reading seriously and ran out of the library. Then he started wandering around and behaving extremely strangely. "What are you looking for?" Helena asked. Zywin looked at Helena helplessly and said, "If you don't read in the mirror space, why are you following her out?" Helena said, "Anyway, I can't remember the knowledge if I stay there reading the book. Why don't I come out and see what interesting things you are going to do?" "It's not an interesting thing." Zywin was very speechless and had to make up a random reason and said, "I just saw a legend in the Secret of Ancient Legends of the Magical World, which mentioned Hogwarts. The 4 founders of CI all left a secret room in the castle, and there is precious knowledge and wealth in the secret room. I feel a little curious. Most of those legends were obtained through false rumors." Helena curled her lips disdainfully and said, "But speaking of the Chamber of Secrets, Salazar Slytherin probably built one after he fell out with the other 3 founders, but no one knows the specific location." She thought for a moment and then added, "Ravenclaw did leave a room on the 8th floor, but ghosts can't get in. There's no need to force it." Zywin was originally focused on finding his kitten and had no intention of exploring the secret room, so he said a perfunctory sentence and started wandering around the castle again. "Wait." He suddenly realized a problem and stopped. "How do you know so clearly? Are you? It's obvious, isn't it? I'm the daughter of Ravenclaw." Helena raised her eyebrows slightly proudly, and then her expression dimmed. "Ah, he is actually a senior of the Founders era, so disrespectful." Zywin made a face deliberately to make a joke. Helena burst into laughter. "You are so unserious. What's the use of being serious? You can't eat it." Zywin muttered, but continued to look for the cat. Suddenly, Zywin felt like he bumped into a person, or a ghost. He looked very scary, with dull eyes and a haggard appearance, and his robe was stained with silver blood spots. "Sorry, I was just thinking about the problem and didn't look at the road carefully." Zywin quickly stepped aside and apologized to him. But this scary ghost didn't pay attention at all. He just stared at Helena and stopped all movements. Helena's face immediately turned cold, and she took Zywin's arm and prepared to take him away from here. However, Zywin's other arm was pulled back by the terrifying ghost. Zywin looked at him with questioning eyes and asked, "What's the matter, sir? Who are you? I don't think I have ever seen you." He glared and said viciously, "Barrow, he is my friend, don't go too far," Helena said to Barrow in a cold and blunt tone. After hearing her words, Barrow seemed to panic for a moment, and even his tone trembled a little. He said, "Helena, you are so gullible that you don't even know you've been deceived. Are you saying that I am a liar, Mr. Barrow?" Zywin's tone also darkened. Helena didn't want to say anything to Barodo, so she simply turned around and pulled Zywin towards the other side of the castle. And Zywin also shook his arm, easily broke away from Barrow's pull, and followed Helena away. Only the stunned Barrow stayed where he was. While walking on the road, Helena saw that Zywin's face was not very good, so she comforted her softly, "Strange, you don't need to be angry because of Barrow. He is just a madman. I'm fine." Zywin shook his head. It's not that he was angry because of Barrow's doubts, it was just that the castle was almost searched and he hadn't found his cat yet, so he was a little depressed. As for Barrow's question, he actually didn't say anything wrong. He used the alias Strange to gain Helena's trust. How is he any different from a liar? By the way, is that the only ghost Peeves is afraid of? Zywin asked. He just bullies the weak and fears the strong. Helena snorted coldly. Because there was no trace of the kitten after almost searching in the castle, Zywin, who was wearing a magic body spell, was going to try his luck outside the castle. Just as he was quietly heading to the first floor of the castle, a dim light suddenly appeared under the stairs, and a figure holding an oil lamp walked towards Zywin. "Who's there?" he shouted as if he saw the light from Sivan's wand. Quickly extinguishing the wand, Zywin hid behind a stone pier and held his breath. A middle-aged man with a sinister face and disheveled hair came over carrying a heavy oil lamp. He carefully searched the surroundings left and right, front and back, but found no one. There was a puzzled expression on his face, but he said calmly, "Come out, I've seen you." Zywin curled his lips and continued to stay where he was calmly. "What's the matter, Mr. Pringle?" At this time, a voice sounded from the corner. A young man holding a glowing wand came out of the corner on the other side and asked doubtfully. Pringle was overjoyed at first, but when he saw the person coming, he replied in disappointment, "Professor Loyole, why are you here?" Professor Loyole replied, "I didn't adjust my schedule well at the beginning of school, so I couldn't sleep, so I went out for a walk." Pringle said, "Were you here just now? I thought there were naughty students out for a night out." Professor Loyole raised the corner of his mouth and said softly, "I was not in this position just now. Maybe there are actually students nearby." As he spoke, he glanced around with wandering eyes. Zywin suddenly became nervous. He didn't think that Pruitt's unskilled transformation curse could be hidden from a professor. What's more, after such a long time, the effect of the disguise curse has begun to weaken. We have to think of something. Zywin thought. At the same time, he silently hid his body in a blind spot behind the stone pier that Professor Loyole could not see. Professor Lorry followed the castle administrator Pringle as he moved around, trying to find the little wizard who violated the school rules. When he walked to a stone pier, he suddenly felt something was out of place, so he took 2 steps back, ready to take a closer look. Zywin held his breath. "Are you looking for something?" Suddenly, a voice rang in the air. The 2 people who were interrupted looked up into the sky and found a ghost standing in the sky looking at them doubtfully. Chapter 17. Are you looking for something? A ghost standing in the air stopped Professor Lorry and Pringle. "There is a student who violated school rules. He should be nearby," Pringle said, hoping that a ghost could help them. "Did you see anyone suspicious?" The ghost pretended to think for a while and said, "Speaking of little wizards wandering at night, I did see one at the stairs on the 3rd floor just now. He should have just escaped from here. It must be Gryffindor's naughty bag." Pringle said bitterly and ran towards the stairs quickly. "I will definitely catch him." Professor Loyole frowned and glanced at the position of the stone pier again, but the feeling of incongruity had disappeared. He shook his head and left the position in confusion. The ghost in the sky breathed a sigh of relief, and then saw Helena floating over curiously. She asked, "Are you covering for the little wizard who wanders at night?" Zywin laughed awkwardly and said, "I think it's not easy for little wizards." Helena glanced at him suspiciously, but didn't ask any more questions. At the same time, the little wizard Zywin had arrived at the lobby on the 1st floor of the teaching area. When he used his ghost identity to attract the attention of Professor Loyole and Pringle, he secretly took out his wand and recited the spell he had just learned during the day in a very soft voice, turning his soles into soft cushions. Then he quietly left the 2 faculty members who were searching and came to the 1st floor. Afterwards, he tensed his nerves and stood at the bottom of the stairs leading from the 1st floor to the 2nd floor. It was not until he heard the footsteps of the 2 people disappearing that he finally relaxed and took a deep breath. So close. Zywin rubbed his face, feeling that his whole body was about to freeze. Fortunately, he finally achieved his goal. Leaving the hiding stairs, Zywin walked to the closed door of the castle. He saw the iron bolts and big locks hanging on it, but this did not make him feel depressed. Zywin stretched out his hand and pressed it on the door, feeling its thickness. Then, he raised his left hand in an upright position and drew a circle on the door with the wand in his right hand. A ring emitting golden light grew from small to large, and finally reached the size of a person's height, clinging to the castle gate. From the golden ring, you can see the stars in the sky and the faint grass on the ground. This is the scene behind the gate. Who would have thought that I could only reduce the dimensional door to a wall-penetrating circle? Zywin smiled mockingly to himself, walked through the ring, and came to the outside of the castle. After half an hour, Zywin walked aimlessly on the lawn, feeling that the hope of finding the kitten was getting slimmer. "Oxyo kitten!" He reluctantly raised his wand and shouted into the empty grass. With his eyes closed, Zywin thought about the appearance of the kitten in his mind, hoping to summon her over. After about half a minute, Zywin opened his eyes. A strange, unshaven face suddenly appeared in front of him, with a very surprised expression on that big face. "I'm going." Zywin was so frightened that he cursed, jumped back suddenly, lost his balance and fell to the grass. "Professor Ketleben, why are you here?" He reluctantly sat up, rubbing his head that had been hit hard, and asked with lingering fear. "I should be asking you this, right? You're yelling next to my room at night." Professor Ketleben said with a glare. "If I'm not mistaken, it should be curfew time now." Zywin replied with a headache, "Yes, but my cat can't be found. I really want to find her back." Professor Ketlaban said angrily, what can happen to a pet cat? It might just run out to play on its own. After a few days, when it gets tired of playing, it will go back to its nest. Zaiwen said, but my cat hasn't opened its eyes at noon today, and the cat cage is still closed well. Professor Kettleburn's tone became even more angry. He said, bringing a kitten to school with its eyes closed? What do you think? What if you can't keep it alive? Are you responsible? Hearing what he said, Zaiwen suddenly remembered something and asked a little excitedly, Professor, you teach the care of magical creatures class, right? Professor Ketlaban looked at him suspiciously and said, yes, is there any problem? Zaiwen said, I've always wanted to find you, and today is just the right time. Later, Zaiwen told Professor Ketlaban all about his cat's anomalies. The professor slowly became interested as he listened. He waved his hand and said, follow me. Professor Ketlaban took Zaiwen to where he lived. He lived in a shack next to the Forbidden Forest. The house was very simple, with only a bed, a table, and a chair. The dirty table was placed by the narrow window, and there was a large colorful pot on it, which was boiling water. Zaiwen glanced at the colorful cauldron and felt that it seemed a bit out of tune with the simplicity of the room. So he took another look, and then couldn't look away again. Professor, is this the shell of a fire crab? Is it used to boil water? Zaiwen asked in disbelief. This gadget boils water very quickly, so it works really well. Professor Ketlaban sat on the bed carelessly, indicating that Zaiwen could sit on the chair. Zaiwen bent down and moved the dusty long bristled brush in front of him, preparing to go to the chair. However, he froze again. Is this unicorn tail hair? He reached out and touched it in disbelief. He clearly felt the same touch as the tail hair that he had specially studied at home and used to make the core of the wand, so he looked at it in shock. To Professor Ketlaban. The professor waved his hand and motioned for him to come over quickly. Don't make a fuss. The unicorn's tail hair can easily hang on the tree trunk. This thing is very common in the Forbidden Forest. He said. Hurry up and sit here and tell me about your cat in detail. Zaiwen felt that he was numb. It seemed that even if he was as wealthy as his own family, he would not be so luxurious as to use a small pack of 10 gallons of unicorn tail hair to make a hair brush. Shaking his head vigorously, he forced these astonishing emotions away and began to tell how he bought the cat, what the cat's image was like, its usual abnormal behavior, and expert evaluations, etc. The professor listened with interest, interrupting Zaiwen from time to time to ask for some details. You said that the cat cage is closed well, but the cat is missing. He asked. Could it be that your roommate let it go? Zaiwen shook his head and said, I don't think so. They have no motive for doing this. Nodding slightly, Professor Ketlaban pondered for a while, and suddenly said with a solemn expression, according to what you said, I only know that cats can pass through a well-closed cat cage without causing damage to it. A sort of. That's Ziuaohu. Chapter 18. I only know of one cat that can pass through a well-enclosed cat cage without causing damage, and that is Zhou. Professor Ketlaban said with a frown. But that's not right. How can Ziuaohu be as small as your cat? He shook his head. And the image doesn't match up. Is it possible that he has a certain bloodline of Ziuaohu and inherited his body shape from Mao Litsi? Zaiwen asked. It's not impossible. The world is so big, no matter how magical an animal is, it's possible for it to be born. Professor Ketlaban opened his hands and showed an obsessed look. Don't worry, as long as you treat your cat well, she will come back to you sooner or later. Cats with cat-nivis blood are still very close to their owners. He added. Zaiwen had no choice but to thank the professor and prepare to go back to the dormitory and wait for the kitten to come back. Wait. Professor Ketlaban said suddenly. What's wrong, Professor? Zaiwen turned his head and asked doubtfully. Come to my place for confinement every weekend this month. He smiled slyly and winked at Zaiwen. No matter what, you will be punished if you violate school rules. It was almost 3 o'clock in the morning when Zaiwen returned to the dormitory dejectedly. His 3 roommates were all sleeping soundly, and they even snored without knowing who they were. He didn't even change his clothes, so he fell heavily on the bed, and fell asleep as soon as he closed his eyes. He fell into a deep sleep, and it wasn't until he felt someone shaking him that Zaiwen became vaguely conscious. Zaiwen. Zaiwen. It's time to wake up, class starts in less than half an hour. Abraxas shook Zaiwen vigorously beside him. What time is it? Zywin asked drowsily, still a little unconscious. It's 8:30. Abu shouted. What? Zywin woke up instantly, jumped off the bed with a bounce, and hit his head on the luggage rack directly above the bed with a thud. Now he was completely awake. He rubbed his head that had been suffering for the past 2 days. He never expected that not only did he miss his biological clock, but he even achieved the achievement of waking up late that his 3 roommates had just accomplished yesterday. Oxio textbooks. Before he had time to break it down, he stuffed all the textbooks into the pocket watch space, and then quickly rushed out of the dormitory. Fortunately, the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom is on the 2nd floor of the main tower. After climbing up the spiral staircase outside the Slytherin common room to the entrance courtyard, you can see the corridor at the entrance of the auditorium. If you run over and turn a slight corner, you can easily reach the corridor outside the classroom through the marble steps behind the corridor. Because they moved quickly and the classrooms were close, when Sivan and Abraxas arrived at the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, there were still a few minutes before class started. The layout of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom is somewhat similar to that of the Transfiguration classroom. There are also rows of double desks arranged in 3 rows, with the little wizards of Slytherin and Gryffindor sitting on both sides. There is a desk and a bookshelf in the front of the classroom. What is unique is that there is a set of steps on the right that curve around and lead to a wooden door near the 3rd floor. Zywin, this way. Elshana waved to Zywin, who walked into the classroom. Sivan saw that she was sitting alone behind the desk in the 1st row on the right, while Mobley and Gomez, who had arrived first, were sitting in the 3rd row on the right. Giving Abu an apologetic look, Zywin silently walked to Elshana's side. Hey! You can't do this, you are focusing on sex over friends. Abu said angrily. Hearing the word valuing sex over friends uttered from the mouth of an 11-year-old wizard, Zywin, whose mental age is far beyond his peers, felt a little funny inexplicably. He looked back at him and said, "Don't you think so? Do you want me to leave a lady in the front row to listen to the class alone?" Abu said, "Then why don't you sit in a row by yourself?" "It's not impossible." Zywin replied, and then he actually walked to the 2nd row. However, just as Abu was enjoying himself, Elshana also stood up and seemed to be preparing to move to the 2nd row as well. Come on, I've convinced you. You two can sit in the 1st row, and leave the 2nd row to me." Abraxas gritted his teeth bitterly, kicked Zywin away, and sat alone. In the 2nd row. Zywin sat back down next to Elshana in the 1st row without even realizing it, took out the textbook for the Defense Against the Dark Arts class and put it on the table, yawning tiredly. "The dark circles under your eyes are so heavy." Elshana looked at him a little worriedly and said. "So what time did the night tour last night? "I don't know, it's very late anyway." Zywin yawned again. He was about to lie down on the table to catch up on some sleep, when the class bell rang unfriendlily. A young man with obvious bags under his eyes pushed open the wooden door on the right front of the classroom as the class bell rang, and walked along the steps to the podium. Looking at the young man with light brown hair, Zywin opened his eyes wide. "What's wrong?" Elshana noticed Zywin's abnormality and asked doubtfully. "He is Professor Loyole. I met him during the night tour last night and almost got caught by him." Zywin covered his mouth with his hand and replied in a low voice. He now extremely regrets that he sat in the front row. "You actually ran away from a professor?" Elshana asked in shock. Zywin put his index finger in front of his lips and shook his head at her, signaling her not to leak it. Professor Loyole also walked to the front of the classroom, stood up, and began to introduce himself. "Good morning everyone, my name is Claude Laurie, and I will be your Defense Against the Dark Arts professor this school year." He counted the number of people and smiled. "It seems that everyone is here, which is great. But I noticed that 2 classmates don't have table mates yet. I think you can form a pair, what do you think?" Abu, who was sitting behind Zywin, turned around in surprise and found that in the middle row of desks, there was indeed a Gryffindor wearing a red collar school uniform sitting there alone. "I disagree, sir," Abu shouted. "I don't think it's necessary," the little Gryffindor wizard also said coldly. The little Gryffindor wizard had light yellow hair and a round face, but the round face that should have looked honest turned out to be very fierce and rough on his face, with one blue and one black in 2 different colors. The eyes exude a sharp light. "What are your names?" Professor Loyole asked with great interest. "My name is Abraxas Malfoy." Abu answered first in a proud tone, and he glanced at the Gryffindor student disdainfully. The little Gryffindor wizard ignored him and just answered the professor's question indifferently. "Alastair Moody, sir." It turned out to be Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Moody, Professor Lorry said. "I need to state up front that my classes require a lot of coordination between teammates, and everyone needs a partner. So now, follow my order, you two come and sit in this row," he said in a strong tone. Chapter 19. So now, follow my order, you two come and sit in the middle of the first row, Professor Loyole said in a strong tone. But Abu wanted to refute, but was interrupted by the professor. Everyone must know that the situation in the wizarding world is very tense now. Under such circumstances, all wizards should be united and cannot tolerate division. And you still want to use your inherent prejudices to be hostile to students from different colleges. His eyes slowly passed over all the little wizards in the audience, and his tone was cold. The young wizards from the two colleges lowered their heads in guilty conscience, not daring to look at them. Moody was silent for a moment, then quietly packed up his things and walked to sit in the first row in the middle. But Abraxas still stopped in place, unwilling to leave, until Professor Loyole's eyes slowly moved over. Abu couldn't bear the pressure, so he gritted his teeth and left his seat, sitting heavily on the chair in the first row in the middle, as if to express his dissatisfaction. Zywin noticed that both of them moved their chairs to the outermost side of the table, and the two chairs were almost a full desk apart. Professor Loyole ignored their little mood and finally started teaching. The Defense Against the Dark Arts course will teach you how to deal with the threats of dark wizards and dangerous creatures. In the current situation, this course is obviously extremely important. The most important issue is how to protect your own safety, he said. So, can anyone tell me what you should do if you encounter a dark wizard or dangerous creature? Abu quickly raised his hand, with the unconvinced expression still on his face. Mr. Malfoy. Professor Lorry gestured to Abu to answer this question. I'll let my dad and his friends deal with them, he said proudly. The little wizards burst into laughter, which made Abu look very ugly. Professor Loyole pressed down his hands to ask everyone to stop. There's nothing wrong with that, he said. Anyone else want to answer? Moody stood up and said, I will use the corresponding spells according to the coping methods given in the textbook to repel dangerous creatures. Lorry nodded, non-committal. Then he glanced around the classroom and saw Zywin, who was so sleepy that he couldn't help but yawn. This classmate seems to be not in good spirits. He looked at Zywin playfully and said. Your name is? Sivan Rozier, Professor. Sivan raised his eyes to look at the professor and replied listlessly. The two wizards, one large and one small, with thick dark circles under their eyes, looked at each other, looking inexplicably happy. Professor Loyole seemed to have no intention of letting him go, and continued to ask, do you have any unique insights into the question just now? Zywin stood up helplessly and said perfunctorily, just run away. I guess there are no dark wizards or dangerous animals that rookies of our age can beat. It makes sense. Professor Loyole nodded and motioned for Zywin to sit down. The answers everyone gave are very reasonable. When we are in danger, we should never think about how to defeat the other party. Remember, fighting is always the last resort to solve problems, he said. When encountering danger, what we should be most concerned about is our own safety. And if we want to protect ourselves, the most practical methods are three methods, which are also consistent with the speeches of the previous three students. That is, calling for help, fighting off the opponent, or run for your life quickly. However, the reality is not that simple. As Mr. Rozier just said, it is difficult for little wizards of your age to defeat dangerous enemies or creatures, so the plan of repelling the enemies can be basically eliminated. As for escaping, he has neither learned how to apparate, nor can he carry tools such as broomsticks and door keys with him, so it is difficult to escape the other party's pursuit. So, sometimes, calling a nearby adult wizard for help is the best way. Hearing this, Abraxas smiled proudly and glanced at Moody arrogantly, but was ignored by him. Professor Loyole continued, Today, I will teach you the red sparks and green sparks needed to transmit signals. The meaning of green sparks is to indicate that your location is safe, while the red sparks tell your partners that your location is safe. Danger, need support. Professor Lorry took out his wand and waved it towards the left side of the empty classroom. The spell is, Ruddy Sparkle. Red smoke like light spurted out from the tip of his wand, illuminating the wall on the left side of the classroom red. The extinguishing spell is the same as the fluorescent extinguishing spell, Nox. The red light gradually disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. The spell for the green spark is Verde Sparkle. This time, green light lit up from the tip of Professor Loyole's wand, and then he walked to the window holding the wand emitting green light. He turned to the little wizards and said, "Now I will show you an expanded content, which you do not need to master in this class. The spark spell usually needs to be used in conjunction with another spell, which is the ascending spell." Professor Lorry stretched the wand he held high out of the window and pointed at the sky. Ascendio. A powerful green light flew quickly into the sky in the direction of the wand, leaving a gorgeous trajectory. Finally, the green light bloomed like fireworks very high in the sky, leaving a bright color even under the dazzling sunlight. Professor Loyole looked back at the little wizards in the classroom who stretched their necks with envious expressions. He smiled proudly and said, "Let me explain the precautions when casting spells." Therefore, in the following lessons, the little wizards randomly practiced these two basic spark spells in the classroom. From time to time someone would set the table on fire or burn a companion's hat. Professor Lorry had to put out fires everywhere to prevent the entire classroom from being destroyed. Zywin, who had already mastered these two spells at home, had the privilege of being exempted from practicing the spells in this class after showing them to Professor Loyole. Zywin spread the book on the desk and pretended to preview the next lesson, but in fact he squinted his eyes and fell asleep, leaving El Shana to practice the magic spell alone, and at the same time she was responsible for the day. The task of waking him up when the professor came over. After Zywin's head fell on the desk several times, the class was finally over. Being sleepy and hungry, he had a hasty meal in the auditorium and then returned to his dormitory, yawning all day long. Before going to bed, he sat on the bed and subconsciously glanced at the cat cage where his kitten once lived. The cat cage is no longer empty, it seems like there is something living inside. Zywin opened his tired eyes wide, trying to see clearly what it was, but unexpectedly saw a pair of strange bright yellow eyes. Those eyes seemed to have a unique magic power, and Zywin felt as if his whole body was being drawn towards them. The scenes he had experienced in the past 2 days kept flashing before his eyes, the worry when he saw the kitten disappearing yesterday, the scene in the lounge, the enthusiasm of everyone looking for the kitten, the nervousness of a person walking outside the castle at night. His vision became increasingly blurry. Then, he fell heavily on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 20. When Zywin woke up from his sleep, through the black lake outside the window, there was not much sunlight left to shine into the bedroom, and the surroundings seemed quite dark. Zywin opened his hazy sleeping eyes, was confused for a while, and then opened his eyes wide. Damn it! What time is this? He broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly turned over to look for his pocket watch under the pillow, and then found that the pocket watch fell out of his collar. You're finally awake. Abraxas' voice came from the bed opposite. Did you know you missed all your afternoon classes? Yeah, he's so strong that he won't go to class on the second day of school. Mobley also said with great admiration, and then he asked Gomez to light the chandelier. Gomez, Sivan is awake, you can light the lamp. Gomez also showed an expression of admiration to Zywin, then stood up and walked to the door of the dormitory, pulling a ring next to him. A sound like snapping fingers sounded above the chandelier, and a spark accurately hit the candles filled with chandeliers, and the bedroom immediately became brightly lit. Zywin covered his face in annoyance, blocking the suddenly dazzling light, and said angrily, "Why didn't any of you call me? Have you forgotten, you are the only one among us who wants to take a nap, and the 3 of us didn't go back to the dormitory at all." Abu looked at Zywin with contempt and said, "Besides, it's not very close from the herbology classroom to the history of magic classroom. We're not familiar with the castle, so we don't have time to go back to the dormitory to find you." Mobley added. Hey! Zywin sighed deeply, feeling that life was hopeless. Oh, by the way, Pruitt just sent a note, saying that the vice principal asked him to give it to you. Gomez suddenly interrupted. Zywin glanced at the table, and sure enough, there was half a piece of parchment lying there quietly. It read, "Mr. Rozier, please come to my office as soon as you see it." Galadia Melos, and the detailed location of the vice principal's office was also written below the parchment. Zywin held his forehead. It's over, I'm afraid I won't be able to see the sun tomorrow. In the pitiful eyes of his 3 roommates, Zywin left the dormitory and walked heavily to Professor Melos's office. The vice principal's office is on the 2nd floor of the main tower, quite close to the defense against the dark arts classroom. After walking up the marble steps, turn left and you will see the exquisite wooden door of the office. Zywin knocked on the door with a guilty conscience. Come in. Professor Mellers's voice came from the office, and the office door opened in response. Zywin walked in fearfully and saw Professor Mellers sitting behind the desk. He was still dressed as he was when school started the day before yesterday, wearing a blue robe and a pointed wizard hat. But her face was not as amiable as it was at the beginning of school. Instead, her face was serious and sullen. There is another person dressed as a professor sitting on the sofa next to him in the vice principal's office. He is a short, chubby, middle-aged man with thick straw-colored hair and a sparse ginger gold beard. At this time, he was chatting with Professor Mellers. Seeing Zywin come in, Professor Mellers looked at him sternly and said slowly, "Mr. Rozier, tell me what's wrong with you. You dared to miss the entire afternoon class on the second day of school." Zywin touched his nose guiltily and whispered, "Professor, I didn't mean to do it. I really fell asleep by accident." Professor Mellers pursed his lips and said seriously, "You should learn to master the concept of time, Mr. Rozier. Do you know that Professor Assad, who teaches your herbal medicine class, almost went crazy? Even after listening to a whole herbal lesson, I just learned that her name is Assad." Even after being criticized by the vice principal, Zywin still couldn't help but secretly complain about the poor herbal medicine professor. It seemed that Zywin was a little absent-minded, and Professor Mellers wanted to continue to criticize a few more words. At this time, the short and fat man sitting on the sofa spoke. "Relax, Galadiah. After all, you are a new student, so it is normal for you not to adapt well to the environment," he said with a smile, and gave Zywin a friendly smile. Professor Mellers frowned and said to the man, "Horace, this is a student in your college. In theory, it should be left to you. But I hope you can punish him fairly, at least deducting points and confinement. It's indispensable." Hearing Professor Mellers' words, Zywin realized that this friendly-looking short, fat man was Horace Slughorn, the Dean of Slytherin, and it was Sandrin who told him to ask for help if he needed help. Reliable man. He couldn't help but take another look at the man. "I understand, Galadiah." Professor Slughorn nodded, smiled, and motioned for Zywin to follow him, and then led him out of the vice principal's office. Walking on the road, Zywin carefully looked at his direct dean and asked, "Professor, what will be my punishment?" "Ah, punishment." Professor Slughorn seemed to have just remembered this, holding his chin and thinking. "Let me see. Well, let's do this. Slytherin will deduct 10 points, and then you will come to me for solitary confinement every Friday. How about this, is this punishment okay?" He winked at Zywin and said with a smile. "By the way, I have a slug club, would you be interested in joining, Zywin? Let me tell you secretly, the slug club's weekly meeting is on Friday." Professor Slughorn said mysteriously. "If you join, the party every Friday will be your confinement. That's it." Zywin froze on the spot, falling into deep self-doubt. It's okay for Slytherin's prefects to help new students violate school rules, but Slytherin's headmaster actually takes the lead in exploiting loopholes in school rules? So what kind of characters are there in this college? Zywin didn't react until Dean Slughorn smiled and walked him to the stairs leading to the Slytherin common room from the entrance courtyard. He hurriedly thanked the professor and firmly refused to agree to his idea of sending him directly to the lounge. Back in the dormitory, Zywin still felt a little outrageous. He violated the school rules and was absent from class all afternoon. According to what the vice principal said, he almost made a professor mad. And the dean of the college actually had no intention of blaming him, and instead wanted to send him to his dormitory himself? After telling the 3 roommates who were anxiously waiting for Zywin, or rather anxiously waiting to watch the show, Mobley and Gomez opened their mouths in shock. Only Abu showed no surprise after hearing this. It would make sense if it was Professor Slughorn. Abu said enigmatically. "My dad told me before school started that if anything happens, just go to Professor Slughorn, he will sort everything out." "Is our dean so good?" Gomez asked. Abu said, "No, he will probably only help people from my background and Zywin's." Gomez. Zywin was too embarrassed to continue listening to Abu's show-off. He interrupted him with a little embarrassment and asked, "Can you tell me what was taught in the afternoon class?" After saying this, he clearly saw that the faces of the 3 roommates turned dark. "Tuesday afternoon class is a nightmare," Mobley shouted first. "Can you believe we dealt with another whole class of Baisyen? There is also a history of magic class. I even feel like I am listening to a book from heaven." Abu also shouted out his dissatisfaction. "Why should I listen to a dead man's lecture? Dead person? Zywin asked in surprise. He felt that this was too disrespectful to the professor. You may not know that our history of magic professor is a ghost. Gomez added next to him. Zywin. Chapter 21. After learning that the herbal medicine class was as boring as ever, and that the history of magic class that he had never taken was like listening to the Bible, Zywin had no intention of making up any extra classes. And at this time, another thing that made him very happy diverted his attention. The kitten is back. This incident was only discovered by Zywin when several people in the dormitory were talking about their feelings about absenteeism. They were chatting at that time, and Zywin suddenly thought that he had not had a good rest because he was looking for cats at night, so he overslept. I still vaguely remember that there was a pair of strange yellow eyes in the cat cage at noon. I don't know if I fell asleep due to the influence of those eyes or if I was just too sleepy to hold back. So he glanced at the cat cage, and then he was filled with surprise. A kitten that looks like a British short-hair silver gradient is lying quietly in the cat cage. It has fluffy silver-white hair, a round head, a fleshy body, and occasionally blinks its big light yellow eyes. Very cute. Zywin ran over as if he was flying, opened the cat cage, and held the kitten in his arms. Kitten, have you opened your eyes? He said in surprise. His 3 roommates also came over curiously. Seeing how cute the kitten was, Mowgli wanted to reach out and touch her, but his hand was slapped aside by the cat's paw. This made his hand awkwardly stop in the air, with nowhere to place it. Poor Mowgli had to pretend that his nose was itchy, and took his hand back in midair to touch his nose. So your cat did sneak out on his own? Abraxas said. It seems that's the case. Zywin nodded and said. Kitten, don't run around anymore. Even if you go out to play at night, you have to come back early. Otherwise, I might have to miss a few more classes for you. The kitten seemed to understand Zywin's words and gave a cute meow. If the rediscovery of the kitten made Zywin very happy, on the contrary, the morning of herbal medicine class was coming the next day. Professor Assad seemed to be very dissatisfied with Zywin, who had missed an entire class. He stared at Zywin throughout the morning, and would immediately point out any mistakes he made, and would also ask him to demonstrate in public. Zywin, who didn't study herbal medicine seriously at home, spent the whole morning in misery. After finally making it to the afternoon, Zywin had not yet recovered from the defense against the dark arts class where he continued to practice the spark charm, and he soon ushered in the history of magic class, which was widely criticized. Professor Binns was a short, elderly ghost. After calling the names with a tone that seemed unchanged for thousands of years and a dull expression, he began to lecture on his own. I don't know whether it is because he is too old or has turned into a ghost. He speaks with breath and drawl, which makes it difficult to concentrate and will soon fall into a drowsy sleep. Zywin privately thought that recording the voice of Professor Binns during his lecture could be used as a best-selling quick-acting lullaby. Forced by desperation, he secretly used an earplug to listen to the spell during the professor's lecture, and then studied the History of Magic textbook, A Brief History of the Magic World, by himself. The next morning was Transfiguration class, and Dumbledore still led the little wizards to practice turning matches into needles. Ever since Sivan discussed the magical effects of magic with Dumbledore, it seemed as if a door to a new world had opened. Ordinary transfiguration techniques could not stop him at all. So with Dumbledore's permission, Sivan began to practice the more advanced biological transformation of turning beetles into buttons. This makes Elshana next to her, who can basically successfully turn a match into a needle, very envious. The magic class in the afternoon was also a practical class. After giving a demonstration to everyone, Professor Woflin asked the little wizards to cast a levitating spell on a feather. As Zywin was immersed in magic spells at home, the basic floating spell was naturally not a problem for him. The feather floated easily, and Zywin even controlled it to fly in the air with a fancy pattern. Professor Woflin also generously gave Slytherin 10 points. When the charms class was over, all the little wizards in Slytherin couldn't wait to rush towards the grassland northwest of the castle. There they will take their first flying lesson since arriving at Hogwarts. Before they reached the lawn, the sharp-eyed Abraxas saw 2 rows of brooms placed on the green grass from a distance. Look! It's a broomstick! He shouted, running happily towards the 2 rows of broomsticks. Because first-year wizards are not allowed to bring their own broomsticks, and Abu's 3 roommates are unwilling to accompany him to the Quidditch field to borrow the seniors' broomsticks. He seems to be stifled. As he got closer, Zywin saw a handsome middle-aged wizard wearing a sky blue sports robe standing between 2 rows of brooms. There were 2 dark blue letters T on the chest of his robe, which seemed to it's the name of a certain team. Merlin's beard, am I right? Not far to Zivan's left, a young Hufflepuff wizard in a yellow school uniform collar shouted loudly. It's a Tuthill Tornadoes jersey. I can't believe it, that's Rodri Prenton. The handsome wizard in sky blue robes gave the little Hufflepuff wizard a friendly smile and said, I didn't expect that someone would recognize me even after I retire. It's really touching. The little wizards were in an uproar. They couldn't believe that they were seeing Rodri Prenton, the legendary seeker of the Tuthill Tornadoes, with their own eyes. Prenton pressed his hands down to signal everyone to be quiet. After everyone had vented their sighs, he said, no matter what kind of past I have, I stand here with a different identity today. Let's get to know each other again. I am your next flying class professor, Rodri Prenton, you can call me Professor Prenton. The audience burst into extremely warm applause that never stopped. Amidst the applause, Zivan quietly moved next to Abraxas, lowered his head and asked, was Professor Prenton famous before? Abramovich seemed not to have expected Zivan to ask such a question. He turned to look at him in disbelief and said in shock, how come you haven't heard of Rodri Prenton? He is the Tuthill Tornado. The team's legendary seeker, who has won 5 consecutive League Cups for the team, is also the record holder for the fastest time to catch a snitch in a single game. Zivan nodded clearly. This flying lesson professor's record is indeed excellent. It's no wonder the little wizards are so excited. When the applause finally died down, Professor Prenton asked the students to line up in 2 lines according to their height. Everyone lined up obediently, Slytherin in 1 and Hufflepuff in 1. At the professor's instruction, each little wizard corresponded to a broom and stood next to the broom. Professor Prenton first asked everyone to be calm and carefully explained the precautions for flying. Remember, flying is a very dangerous sport. First-year students don't have enough spells to ensure that they can protect themselves if they fall from a high altitude. So it is undoubtedly dangerous to try to fly secretly on your own, still stupid. That's why schools don't allow first-year students to carry broomsticks, he said. Now comes the exciting part. Professor Prenton raised his right hand above his head with enthusiasm. Get ready to start the test flight. Chapter 22. Get ready to start the test flight. Professor Prenton raised his right hand gracefully and pointed his index finger to the sky. Seeing the little wizards looking at his figure motionless, the professor realized that he had not explained the steps for taking off. He silently retracted his finger, coughed slightly awkwardly, and said, ahem, occupational disease. First of all, everyone should cultivate a tacit understanding with your broom. Say get up to your broom. Remember, be full of emotion and let it feel your sincerity. The little wizards soon began to say get up all at once, and they all used the tone they thought was the most emotional. Some were gentle, some were cadenced, and some were full of energy, but the ones who got the response but not many. So those emotional tones turned into yelling and screaming. Zivan noticed that Abu next to him easily said get up twice and successfully made the broom fly into his hand. Professor Prenton happily gave him 5 points. There was also a little Hufflepuff wizard opposite who quickly got the broom. He glanced at the very old broom lying on the ground in front of him with a bit of disgust, and reluctantly said get up. The broomstick seemed to sense his perfunctory behavior, and it just shook on the ground and stopped making any movement. Zivan's face didn't look good. This time he was a little more serious and softly said get up again. The broomstick started to move, but it seemed a little lacking in stamina. When it reached Zivan's waist, it started to fall. Seeing that the situation was not good, Zivan grabbed it with quick eyes and quick hands. Oh, this little Slytherin wizard, you have to completely establish a tacit understanding with your broom. Professor Prenton came over at this time and said. It's not okay to reach down and grab it. You have to let it fly into your hand on its own initiative. He asked Zivan to put the broom down and try again. Zivan reluctantly put down the broom, and at the same time kept comparing it with the silver arrows at home, feeling more and more disgusted. In fact, Zivan has already learned to fly on a broomstick at home. The big-hearted Sandrine never regards Zivan as an ordinary child. She dares to let him learn any dangerous thing. Parents of other families are still supervising her own. When the little wizard couldn't get his wand to play with, Sandrine was already teaching Zivan how to cast spells. However, Zivan uses the best silver arrow model flying broomstick at home. This kind of broomstick is extremely fast in terms of speed and sensitivity, and can often be easily used by wizards with some flying talent. Therefore, Zivan became very self-aware, thinking that all brooms responded to his call. And today this old broom from school successfully broke his cognition. Taking a deep breath, Zywin adjusted his mentality and resolutely pronounced the words to call for the broomstick, "Get up." As expected, the broomstick flew into Zywin's hands with dignity, and he breathed a heavy sigh of relief. "Not bad." Professor Prenton nodded, then turned around to continue watching the progress of others. It seems that seeing Zywin's wrong actions can attract the professor's attention. A few of Professor Prenton's little fans got the idea and made mistakes one after another, thus attracting the professor to teach them. And this phenomenon has a tendency to spread, making professors very busy. While Professor Prenton was busy correcting the movements of the little wizards, Sivan and Abu, who had already received their own brooms, were chatting away. "Zywin, what broom do you usually use?" Abu asked. Zywin said, "I don't fly much, I only rode the silver arrow." Abu nodded and said, "I also like to use silver arrows. I think this broom is definitely the best among all models." Sivan is actually not very interested in flying tools like broomsticks. He always feels that riding on a pole is not very comfortable. It is better to use the suspended cloak in the Holy of Holies, which can fly, is also handsome, and can even be used as a bicycle. As an armor, you can do multiple things with one stone. It's a pity that we didn't succeed in abducting it at that time. He thought with some regret. It seems Mowgli hasn't succeeded yet. Seeing that Abu still wanted to discuss the broomstick, Sivan quietly changed the subject. Abu suddenly became interested, turned to look at his roommate who was battling with the broomstick in front of him, and said happily, "I knew it. You have been unwilling to go to the Quidditch pitch with me. You are a busy man and it doesn't matter that Gomez has never touched a broom. If Mowgli doesn't like flying, it must be because he has no flying talent at all." "Ha ha ha! Shut up, Abu!" Mowgli's face turned red with anger, and he yelled at Abu in anger. Abraxas didn't feel dissatisfied at all, but smiled even more happily. Almost halfway through the hectic flying lesson, the little wizards finally got their own brooms. Although Guang Zywin saw several people secretly picking up brooms from the ground with their hands. Because the class time was limited, Professor Prenton didn't have to worry about that much and just let the little wizards ride on the broomstick in his hand. "Remember, you can only fly within the area I have designated and at a height of no more than 2 meters. Anyone who violates the regulations will be punished," he emphasized. Abu, who had been impatient for a long time, immediately mounted the broom, quickly raised the altitude, and flew skillfully. "Nice flight, Mr. Malfoy." Professor Prenton praised first, then became serious. "But I must remind you that you have exceeded the prescribed height. 1 point will be deducted from Slytherin." Although only a symbolic point was deducted, Abu still became a little depressed after lowering his height. Zywin also rode on his broom, gently raised the handle in front of his eyes, and then flew steadily into the air. "Fortunately I didn't completely forget how to fly, otherwise I would be really embarrassed." He breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, most of the little wizards had already taken off, stumbling around in the air. Even Gomez, who had never touched a broomstick before, flew up awkwardly. Only Mowgli stayed on the ground. At this time, Mowgli was standing on the ground with the broom between his legs, with veins in his arms exposed, and he was holding the handle hard, his face turning red from the exertion. Seeing this funny scene, the little wizards in the sky laughed excitedly, especially Abu laughed the loudest. Mowgli's face was so red that he seemed to be bleeding. Finally, he couldn't stand the ridicule anymore, he closed his eyes regardless, and kicked his legs off the ground. "Wow, that's great!" Zywin felt that he should give Mowgli some comfort, so he applauded him. But he soon discovered something was wrong. Mowgli seemed to be unable to control his broom at all. He flew higher and higher, faster and faster, and soon became a small black dot on the horizon. "No, Mowgli is in danger." Sivan suddenly realized the problem and quickly looked at Professor Prenton's position. Professor Prenton's actions were not slow at all. He immediately took out his broomstick and flew extremely quickly to a position higher than Mowgli, preparing to rescue him. When the little wizards saw this scene, they no longer smiled. They all looked worriedly at the smaller and smaller black dot in the sky. They even stopped admiring Professor Prenton's heroic appearance while flying. "Wen, will Mowgli be okay?" Abu and Gomez flew to Wen's side and asked worriedly. Zywin did not reply to them, but looked at the sky with a solemn expression, his dark blue eyes gradually becoming crystal clear. "Oops! he exclaimed. Chapter 23. Oops! Zywin exclaimed. Without enough time to explain the reason to his two roommates, he quickly flew on his broom in the direction Mowgli left. Abu and Gomez were stunned and didn't know what Zywin was talking about. But within a few seconds, they and the remaining little wizards discovered the seriousness of the problem. That black spot in the sky is falling rapidly. Professor Prenton could vaguely see that he had also changed his direction and dived towards the ground at a nearly vertical angle, but Zywin did not dare to take the risk to bet that he could catch the rapidly falling Mowgli. This was a life that was so close to his eyes. As the distance got closer, Zywin could clearly see Mowgli's falling figure, accompanied by his frightened screams. Wingardium Leviosa! He chanted the floating spell out loud, but Mowgli was too fast, and the delaying effect of the floating spell was extremely limited. Damn! What's the spell of the slowing spell? Zywin's mind was blank now, and he couldn't remember this spell that he once thought was useless and had only been practiced once. He gritted his teeth, and subconsciously, a golden ring filled with complex patterns surrounded his wand. As Zywin waved his wand, a round shield composed of several golden six-pointed stars gradually took shape below where Mowgli was about to smash it. At the same time, Professor Prenton's voice also came from far and near. Arresto momentum! Mowgli suddenly stopped in the air, only less than a person's height away from the ground. Seeing his narrow rescue, everyone suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. However, Professor Prenton, who was diving vertically, seemed to have no time to slow down and was about to hit the ground. The little wizards who came from afar were so frightened that they couldn't bear to look at them, and they closed their eyes one after another. But Professor Prenton's decades of experience as a professional seeker made his flying skills really extraordinary. When he was close to the ground, he suddenly pulled the handle of the broom and made a move at a height that was almost hitting the ground. He made a 90-degree turn, followed the inertia to stick to the ground, and slid to the side of the group of little wizards coming from a distance. Hey! Fortunately, I caught up. He shook his hair from his forehead and handsomely asked the freshman in front of him. How about it, did you see the Rinsky fake move I just made? Isn't my skill the same as before? Unfortunately, the little wizards all closed their eyes because they were afraid of witnessing the tragic sight of the flying professor and former star hitting the ground, and now they could only shake their heads in confusion. Professor Prenton! You should give me some trust. Seeing that the professor was not paying attention to him, Zywin took this opportunity to quietly disperse the ring of Ragator in his hand and the seraphim shield on the ground below Mowgli, and then silently used the floating spell to float this person. The poor roommate let go. At this time, Mowgli was pale, with tears in the corners of his eyes, and his golden hair was in a mess. As soon as he touched the ground, he was so exhausted that he fell to the ground, sobbing non-stop. Don't be sad, it's okay. As long as the professor is here, you will be fine. Zywin comforted him. Abramovich and Gomez also rushed over and helped Mowgli up. Professor Prenton, who had no one to appreciate his difficult moves, also regained his composure. He walked over to take a look at Mowgli's condition, and then said, "You three are his roommates, he must have been too mentally stimulated. He needs a good rest. Please help him to the campus hospital for a checkup." The three of Zywin nodded and helped Mowgli to the campus hospital on the 4th floor. After this incident, the flying lesson ended prematurely. The remaining little wizards put their brooms back in place and left the lawn with some fear and reluctance. In the school hospital, Nurse Ms. Dallaire gave Mowgli a bottle of medicine. The potion was very effective, and it immediately calmed his mood, at least now he could speak. After his mood became more stable, Mowgli first looked at Zywin and said gratefully, "Thank you, Zywin. I saw you flying over to save me in the air. You may not know that at that time I completely regarded you as mine. A life-saving straw." Because he didn't want to expose Kamatage's magic, Zywin just smiled and said, "You should be most grateful to Professor Prenton. He took a lot of risks to save you. What's more, in the end, he cast your slowing spell, and I completely forgot what the slowing spell was." Mowgli nodded, "I know, but without your initial levitation spell, maybe Professor Prenton's flying skills would not be able to save me in time." Zywin shook his head without comment, indicating that he should have a good rest, and then left the school hospital with Abu and Gomez. I really didn't expect something like this to happen. On the way to the auditorium, Abu still couldn't believe that this flying lesson had passed like this. Who would have thought of that? Zywin said with a smile. "Don't think so much, hurry up and eat and tidy up your things. There is an astronomy class tonight." Because astronomy classes require observing stars, they are held in the evening after it is completely dark and before curfew, usually between 7 and 9 o'clock. Poor Mowgli had to take this class off because he was still lying on the hospital bed. Professor Fang Court, who teaches astronomy classes, is an intellectual witch with eyes. It can be easily seen from the way she tells the astronomy class that she has a special liking for the phases of the moon. She has a gentle voice and a gentle attitude in teaching. She likes to mention the moon no matter where she talks throughout the night. In other aspects, she is deeply loved by the students. After class, on the way back to the dormitory, the little wizards were still discussing with great interest which star in the night sky was the most beautiful and which galaxy was the most spectacular. However, Sivan, who had already understood the progress of human beings in astronomy in the 21st century, was not interested in this. He felt that Muggles were already ahead of the curve when it came to observing stars. Just as the few Slytherin wizards walked to the entrance of the spiral staircase leading to the Slytherin common room, chatting and laughing, Professor Lorry suddenly walked up from the bottom of the stairs. Walburga, who was walking at the front, was startled by the sudden appearance of the figure. When he found out it was Professor Loyole, he complained with a little dissatisfaction, "Professor Loyole, you scared me to death, how could you do this?" From here in the Slytherin common room. Professor Loyole didn't seem to expect that a large group of Slytherin wizards would suddenly appear as a team, and he was stunned for a moment. But he quickly realized it and said with a smile, "Is the astronomy class over? I happen to have some potion ingredients that need to be found in the storage room over there in the dungeon. I'm sorry to scare you." Then he quickly left and walked towards the main tower. The little Slytherin snakes didn't pay much attention and continued talking and laughing as they walked down the spiral staircase to the common room. Only Zywin couldn't help but think of the experience of meeting Professor Loyole during the last night outing, and frowned slightly. "Zywin, follow me!" Abu shouted from the front. "Coming!" Zywin no longer thought about it and quickly followed the team. Chapter 24. After Professor Lorry said goodbye to the Slytherin wizards, he uncharacteristically did not return to his office. Instead, he walked around in a circle and came to the entrance courtyard. Disillusion. He stretched out his wand and lit it on himself, then blended into the surrounding environment. At the stairs in front of the auditorium, a black-haired ghost figure appeared. He frowned in confusion, and then his pupils turned into a crystal-clear glass color. The silhouette of Professor Loyole in front of him vaguely appeared in front of his eyes. He followed quietly. "Are you the new ghost?" Suddenly a voice came. Zywin's attention was all on Professor Loyole, and he didn't notice anyone coming next to him, so he was so frightened that he almost jumped up. He turned his head, quietly released his all-seeing eye, and looked at the person with an unsightly expression. A ghost came to Zywin's side silently. Zywin suddenly thought, "No wonder I didn't hear any footsteps. This ghost is an old man wearing a classical bachelor's robe. He wears a tall square hat and a goatee on his chin. He looks very gentle and elegant." "Yes, I am Stephen Strange." "Who are you?" Sivan asked. "You can call me Bachelor Angulo." The elegant old man smiled kindly. "I heard you're a doctor." "Ahem, it's not worth mentioning, it's not worth mentioning," Zywin said with some shame. "He is clearly a fake. The real Strange has a double-degree doctorate, and he is completely incomparable." Bachelor Angulo smiled and said, "I have always admired people with knowledge. Maybe we can communicate more in the future." "Next time definitely." Zywin agreed wholeheartedly, but cursed in his heart, ghosts can't really learn knowledge they didn't master before they were alive, so what's the use of communicating? He turned absent-mindedly and looked at the stairs leading to the Slytherin common room. Sure enough, Professor Lorry had disappeared. Professor Loyole's magic ability was originally very good. If the specific location of the phantom spell he used was not known in advance, it would be difficult to catch traces even if the all-seeing eye is turned on. It seems that it is impossible to know what Professor Loyole is busy with today, which is a pity. Zywin shook his head secretly and sighed. Bachelor Angulo, however, had no consciousness that he had missed anything, and enthusiastically said that he would take Zywin to get to know the important members of the Ghost Council. Zywin thought for a while and felt that it would not be appropriate to stay in the library reading with Helena every day, so he agreed to his invitation. After communicating and understanding along the way, Zywin's impression of Bachelor Angulo has greatly changed. Although Bachelor Angulo is called a bachelor, his knowledge is so rich that it is even better than those with various doctorate status. He has a rich and in-depth reserve of all kinds of magical knowledge, and has even dabbled in alchemy, which Zywin is very interested in. It seems that there is a lot to be gained from this Bachelor Angulo. Zywin thought with satisfaction. The next day is Friday, the closest day of the week to the weekend holiday. The little wizards are all eager to end the day quickly and let time jump to the happy time of free play on the weekend. The new students in Slytherin are very lucky to have only one potions class scheduled in the morning on Friday. In other words, they only need to finish the potions class in the morning and officially enter the 2.5-day holiday. This school year, Professor Slughorn only needs to teach an additional 4th grade class in addition to the 5th and 7th grades, which are in important exam years. After all, it was not the dean's class. Even though Professor Rice, who taught the potions course, was very lively, he still couldn't resist the little wizard's enthusiasm for the weekend. But what they didn't expect was that 5 minutes before get out of class ended, Professor Slughorn appeared quietly at the slightly dim door of the potions classroom. With an unsightly expression on his face, he caught Mowgli on the spot, who was causing trouble in class, but ignored his potion partner Abraxas, who was making trouble with him. After class, the amiable dean was still waiting at the door of the classroom, inviting Abraxas from the Malfoy family, Elshana from the Green Grass family, and Walburga from the Black family to join his Slugs Club. This is not fair. On the way to the auditorium, Mowgli said angrily. Maybe this is the difference. Abu raised his head very proudly and looked at Mowgli with his chin. By the way, why didn't the dean invite you, Zywin? The dean said that my confinement would be replaced by slug club gatherings every Friday, so I had no choice but to agree. Zywin spread his hands and said that he had already joined a few days ago. Is it a last resort? Gomez and Mowgli had expressions of disbelief on their faces, as if their minds were about to collapse. Zywin patted their shoulders and comforted them. It's okay. The dean actually values talent more. If you perform better, you don't have to worry about the dean not inviting you to join. It's not that easy to behave well. After hearing this, Mowgli immediately became frustrated. Gomez did not answer, but the slightly determined look in his eyes seemed to indicate that he was planning to give it a try. Zywin. At this time, Elshana's voice came over. She dismissed a group of little girls who were teasing her and ran over alone. Zywin stopped and looked at her curiously. I heard from Walburga's cousin Lucretia that there is a dance at the Slug Club. Do you have a dress? Elshana said with a slight blush. What? Dance? Zywin was confused. Why is there still such a thing? Aren't the clubs founded by professors all about studying? The Slug Club is different. Elshana stamped her feet anxiously. Do you have a dress? Now send it as an expedited letter to the Fenja clothing store in Hogsmeade to rent one. It should be delivered before dinner. When Zywin mentioned Fenja Wizard clothing store, he remembered it. Sandrine seemed to have bought herself a dress in Diagon Alley, from the Fenja Wizard clothing store. So he replied, I do have a dress. He paused and asked weakly, but can you not dance? I can't do it at all. Zywin was sure that even in his past and present lives, he had never been exposed to dance at all. If you let yourself go on stage and do a set of boxing, you might be able to do a good job of dancing, which is a bit shameful just thinking about it. No. Upon hearing this, Elshana's beautiful eyebrows immediately stood up and she said angrily. You can learn now. Looking at Zywin, who was completely out of shape, Elshana added in a low voice, I can teach you. Then she blushed and slipped away with small steps. Hey, brother. So are you sure your dance partner is Elshana? Abu walked over with a wicked smile and put his arm around Zywin's shoulders. Mowgli and Gomez next to him also looked at him with gossipy faces. Zywin couldn't calm down for a long time, still thinking about how this matter had developed to this point. Only after hearing Abu's question did he realize something was wrong. I never said I was going to dance. I didn't say I wanted Elshana to be my dance partner, either. Zywin suddenly came back to his senses. He seemed, probably, maybe, to be arranged. Chapter 25. The time quickly approached 7 o'clock in the evening, and 4 young Slytherin wizards, Sivan, Elshana, Abraxas, and Walburga, went to the 7th floor of the castle together. It was Professor Slughorn's office and the meeting place of the Slug Club. Along the way, Zywin and the others were still thinking about how so many students could hold a dance party in a small office. Wouldn't it be because the space was too small? When they arrived at the professor's office, Zywin and the others realized that their situation was out of control. The The door to Professor Slughorn's office was open. Outside, there was a row of bright flowers decorated on the door frame. There was an exquisite sign hanging above the door frame with the word Slug Club written on it. Walking into the door, the vastness of the space inside shocked all the new little wizards. The office, which has been greatly expanded by the Traceless Stretch spell, is divided into 3 areas. Connected to the door is the reception area. A bright green carpet is spread indoors, and pots of flowers are placed on the left and right sides of the carpet, making it look like a high-end merchant greeting VIP ceremony. On the left is the banquet area. 2 long rows of long tables are filled with a variety of dishes, staple food, and desserts, which look extremely rich and tempting. There is also a huge round table next to the long table. The white tablecloth is trimmed with gold. The seats with golden backrests match the gold and silver tableware. The atmosphere of luxury is overwhelming. The right side occupies the largest space. The candle light there is ever-changing and dazzling. There is a large stage against the wall on the far right. There is already a band composed of elves playing relaxing and melodious music on the stage. Professor Slughorn was already standing in the reception area in front of the door waiting for the arrival of the first-year wizard, while a large number of senior students were sitting on the sofa behind the reception area chatting happily. "Welcome to the Slug Club," Professor Slughorn said cheerfully after seeing the 4 little wizards arriving. The first people to walk into the club were Zywin and Elshana, who was holding Zywin's arm. Today, Zywin finally put on the dress that he had never worn since he bought it. She has short curly brown hair, blue eyes, and wears a blue plain dress robe. The hem of the robe hangs down to her calf, a light green shirt as an inner layer, and a light green tie tied at an angle. Somewhat lazy. What is particularly eye-catching is that a dark blue embroidered rose is exposed on the left chest of the dress, and a line of floral letters is set off below the rose, "Never fade." Elshana, who was holding Zywin's arm, had her long, lustrous, bright blonde hair pulled back into a beautiful bun. A few shining diamonds are dotted on it, which is particularly beautiful. She is wearing a light yellow dress, with golden knots embellished in the middle of the dress to form a luxurious decorative line, all the way to the shoulders, forming flowery dress shoulder straps. Abraxas and Walburga, who followed behind, were also unconventional. Abu's unruly long platinum hair draped behind his head paired with a knight-like pure white dress gave him a rich aristocratic temperament. Walburga wore a pink dress. Although the color was somewhat covered up by Elshana, she was still very charming. The people in the club looked at the new little wizards in amazement and clapped involuntarily. Professor Slughorn happily greeted them to come and sit down. "Today is the first gathering of our Slug Club this school year. I'm very happy that all the members of the school are here," Professor Slughorn said with a bright face. "I would like to solemnly introduce these 4 new members who have just joined us: Sivan Rozier, Elshana Greengrass, Abraxas Malfoy, and Walburga Black." There was warm applause in the hall. After waiting for a few seconds, the professor pressed his palm and said, "It's getting late. Everyone must be hungry. We might as well start our banquet while the food is still hot." The senior students happily ran to the long table and took the food they wanted. The 4 of them, Zywin, were personally led by the professor to familiarize themselves with the banquet procedures. It was indeed a banquet carefully prepared by the wealthy potions master. The dishes in the Slug Club were a bit more sophisticated in terms of variety and taste than those in the Hogwarts Great Hall. Zywin and the others almost ate without maintaining their elegance. But for the sake of the dress, I still restrained my desire to devour it. Finally, when the last dessert was removed, everyone ushered in the long-awaited project, the dance party. In order to coordinate with the progress of the dance, the elves switched to a light and rhythmic piece of music to play. With Zywin's face full of reluctance, Elshana forcibly took his arm and dragged him to the stage. She first grabbed Zywin's arm to get into position, and then carefully told him the precautions. "Following the music, you step forward with your left foot first, and I will step back with my right foot at the same time," Elshana said. "Remember, the emphasis in the first measure is on the left foot, the emphasis in the second measure is on the right foot, and the emphasis in the following measures is on the left and right feet." Zywin nodded nervously and took the first step with Elshana, but then he felt that the touch on the bottom of his feet was not quite right. "Ah!" Elshana cried out in pain. "You've taken too big a step." "I'm sorry, Elshana," Sivan said apologetically. At the same time, he let go of Elshana's slender waist, took out the wand from his pocket, and used a cleaning spell to clean her golden leather shoes. "Don't worry about reciting the curse, you will step on me again soon." Elshana rolled her eyes at him angrily and said, "Besides, just call me Al, and use my full name every time. Isn't it troublesome?" "Okay, Al." Zywin nodded, but he didn't have any extra energy to pay attention to Elshana's blushing cheeks. He just focused on walking along with the music, for fear of stepping on the feet of his partner in front of him again. Fortunately, his physical fitness and coordination skills were always good, and his sense of rhythm was not bad. Within a few minutes, after stepping on Al 3 or 4 times, he was finally able to roughly keep up with her rhythm, and he barely learned to dance. After a few cheerful songs ended, Zywin sat on the high stool next to him, sweating profusely, and asked the house elf for a glass of honey water. He felt like he wouldn't be so tired after doing so much exercise in the morning every day. Al sat next to him easily, holding a glass of lemon juice and sipping it gracefully. "Not bad, I can't tell you are a beginner anymore," she said happily. "Mainly because the dance teacher teaches well," Zywin said modestly, making Elshana smile even happier. The two of them sat here talking and laughing, leisurely watching the club members spinning happily on the dance floor, feeling extremely comfortable. Just then, an uninvited guest interrupted their pleasant time. "You were indeed invited by the professor at the first party. You are truly worthy of being a pure-blood noble." A voice with a teasing tone came from Zywin's side. Zywin turned around and saw a witch wearing a black velvet dress walking over. Her long, silky silver-grey hair is spread behind her shoulders, with one strand covering her ears and hanging in front of her white collarbone, complementing her black dress. Compared to a little girl like Elshana, she has a slightly more mature beauty and exquisite curves. The only drawback is that the black-rimmed glasses on her face are too ordinary, blocking her soft face. Gorshak. Zywin looked at the Ravenclaw prefect with some surprise. "Why, only aristocratic families like yours are allowed to join the Slug Club." Miranda raised an eyebrow. "That's not what I meant." Zywin touched his nose, thinking that according to the way Ravenclaw selects prefects, Miranda must be the first in the grade. Professor Slughorn would not let go of such an outstanding student. However, Miranda's next words made Zywin freeze in place. "Would you like to dance with me?" Miranda raised her lips. Chapter 26. Would you like to dance with me? Miranda raised her lips and asked with a smile. Zywin noticed Elshana's increasingly gloomy expression. He turned around and looked at Miranda, who was more than half a head taller than him, and decided that it would be embarrassing for him to dance with her, so he decisively refused. "It's not necessary. Besides, I'm not very good at dancing. You can look for seniors who are good at dancing." He shook his head firmly. Miranda's expression remained unchanged, she just glanced at Zywin and said with a half-smile, "I heard you want to borrow my class notes." Soon, Zywin stood up with a swish, and Elshana turned dark just as she relaxed. "My pleasure." Zywin bent down slightly. What a joke, compared with the notes of a college tyrant, what is face? Elshana finally couldn't sit still. After glaring at Zywin, she turned to glare at Miranda. "Sister, Zywin is my dance partner. You can find your own partner to dance with," she said through gritted teeth. Miranda didn't feel dissatisfied at all, and smiled and said, "First of all, I don't have a dance partner yet, secondly, you don't have to be around your partner all night in a dance. A dance partner is just a partner, not a partner, don't you think so?" Woolen cloth. Elshana was so angry that she couldn't speak. She could only glare at Zywin angrily and threaten him not to agree with her eyes. Zywin glanced at Al with an innocent expression, then at Miranda, and decided to remain silent. At this time, Miranda took out her trump card. "I heard that you haven't had a good time in herbal medicine class recently. Do you need some help?" Zywin immediately couldn't wait any longer, gave Al an apologetic look, and followed Miranda onto the dance floor. Miranda put her left hand on Zywin's shoulder and held his left hand with her right hand, making a standard dance gesture. Then he joked casually, "That little girl seems to like you quite a bit." Zywin showed a helpless expression and retorted, "How can an 11-year-old girl know what to like?" Miranda looked at him a little funny and said, "It's as if you are not 11 years old. To be precise, I will be 12 years old soon." Zywin said seriously. "By the way, how did you know about my situation in the herbal medicine class? Don't you know? The first years of Ravenclaw often talk about you, and I overheard it by accident." "There is such a thing?" Zywin couldn't believe it. He thought he was usually quite low-key, right? Then he thought about his outstanding performance in the Transfiguration class and the Charms class, as well as the situation where he was targeted by the professor of the Herbology class, and he could even add the fact that he was absent from class on the second day of school. It does seem quite eye-catching. Okay, let's not talk about this. I didn't come here to dance with you. Miranda quickly stepped back after being stepped on, and then said casually as if nothing happened. It's not easy to see you on a regular basis. Hiss. Zywin gasped, being kicked hard by high heels really didn't feel good. What's the matter? He asked, grinning. Miranda asked, does your family have frequent contact with the Faguo branch now? Hearing this, Zywin became serious and asked, what happened? Miranda nodded, then moved her face closer to Zywin, and whispered, Principal Dippet called all the prefects for a temporary meeting today and told us that there is a magic power in the magic network of Hogwarts Castle. The node is destroyed. What? Zywin's pupils were wide open and he almost screamed. Fortunately, Miranda reached out and covered his mouth in time, so that no one else noticed. They didn't notice that Elshana saw their seemingly intimate movements from a distance, stamped her feet fiercely, and looked very ugly. Don't make any noise, otherwise it may cause panic. Miranda reminded Zywin. Zywin nodded and asked, did the professor ask you to ask me? No, I asked you on my own initiative. The professors think that a first-year student should not be involved. So remember not to tell others. Miranda shook her head and warned at the same time. So, does your family have any contact with Faguo? Zywin frowned, shook his head slowly, and said, I don't know. Even if there is really contact, my mother is responsible. Then he suddenly opened his eyes wide, do you suspect that this matter has something to do with Grindelwald? Miranda said, I'm just a little suspicious, so I came to ask you secretly. Zywin thought for a moment, and then said, let's do this. I'll go back and write a letter to my mother to ask about it, but I can't guarantee whether it will be useful. Miranda nodded, then stepped on Zywin with her high heel, let go of Zywin's hand as if nothing had happened, and sat on a sofa next to her to read a book. Zywin stood there awkwardly. After all, I am not very skilled in dancing. I was just hit by such a big incident. I was so nervous that I lost my rhythm. I don't know how many times I stepped on Miranda's feet. After all, Zywin was too embarrassed to go to Miranda to talk about borrowing class notes now, so he had to return to the sofa next to Elshana, only to find that Al just looked at him very coldly, and was so angry that he didn't want to talk to him at all. Say. Zywin, who was very worried at this time, actually had no interest in talking. He waited until the party was over and then hurried back to the dormitory, picked up a pen and started writing a letter to Sandrine. Dear Sandrine, everything is going well at school these days, except that I slept in and missed 2 classes on Tuesday afternoon, which earned me special attention from the professor of herbology. Zywin first recounted the interesting things that happened in the past few days and his own embarrassing experience, and then he casually mentioned whether his family had any connection with the Faguo branch. He did not mention Grindelwald's name. After all, Miranda only speculated that the Dark Lord might be causing trouble. There was no real evidence. Speaking of it would only make Sandrine worried. After a slight hesitation, Zywin still shamelessly mentioned Elshana's matter to Sandrine. Your son still looks very charming. Elshana, whom you praised before, probably has some small crush on me now, but considering that we are still too young, I think these things are still too much. Good morning, I have no plans to respond for the time being. Zywin read through the content of the letter again. The more he read, the more ashamed he felt, so he silently erased the following lines, leaving only the words I have a good relationship with Elshana. Then, he borrowed the owl that Mowgli kept on the windowsill of his dormitory, rolled the letter and put it in the mailbox on the owl's leg, and mailed the letter. Seeing that the poor owl could only go through the main entrance and return to the ground from the stairs like the little wizard, Sivan couldn't help but complain about the location of the Slytherin lounge. At the same time, Ghost Zywin encountered a lot of trouble. Chapter 27. Under the bright starlight, Zywin was holding Helena's hand and walking on the stone bridge of the castle. It has to be said that a large part of the reason why Zywin is not very interested in the little girl Elshana actually comes from Helena. Zywin's mental age is far beyond 11. Compared with the relatively immature Elshana, the beautiful Helena is undoubtedly more in line with Zywin's aesthetics. Zywin's unique methods, considerate personality and exotic handsome face are all novel experiences that he has never had in the hundreds of years since Helena's death. So although it was never stated clearly, in just a few days, the two lonely souls became closer and closer. The moonlight covered the castle with a layer of silver gauze, blending with the light emitted by the two people on the stone bridge, like a painting cast by moonlight. Starlight dotted the deep night sky, lights decorated the far wall of the castle, and Zivin and Helena's figures were reflected in each other's eyes. Helena opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something. Unfortunately, God did not follow his wishes, and several uninvited guests suddenly walked quickly through the iron gate of the corner tower. "Professor, the suspicious ghost I am talking about is him." Bloody Barrow pointed at Zywin's figure and said gloomily. Sivan turned his head and saw Bloody Barrow, and behind him were Principal Armando Dippet, Vice Principal Galadiah Melos and Head of Gryffindor Albus Dumbledore. Principal Dippet looked at Zywin with a serious face, while Professor Melos looked a little confused. As for Dumbledore, he moved his eyes between Sivan and Helena with great interest, seeming to be very curious. "Barrow, what do you want to do?" Helena, who was interrupted, looked angrily at the haggard ghost in front of her and asked. "Believe me, Helena, I'm just ensuring the safety of all of Hogwarts," Barrow said. "But..." Helena wanted to retort, but was pulled back by Zywin. "Professors, do you have anything to do with me?" Zywin had probably guessed at this time that the reason the professors were looking for him should be related to the destruction of the magic node, and Barrow might just act as a trigger. Speaking of which, an unclear ghost with an oriental face and the ability to cast spells is indeed very easy to arouse suspicion. "Are you Mr. Stephen Strange?" Although the words were very polite, Principal Dippet's old face was very serious. Zywin nodded. "Then please come with us. I have something to ask Mr. Strange," Principal Dippet said. "Okay." Zywin was very calm. After all, he did not do anything bad. Helena glanced at him worriedly. Zywin responded with a reassuring look and followed the three professors walking in front. At this time, Dumbledore seemed to remember something, turned around and said to Helena, "Ms. Grey, come too, maybe we still need your help." Helena breathed a sigh of relief and followed Zywin. Several people walked from the corner tower of the castle to the main tower through the corridor. There was a huge and ugly stone monster on the side of the main tower. After Principal Dippet said the password, the monster suddenly came to life, jumped to the side, and the wall behind it cracked in half. There was a spiral escalator behind the wall. After the three professors stood on it, the spiral escalator suddenly moved and took them spiraling up. As for the three ghosts, they cannot actually touch real objects, so there is no such thing as taking the escalator. They can only silently follow the escalator and float upstairs. The spiral escalator stopped after taking the three professors to the 8th floor of the main tower. A shiny oak door stood in front of them, with a brass door knocker in the shape of a griffin. After opening the door knocker, you will find the principal's office. It is a spacious and beautiful circular room, full of mysterious and quiet sounds. On the table with slender legs, there are many strange and weird instruments, and there is vaguely powerful magic overflowing from them. The walls of the principal's office are covered with portraits of the old male and female principals. They are all snoring gently in their respective frames. There was also a huge table in the room with claw-shaped legs. On a shelf behind the table sat a tattered, wrinkled wizard's hat, the Sorting Hat. Zywin observed the portraits of the principals on the wall with great interest. It was said that the portraits of the principals were all made by top painters using powerful magic, and even borrowed the existence of ghosts. These portraits should still retain a high degree of wisdom, or be endowed with a high degree of wisdom, which is different from the numerous portraits in the castle. "Please take a seat." Principal Dippet first sat down behind the slender-legged desk, and indirectly and ably motioned to the two professors and three ghosts to help themselves. Professor Dumbledore and Professor Mellors seemed to be very familiar with this place. They each found their seats and sat down skillfully. As for Zywin and the other three ghosts, it made no difference whether they sat or not, but in order to give the old principal some face, they each found an empty seat and pretended to sit down. "Mr. Strange, where will you be doing this Tuesday afternoon and evening?" Principal Dippet got straight to the point. Zywin told the truth. "I read books with Helena in the library in the afternoon, and in the evening I stayed in touch with the members of the Ghost Council with Bachelor Angulo. Albus, please call Maester Angulo for me." Principal Dippet motioned to Dumbledore. Dumbledore nodded, waved his wand, and a shining silver light flew out of his hand, passed through the wall and left the principal's office. Zywin looked at his spell with some surprise and thought silently, it always feels like the Patronus charm, but can the Patronus charm also be used to transmit messages? Or am I wrong? Not long after, Maester Angulo floated in through the wall. I'm sorry to bother you, Maester, the headmaster said to Maester Angulo. Bachelor Angulo smiled and said considerately, it's okay. The most important thing for ghosts is time. Principal Dippet said, I am coming to you now to check the information. Because some facilities in the castle were deliberately damaged last night, and the real culprit has not been found yet. Sir Barrow reported to me the suspicious Mr. Strange, and I need to check whether the information he told is correct. He looked at Bachelor Angulo. Did Mr. Strange work with you to communicate with the members of the Ghost Council last night? Bachelor Angulo gave Zywin a friendly smile and said, that's right. Last night, I met Dr. Strange in the entrance courtyard. Because I always respect knowledgeable people, I took the initiative I got to know him and suggested that we go together to contact other ghosts. However, upon hearing Bachelor Angulo's words, the expressions of the three professors became solemn. Because the destroyed magic node is near the entrance courtyard. Chapter 28. After hearing what Bachelor Angulo said, the faces of the three professors became serious. Mr. Strange, according to you, you stayed with Ms. Grey in the afternoon, right? Vice Principal Mellors asked seriously. Zywin didn't react for a moment. He wasn't sure why other people called Helena Ms. Grey. At this time, Helena said first from the side, Stephen was with me in the library yesterday afternoon. Zywin suddenly realized that she might have acquiesced in the title Ms. Grey because she didn't want others to know that she was the daughter of Ravenclaw. So why were you in the entrance courtyard again at night? Professor Melorth asked. Because I'm curious about what Professor Loyalay is doing. Zywin curled his lips secretly. But I can't say this. I can't sense Professor Loyalay's location from 3 floors away and run downstairs to observe him. Wait, what is Professor Lorry looking for? Could it be Professor Lorry who did it? Mr. Strange. Seeing Zywin's delay in answering, Principal Dippet knocked on the table. Oh, okay Principal. Zywin also realized that he should answer the question now, and answered a little perfunctorily. You still have to come out for some air. Obviously Zywin's answer made the professors dissatisfied, and Principal Dippet even frowned. I would like to know more specifically why Mr. Strange came to Hogwarts, and why he is a ghost but has the ability to cast spells. The principal asked. Seeing this, Zywin had no choice but to recount the speech he had prepared. I am a traveler from the East, and my hobby is traveling around the world. But the world is so big, and people are so small. It is difficult to see a corner of the world in detail in a lifetime, so I can give up the restraints of the body and become a ghost, so that I can use my endless imagination. Time travels through the present and future of the world. This is also the obsession that allows me to become a ghost. As for the ability to cast spells, because the spells in the East are systematically different from those here, it is not easy to explain. To put it simply, we have spiritual spells to cultivate the soul and spirit. After I cast the spell and gave up the body, I retained this ability. In my soul, that's why I can cast spells. Dumbledore listened with interest, and clapped after hearing it, and said, Great ideals, Mr. Strange. People are small, but ideals are infinite. Your story is very interesting. Ahem. Principal Dippet coughed slightly with a stiff face, interrupted Dumbledore's speech, and then asked him and Professor Mellors. Do you think it's feasible for a ghost to retain the ability to cast spells? Professor Mellors said, I don't think it's realistic. It goes against the definition of a ghost. Dumbledore retorted with a smile, there is no need to stick to the word ghost. Maybe Mr. Strange is more inclined to be an elf than a ghost after casting a spell to give up his body? Just like Peeves. Zywin silently praised Dumbledore, as expected of Professor Dumbledore, I never thought of such a reason myself. Principal Dippet nodded and continued, despite this, Mr. Strange's suspicion has not been eliminated. Seemingly seeing that Zywin's expression was not very good, Professor Mellors explained, Please forgive me, Mr. Strange. Because the damaged things in our castle are difficult for normal people to discover. From theoretically, only ghosts that can travel through walls have the slightest chance of being able to sense their presence at close range. So, we want to know, are you unable to touch physical objects like other ghosts, or can you use magic to affect reality? She asked. He can affect reality. Bloody Barrow suddenly interjected. I saw him pick up the books in the library. Are you spying on us, Barrow? Helena questioned coldly. I just want to make sure you're safe, Barrow said. Zywin actually didn't quite understand where Barrow's hostility came from. He didn't look like a warm-hearted person at all. Could it be that he had thoughts about Helena? Zywin felt that he had seen the truth. He didn't have a good impression of Barrow in the first place, but now he looked at Barrow with a bit of hostility. Peeping? You are very leisurely, Mr. Barrow. He couldn't help but choked Barrow. You. Barrow said sharply, but was interrupted by the principal. Principal Dippet said, "Two gentlemen, I think we should talk about business first." Is what Sir Barrow said true? He looked at Zywin. Zywin nodded simply. If he was lying now, it would be even harder to explain when he touched the real thing in the future. And I also saw him wandering around the castle, as if he was looking for something. Barrow stabbed him hard again. So what are you looking for, Mr. Strange? Of course I'm looking for a cat. Zywin rolled his eyes secretly. The key point was that he couldn't say it out loud. If someone knew that he and the heir of the Rozier family were the same person, it would be over. So he said, I read about the Hogwarts Chamber of Secrets in a book. As a traveler, of course I want to see it. Principal Dippet's eyebrows furrowed even more. Mr. Strange, I have to say that your suspicion is very strong, and we cannot remain indifferent to this. He said. Zywin nodded helplessly, expressing his understanding. After all, I used this castle to hide my identity as a soul. Now that I am misunderstood by the owner of the castle, let's just consider it an even deal. Zywin thought to himself. Principal Dippet called Vice Principal Mellors and Professor Dumbledore together, and the three of them had a somewhat heated discussion. It seemed that Dumbledore did not quite agree with the principal's plan. Zywin sat bored, feeling that he was indeed a bit unlucky, as if he had walked into someone else's trap. Helena looked at him worriedly and asked, "Aren't you worried that you will be treated as a murderer?" Zywin looked at Helena in surprise, "With so much unfavorable evidence pointing to me, do you still believe me?" Helena looked at his face and nodded heavily, "I believe you." Zywin felt that he had been moved. It would be difficult for anyone to be so trusted by someone he had only known for 4 days and not dare to move. But he still said stubbornly, "Barrow is actually right. You are indeed too gullible. But I don't regret it." Helena murmured softly. "Okay." Principal Dippet knocked on the table. It seems that the three professors finally reached a unified opinion. Now let's talk about how to deal with the ghost Stephen Strange. Chapter 29. Let's talk about how to deal with the ghost Stephen Strange. Principal Dippet said. In view of his serious suspicion of damage to the castle's public facilities, it was decided after discussion that the measure of imprisonment and custody should be implemented. From now on, Stephen Strange's activity space and social range will be restricted, and the three professors will cast spells in the Dungeon A room will be designated for the suspect's activities, and the walls of the room will be cast with a ghost-restricting charm and will be monitored by a dedicated person. After hearing the spell of the ghost forbidden curse, Helena immediately panicked. She originally thought that Zywin's ghost body could not be harmed at all, and would not be subject to any specific restrictions. She could leave freely at any time if she wanted to. But the ghost spell, a vicious spell targeting ghosts, disrupted her plan. She immediately floated up from her seat and rushed to Principal Dippet, shouting loudly, "You have no right to do this to him." Principal Dippet said unmoved, "Ms. Gray, please understand. We also want to ensure the safety of the school." Helena's voice turned cold. "For the sake of so-called safety, is it okay to inhumanely bind an innocent ghost with a spell?" Principal Dippet said, "The magic world is not at peace now, and we cannot take any chances." Helena wanted to continue arguing with him, but Zywin held her hand from behind. "I will obey your instructions," he said softly. Helena turned back and looked at him in disbelief. Zywin shook his head at her and said, "It's okay. Zywin has another body after all, so detention is not a big problem for him. At worst, he could just concentrate on Stephen Rozier's body and listen to the lecture, and the ghost part could just sleep for a while." Helena stared at him for a few seconds, and was finally convinced by Zywin's eyes. "Okay," Helena said, and then she looked at the three professors. "But I'm going to be Stephen's caretaker. This is impossible." Barrow stood up at this time and said in a strong tone. "Everyone knows you two have a close relationship. Do you mean that I will practice favoritism and do things that will harm the safety of the castle?" Helena said in a bad tone. "I didn't mean that, I just..." Barrow immediately became flustered and began to hesitate when speaking. "Ms. Gray, please be considerate of Barrow. Professor Mellors said upon seeing this. He's also doing it for school. For school? Ha! Helena laughed disdainfully. Seeing that both Barrow and Helena's expressions were not very good, Dumbledore was too embarrassed to continue watching the show. At this time, he said, actually, a ghost banning spell is safe enough. Of course, if Ms. Grey wants to, it's perfectly okay to stay in the dungeon and chat with Mr. Strange to pass the boring and restrictive time. After saying that, he winked at Zywin and Helena. Helena's expression softened. Professor, I can also serve as Strange's guard. Barrow seemed to be unwilling to give up and continued. Helena dismissed it coldly, that's not necessary. Principal Dippet didn't know what to say when he saw this. Each generation of headmasters knew that Helena's true identity was the daughter of Ravenclaw, and she also knew many secrets and history about this castle. It can be said that there is likely to be a place where her help is needed in the future. Therefore, as the principal, Armando Dippet did not want to go against Helena's wishes too much, so he could only acquiesce to her request to guard Zywin. In fact, the 300-year-old man was also very confused. What kind of ecstasy soup did this new Stephen Strange pour into Helena Ravenclaw? She gave so much trust. 3 professors and 4 ghosts left the principal's office. Bachelor Angulo left the team first with an excuse midway, leaving 3 professors who were going to cast spells, a suspected ghost, a ghost guarding the suspected ghost, and the lingering ghost. They made their way to the dungeons via the spiral staircase that led to the Slytherin common room. So the place where Slytherin Academy lives is really a dungeon? Sivan complained silently. After all, the dungeon was too deep, and Principal Dippet's old and thin body could hardly support him on such a long and dizzying staircase, and his breathing became particularly heavy. Seemingly noticing his heavy breathing, Dumbledore gently raised his wand. "Thank you, Albus." Principal Dippet sighed as he regained some strength. "I'm getting old after all." Silently all the way, 3 people and 3 ghosts arrived in the dungeon. This is a different location from the Slytherin common room and the classrooms in the dungeons, and is the other side of the sparsely populated area. Because few people pass by and use it for a long time, there are few torches around, the ground is full of dust, and the environment is very dirty, with spiders and sticky puddles everywhere. Principal Dippet took out a bunch of keys, found a rusty brown key, and opened the copper door of a room. This should be a place where some people were once imprisoned. There were some old and discarded shackles hanging inside, and half of an uneven plumb bob was exposed in the mud on the ground. I don't know if they imprisoned the enemies who attacked Hogwarts hundreds of years ago, or whether they imprisoned students who violated school rules in the era of corporal punishment. The environment here is too unbearable. Helena frowned. Principal Dippet asked in surprise, "I thought this kind of environment would be more in line with the ghost's wishes." Helena said coldly, "We are not the kind of corpses in the gutter." At this time, Barrow took advantage of the opportunity and said, "Helena, you don't need to stay in this environment, just let me guard it." "No, I have no problem." Helena reacted immediately after hearing Barrow's words. "What do you think, Stephen?" "That's it, it's all the same." Zywin smiled helplessly on the surface, but in fact he couldn't get what he wanted in his heart. "This place is so close to the Slytherin common room, and I can come and take care of it at any time as Sivan Rozier." "Okay, then it's decided." Principal Dippet nodded. "Then please enter this room, Mr. Strange." Zywin floated in, still complaining in his heart, "What kind of room is this? It's clearly a cell." After Sivan entered the room, Principal Dippet looked at Dumbledore. "Let's get started, Albus." Dumbledore nodded and walked to the door. He waved his wand and said, "Restricto Ghostum." Principal Dippet and Professor Mellors next to them also recited the incantation, strengthening the spell. Soon, a transparent barrier surrounded the cell. "Is this enough?" Zywin looked at the still open copper door and asked doubtfully. "You can try it yourself, Mr. Strange." Dumbledore smiled. Zywin stretched out his hand and tried to pass through the barrier. But when he touched it, his arm suddenly seemed to have lost its strength and it was difficult to move forward an inch. "It's amazing!" Zywin exclaimed. "I still haven't felt the entity, but I can't get past it." Dumbledore smiled slightly and said to Helena, "Then I'll leave it to you, Ms. Grey." Helena nodded and stretched out her hand to Zywin's hand hanging in the air. The distance between their palms was only about an inch, but it was like a chasm, unable to reach them. Principal Dippet saw this scene and said to Sivan, "We will continue to investigate this matter and hope you will not take any extraordinary actions." yet. Zywin felt unhappy after hearing this and responded casually. Professor Mellors looked at him apologetically and said, Mr. Strange, I can only wrong you for a while. If the real murderer is found, we will definitely apologize sincerely and make compensation to you. Faced with Professor Mellos's sincere attitude, Zywin could not continue to show his face and said seriously, I'm waiting for that day. The three professors then left. Bloody Barrow wanted to stay and say something, but Helena kicked him out with a cold face. Now, there is only a pair of ghosts, a man and a woman, who are just a few feet away from each other and looking at each other in silence. Chapter 30. You actually don't need to stay with me here. After a long silence, Zywin finally said. He always felt uncomfortable leaving Helena in this dark and dirty environment. For us dead, it doesn't matter where we stay. Helena said softly. Silence fell between the two again. Zywin suddenly realized that he was not good at facing such situations and saying gentle and intimate words. This must be the case for Helena, who has lived as a ghost for hundreds of years and has always been confined to her own world, rarely interacting with others. Probably only such a pure person can trust herself so easily. Zywin thought. He finally thought of a way. Is anyone here? A young wizard wearing a Slytherin school robe walked over and asked, pretending to be surprised. I see that no one has ever come here, but today it seems to be more alive. Vitality. Helena looked at him a little funny. It would be more appropriate to say it is death energy. Hey, are you ghosts? The little wizard Zywin pretended to be surprised. Why are you staying here? Ghost Zywin answered, or asked, and answered himself, for some reasons, I can only stay here now, and she is here to accompany me. Can you do me a little favor and clean up the dirty things here? Ghost Zywin looked at himself across from him, feeling that the conversation he was having with him was a bit funny for no reason, and he couldn't help but laugh. Push. Helena looked at him strangely and asked, What's wrong with you? What's the point of laughter? Ghost Zywin replied, I think of happy things. Push. Helena's expression became even weirder. She turned her head to look at the little wizard Zywin and said, Have you also thought of happy things? The little wizard Zywin suppressed a smile and nodded. Helena looked at the two of them in confusion and asked, So, the happy things you think about are the same thing? It's really the same thing. But Zywin didn't dare to say this. After finally regaining his composure, Ghost Zywin cleared his throat and explained, Ahem, I was thinking that we could ask the little wizard to help us make this place look better, so that we won't fulfill the wishes of those evil people. Yes, it is like that. The little wizard Zywin also continued, I found a good place to practice magic, and I feel happy. Helena looked at Zywin inside the door, and then at the little wizard outside. She always felt that something was wrong. She shook her head and asked the little wizard Zywin, Do you really want to help us clean this place? You know this is not a small project. The little wizard Zywin nodded, thinking in his mind that it was obviously to make his life more comfortable, so of course he would be happy to do so, but he said, It doesn't matter, I can just practice magic. As he spoke, he stretched out his wand and pointed at the ground, shouting, Scour Jiffy. There seems to be less dust on the ground, but it's not obvious. Zywin was not satisfied, so he changed the spell. Turcho. It seems to be a little better, but not much better. Helena reminded from the side, It must have been too long, and the dust and soil have merged with the ground. In this way, the cleaning spell relying on the disappearing spell has lost a certain effect. Only then did Zywin realize that the person in front of him was the daughter of Ravenclaw. Her previous magical ability should at least not be weakened. Then what kind of magic spell should I use? The little wizard Zywin asked politely, and then almost stopped laughing. I don't remember the spell or anything, Helena said. Maybe you can try washing it with water. She added with interest, and then floated into the air to watch the little wizard Zywin's performance. Zywin's face suddenly fell. He didn't know how long it would take to wash it with water. Maybe he could ask a senior student or professor for help. Maybe you can ask the senior students for some help. Ghost Zywin said, and he decided to add a line to his ghost clone. It makes sense. The little wizard Zywin asked himself. I'll try it casually today, and I'll find someone else to help me tomorrow. He suddenly remembered something and looked at the transparent barrier at the door. He didn't know if non-ghosts could get through. So Ghost Zywin took advantage of the situation and said, Come in and clean up the room. The little wizard Zywin nodded, walked towards the open copper door, and then passed through the transparent barrier without any hindrance. A smile appeared on his lips. In this way, if you want to go out, as long as the soul returns to the body, and the little wizard Zywin can go out openly, there will be no problem. Zywin, who was in a happy mood, began to recite various spells to various directions in the room to express his excitement. Clear water like a spring, aguamenti. Scour jiffy. Turcho. After a lot of messy work, the little wizard Zywin had almost used up his magic power. He used the last remaining magic power to use the flying spell to bring over a few spare candles from the dormitory and lit them next to it. This cell was finally a bit open to exploration. It looks impressive. Thank you for today, little wizard. Helena said to the little wizard Zywin sincerely. May I have your name? The little wizard Sivan smiled and replied, Sivan Rozier, madam. Helena nodded, turned back and glared at Ghost Zywin, urging, do you have any gratitude at all? Why don't you thank Zywin quickly? The faces of Ghost Zywin and little wizard Zywin froze, feeling very funny. So it's finally reached a point where I can thank myself. Ghost Zywin said to the little wizard Zywin with a very strange expression, thank you, Zywin. The little wizard Zywin's expression was not much better either. He replied stiffly, you're welcome, Mr. Ghost. Helena didn't pay that much attention. She smiled at the little wizard Zywin very kindly and said softly, if you need help in the future, you can ask us for help. You can call me Ms. Grey, and it's Dr. Strange. The little wizard Zywin twisted his mouth in embarrassment and thought he was smiling. He replied, okay, I understand, thank you, Ms. Grey and Dr. Strange. Zywin returned to the dormitory as if he was running away. He felt that if he continued chatting with Helena, he would suffer from embarrassment. Finally lying on the bed, Zywin let out a sigh of relief. It is now past the curfew time. Thanks to the remote location of the castle dungeon, the administrator Pringle usually does not come down to patrol, so Zywin has the opportunity to be active outside until so late. Speaking of which, this place of detention is not bad at all. Thinking like this, the exhausted Zywin fell into sleep. Chapter 31. The next day, Zywin woke up early again. Today is Saturday, and this is Zywin's first weekend since arriving at Hogwarts. A whole day without classes made Zywin feel quite at a loss. Forget it, let's try our luck on the lawn of the teaching area first. Maybe Miranda will get up early and go there to practice magic spells? With this thought in mind, he quickly changed his clothes under the fluorescent light of the wand's lighting spell and walked out of the dormitory. Unfortunately, he was not very lucky, and he didn't know whether it was because he got up too early or Miranda wanted to sleep in during the weekend, but there was no one on the lawn now. So Zywin decided to do a morning exercise and then come back to see it. Now the open grassland northwest of the castle has become Zywin's regular morning exercise spot, and almost no one will disturb him in the morning. But this morning during his morning exercise, he was rarely interrupted by a passerby. A strange, unshaven man walking by with a cane looked over. Oh, you are quite energetic. Professor Ketleben said with a smile. Good morning, Professor. Zywin took back his right leg that was pressing in front of him and waved to Professor Ketleben. How's it going? Is the cat back? Professor Ketleben asked friendly. Thanks to you, the kitten came back on its own the next day. Zywin smiled. And her eyes are open and she's in great spirits now. Professor Ketleben also laughed happily with his iconic loud voice, and then said, haha, that's amazing. Your cat must have inherited some special abilities after opening its eyes, and then ran away on its own. Out of the cat cage. Being able to come back now must be thanks to your kindness to her. Yes, yes, you have a good heart. The professor gave Zywin a thumbs up. Zywin smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. Professor Ketleben suddenly said, bring your cat over to me tonight when you come to my place for confinement. I want to know what breed she is. Hearing the professor's words, Zywin was stunned. There have been a lot of trivial matters recently. If he hadn't met the professor this morning, he would have completely forgotten about the solitary confinement. Did you forget about the confinement? Professor Ketleben asked suspiciously when he saw Zywin's expression. No. Absolutely not. Zywin denied decisively. The professor didn't pay much attention, waved his hand and said, 7 o'clock in the evening, don't forget. Then he limped towards the cabin where he lived. The corner of Zywin's mouth twitched, feeling that even though today was the weekend, it was still a fulfilling day. However, the most important thing now is to find Miranda and get her notes. So Zywin returned to the lawn of the teaching area. Several diligent and studious Ravenclaw students were already arriving on the lawn, but Zywin did not see Miranda there. Considering that today's schedule was a bit tight, Zywin felt that he could not wait any longer, so he decisively walked up to the Ravenclaw Tower on the west side of the castle. In fact, he would not admit that he was just a little curious about what the lounge of the college that he was almost assigned to by the Sorting Hat looked like. Walking on the spiral staircase surrounded by blue tones, Zywin looked at his green collar and felt a little out of place. He silently stopped, took off his school robe and put it into the pocket watch space. Then he noticed the green striped tie hanging casually around his neck. He had just taken it off during morning exercise and hadn't had time to tie it yet. Zywin also took it off, and now only a white shirt remained on his upper body. After carefully looking at nothing that revealed his identity, he stepped to the top of the tower with satisfaction. I have to say that this place is really high, and the astronomy tower is not much higher than here. Zywin, who had just finished a set of morning exercises, felt a little tired. After a little comparison, he found that the distance between the Ravenclaw and Slytherin common rooms was actually about the same, so he finally felt a little more mentally balanced. On the top floor of Ravenclaw Tower is a heavy wooden door with an eagle-shaped bronze knocker. Zywin stood in front of the door, thinking of sneaking in when the other Ravenclaws came out for morning reading, so that he could bypass the password. At this moment, the eagle-shaped door knocker suddenly spoke and said in a low and mysterious voice, "What do you get when you mix a woodpecker and a dove that knows its way around?" Zywin was startled by the sound. He looked at the door knocker in surprise, wondering what kind of operation it was. Guess it was a brain teaser? He thought, his mind spinning rapidly. What's the use of a messenger pigeon pecking at wood? When delivering a letter, peck the door open and throw the letter in. Inexplicably, it feels like a funny scene. Hey, wait, there seems to be some kind of bird that can deliver letters and peck people. Zywin suddenly remembered the owl Jobby who had just pecked him a few days ago. Owl. Zywin said to the eagle-shaped door knocker in an uncertain tone. The eagle-shaped bronze door knocker said, "That makes sense." Then it lifted its ring and the wooden door opened. "There is such an operation!" Zywin exclaimed. "You have to answer questions to get in, that's very Ravenclaw." The Ravenclaw common room is a large room with a circular shape. Several arched windows stand on the high wall, and the bright sunshine in the morning shines in from outside, which is not dazzling but bright enough. It was in stark contrast to the dark and mysterious scene in the Slytherin common room. No wonder Ravenclaw students are better at getting up early, this environment is different. Zywin thought silently. The lounge walls are hung with blue and bronze silks, which drape softly around the windows. The dome ceiling is painted with numerous and vivid stars, which seem to blink. The dark blue carpet below is also decorated with stars that are larger than those on the ceiling. The floor is lined with exquisite tables, chairs, and bookshelves. In the niche facing Zywin stands a white marble statue. The statue is lifelike. Her beautiful, generous, and stern face is somewhat similar to Helena. Rona Ravenclaw. Zywin raised his head and stared at this beautiful statue with an incomprehensible expression. Helena's mother put great pressure on Helena, even causing her to retain her thirst for knowledge even when she turned into a soul. Zywin murmured. "What are you talking about?" Suddenly, a magnetic female voice interrupted Zywin's meditation. Zywin turned around and saw a witch with grey hair, black-rimmed glasses, and holding a thick book. He suddenly realized that he was now in the common room of another college. "Good morning, Miranda." Zywin said hello awkwardly. "Explain why you are here." Miranda put the book on the table next to her, crossed her arms, looked at the stiff-looking Zywin with amusement, and said. Chapter 32. Explain yourself, why are you here? Miranda crossed her arms and looked at Zywin playfully. Well, I can explain this matter. Zywin instantly ran through hundreds of sophistry methods in his mind, and then rejected them one by one in an instant, and finally decided to tell the truth. I'm actually here to borrow my notes from you. Zywin spread his hands and said. Hey! Miranda looked at him with a half-smile. Okay, and I have a little bit of interest in the Ravenclaw common room. Zywin stretched out his hand and made a short distance between his thumb and index finger. Who would have thought that your door knockers were so creative, and you asked for brain teasers, and then I walked in accidentally. So should I praise you for being smart? Miranda smiled. No need. Zywin said guiltily. Let's go. Miranda smiled, turned around and motioned for Zywin to follow. Aren't you interested in this place? I'll show you around. Sivan followed Miranda up the steps next to the wall on the side of the Ravenclaw common room. There was a doorway at the end of the steps, and from time to time, several Ravenclaw girls in pajamas would pass by. This is the girls' dormitory. Zywin looked at Miranda in surprise and asked. Isn't this inappropriate? I didn't let you in. Miranda rolled her eyes and said. When she was about to reach the doorway, she looked back at Zywin and asked, Herbology notes. Zywin smiled coquettishly and said without confidence, it would be best if you could lend me your notes from the charms class. I've encountered some problems recently. Miranda asked in surprise, what problem? Zywin truthfully stated the problems encountered when casting spells in the dungeon. If dust, mud, and the like condense into the ground, what spell is better to use to clean it? I tried Scouring Charm and Cyclone Sweep, Turjo, the effect is not very good. I don't know where you encountered this kind of problem. Miranda muttered, but still gave the answer. First of all, you, an aristocratic who grew up with a silver spoon in your mouth, may not have heard of household indispensable spells like the washing up spell. If you encounter this situation, it is definitely better than the cleaning spell. Zywin touched his nose. He didn't know what kind of prejudice Miranda had against the aristocracy, so he could just poke fun at it. Of course, if the plaster is too firmly bonded to the floor and the cleaning spell is not effective, I suggest using a controlled power of the severing charm to cut away the dirt outside the floor, and then use the cleaning spell and cleaning the curse cleans it up. If the power of the cutting charm is not controlled well and the ground is damaged, you can also use the mending charm on the ground to restore it to intact. Generally, this operation will not restore the attached soil. Miranda explained very carefully. Zywin asked, what if it still doesn't work? If that doesn't work, I suggest changing the floor. Miranda rolled her eyes. Zywin smiled knowingly and said happily, thank you, you have been a big help. Miranda shook her head, handed over the thick leather book in her hand, and said, this is my magic notebook. I can lend it to you to read, but you don't want to read the later magic spells that are only learned by senior students. As for I have to look hard for my first year herbology notes, and it depends on your luck whether you can find them. Notes? Isn't this a book? Zywin took the thick book in surprise and opened it to read. The book is filled with Zhuangzi's neat handwriting, and the spells are arranged one after another. In addition to the names and spells of the spells, it also includes the casting actions of the spells, daily applications of the spells, practical analysis of the spells, etc. It can be described as clear and comprehensive. This can already be used as our textbook. Zywin looked at Miranda's calm face in amazement and praised. Miranda, seriously, publish a book. Our spells textbook, detailed explanation of commonly used charms, is unsystematic and full of flaws. It is not as useful as your notes. Our family can invest for you to print this book. After it is published, it can be used as a new spells course textbook at Hogwarts. Sivan drew Miranda's attention. If you ask me, its name should be the Book of Spells. Looking at the excited Zywin, Miranda's mouth twitched. I still have 3 years to graduate. It's too early to say such a thing. She shook her head, turned around and walked into the girls' dormitory. You wait here, I'll go find your herbal medicine class notes. Zywin nodded and stood leisurely outside the door of the Ravenclaw girls' dormitory, flipping through the charms notes with relish. As time passed and the sun rose higher, more and more people appeared in the Ravenclaw common room. Everyone looked at the strange little wizard standing at the door of the girls' dormitory with doubtful eyes. As more and more people paid attention to him, Zywin finally couldn't hold back the calm expression on his face. He felt like a husky that strayed into a pack of wolves, barely able to survive, but a group of panicked ones. At this moment, a little girl with freckles walked out of the girls' dormitory, looked at Sivan in surprise, and shouted loudly, Are you Sivan Roger? Aren't you from Slytherin? The air was suddenly quiet. Zywin felt that the entire common room's eyes were focused on him. He stiffly raised his head and looked at the little freckled girl who he met by chance in the carriage and later stepped on him during the sorting ceremony. He twitched his lips and said, Good morning, Miss Manus. Morning. Manus greeted Zywin cheerfully. I thought people like you wouldn't say good morning to muggle-born wizards like me. Manus, don't belittle yourself. You have to know that you are a wise Ravenclaw. A senior wizard walked up the steps and said to Manus. Manus blushed and whispered, I always thought I would be sorted into Hufflepuff. The senior wizard did not hear this. He curiously asked Sivan, Slytherin's little wizard, what are you doing here? I'm here to borrow notes from senior sister Gorshak. Zywin said seriously, and he also showed the leather book in his hand. Did she bring you in? The senior wizard frowned. Zywin shook his head and said, no. I just answered a question accidentally and the door opened. Now the eaglets in Ravenclaw couldn't sit still, and they came over curiously to see what Zywin looked like. After all, it is too rare for other house students to enter the Ravenclaw lounge by answering the eagle knocker question. Sivan was immediately surrounded by a group of Ravenclaw wizards and looked at him, so crowded that he had to stuff the book in his hand into the pocket watch space to prevent it from being damaged. When everyone was looking at him curiously, Sivan glanced at the culprit, the freckle-faced Painy Manus. Then, he suddenly saw a cool and beautiful girl with long silver hair next to Manus, looking at him with strange light-colored eyes, which seemed to be filled with thick white mist. Seeing these strange eyes, Zywin shuddered. And the owner of those strange eyes suddenly said something in an erratic voice. I can't see you clearly. Chapter 33. I can't see you clearly. Erratic sounds echoed throughout the lounge, and the eager atmosphere stagnated. What did you say? Zywin took the opportunity to break away from the crowd, walked up to her, and asked with a frown. Manus quickly pulled his friend around and said to Zywin, I'm sorry, Manto has a weird personality and often says things that others can't understand. She actually doesn't mean any harm. Zywin glanced at the silver-haired girl named Manto again. Her eyes were still filled with white mist, and this mist seemed to be floating constantly, which was particularly scary. Ignore him, Roger. The senior wizard next to him seemed to have gotten used to it and said indifferently. It's just sensationalizing. Trelawney just talks weird and scares people all day long. Now no one wants to pay attention to her. Manto, she's not. Manus anxiously wanted to defend his friend, but didn't know how to speak. Sivan glanced at the weird eyes of the little witch named Manto Trelawney again suspiciously, and felt that it was not as simple as sensationalizing. No, no. Trelawney was still mumbling. You should be in the dungeon of the castle. What did you say? Zywin suddenly opened his eyes. You know, Zywin's soul body happened to be detained in the room of the castle dungeon at this time. Zywin didn't know how she did it, was it a coincidence? Or is she really able to see through herself? Then will her true origin be seen through by her? I can't see you clearly. Trelawney was still murmuring, her cold face trembling a little at this time, looking crazy. Seeing that his friend started talking nonsense again, Manus quickly grabbed her arm and pulled her down the steps, and turned back to Zywin with an apologetic expression. Zywin looked at the two of them leaving and fell into silence. Did something happen here? At this moment, Miranda walked out holding a book and a notebook and asked doubtfully. It's nothing, it's just that Trelawney was talking nonsense again. The senior wizard said to her. Oh. Miranda glanced at Zywin who was meditating curiously, then patted him on the shoulder and said. You're pretty lucky, you found the notes from the herbal medicine class. She walked a few steps, then turned back and called Zywin who was still in the same place, let's go, how long do you want to stay in our common room? Oh, okay. Sivan woke up from his thoughts and quickly followed Miranda out of the Ravenclaw common room. Walking down the stairs, Miranda suddenly asked, what did Mantle Trelawney say to you? Zywin shook his head and said, she didn't say anything. She just said she couldn't see me clearly. Miranda looked a little surprised, raised her eyebrows and said, I thought she would make a prophecy for you. Prophecy? Zywin looked at Miranda in disbelief. You said she can predict. Miranda said, what, you don't think she is talking nonsense? Zywin smiled bitterly and shook his head, sighing, how do I know? But she is indeed a very strange person, especially her eyes, which are a bit scary. Miranda was silent for a moment, then said, do you know Cassandra Trelawney? Zywin thought for a while and shook his head, it seems a bit familiar, but I have no impression. Miranda explained, Cassandra Trelawney, the most famous prophet in the last century, it is hard to imagine that you have no impression of her. Sivan coughed slightly in embarrassment and said, is she related to Manto Trelawney by blood? Miranda nodded, Mantle is the granddaughter of Cassandra Trelawney. Zywin said, so can she really predict? Miranda said, who knows? At least as far as I know, Cassandra's daughter did not inherit her third eye. So instead of worrying about prophecies, it is better to seize the moment. She handed the herbal medicine class notes in her hand to Zywin and looked at him deeply. Zywin took the notebook and nodded in approval. What you said makes sense. Zywin took 2 notebooks and was kicked away by Miranda as soon as he walked out of Ravenclaw Tower. The reason was that Zywin had delayed her morning reading time and she needed to make up for it as soon as possible. Seeing Miranda's back walking towards the lawn, Zywin shook his head helplessly. Then he thought of the 2 notebooks lying quietly in the pocket watch space, especially the thick book of spells, and his mood immediately became happy. He looked at the time and saw that there were still 2 hours until lunch. He could still sneak in some time to do some cleaning work in the dungeon. This time, with Miranda's notes filled with spells, things will go much smoother. The dungeons of Hogwarts are as dark, damp, and spooky as ever, but after the large-scale cleaning spell last night, at least there are a lot less cobwebs and dust around Helena and Ghost Sivan. Coupled with the fact that a few spare candles from the Slytherin dormitory were burning conscientiously around, part of the darkness that had remained unchanged for many years was also driven away. The little wizard Sivan took Miranda's magic note and handed it to the ghost Sivan. His soul and body looked at each other with a tacit smile. The ghost Zywin will learn the theory of magic here, and then the little wizard Zywin will practice it. Zywin feels that he is really a time management master. Helena, who was floating next to her, watched with confusion as the 2 silent people completed the action of sending and receiving books, and asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" "Oops! I almost forgot that we are 2 people now, oh no, a wizard and a ghost." Zywin was suddenly startled. However, his reaction was relatively quick. As soon as Ghost Zywin turned around, he spread out the book of spells, held it in front of Helena with both hands, and said, "Yesterday, we didn't ask Zywin to seek help from Gao Gao. He's a senior student now. I'll ask him to bring back a copy of the senior year's notes. Maybe you can remember the spells you've learned through these notes." The little wizard Zywin also nodded hurriedly to indicate that this was correct. Helena glanced at the 2 of them again, wondering if she was distracted last night and didn't hear what Stephen told the little wizard. But she didn't think too much and looked down at the book. The person who wrote this book is quite talented. Helena nodded in admiration and said, "But those spells were not used in our era. If you want me to borrow this book to remind you, you may be disappointed." "What a pity." Ghost Zywin sighed regretfully, then looked at the little wizard Zywin pretendingly, and asked, "Can you lend me this book to read?" The little wizard Zywin also nodded pretendingly and replied, "Of course, no problem." "So did your senior sister teach you any methods?" Helena asked curiously. The young wizard Zywin replied, "Well, a Ravenclaw senior sister told me some very practical methods." Hearing that the little wizard from Ravenclaw told him the method, Helena showed a satisfied look and said with a smile, "Then give it a try." Chapter 34. Zywin recalled the method Miranda had said and said, "First of all, you should try the washing up spell." Ghost Zywin spontaneously began to look through the book to find the spell for the cleaning spell. What I have to say is that this thick notebook is very rich in content and covers a large number of spells that Zywin has never heard of. It seems to be far more than the small part that appears in the textbook. It is also very difficult to find a specific spell, and you might miss it accidentally. Miranda should be asked to create an automatic retrieval spell, so that it will be much easier to find the spell. Zywin was thinking about it while flipping through the book. When I was in Carmitage in my previous life, the large library of the Holy Sanctuary was equipped with a retrieval system that kept pace with the times. If you enter the title of a book on the computer at the door, the specific placement of the book will be displayed. It is very convenient and practical to locate it on which bookshelf and row. Helena saw that Zywin hadn't been found for a long time, so she floated over and took his arm, standing beside him to help search. It can be seen that the difficulty of these spells increases page by page. The cleaning spell should not be too far back. Helena looked at Zywin, who had almost turned to the last page, and asked suspiciously. Ghost Zywin thought for a while, and it seemed that this was really the case. He turned back to the previous section and saw that life spells and combat spells were divided into 2 parts, and the cleansing curse was at the forefront of the life spells. It seems that I really missed it. Ghost Zywin smiled awkwardly and said, "Just find it, I'll see how to use it." The little wizard Zywin calmly tried to save his soul body. As a necessary and practical spell at home, the cleaning spell is not very difficult. The little wizard Zywin was almost able to use it after reading it twice. Seeing a stream of water washing through the ground in vain under the control of his wand, the little wizard Zywin shook his head. It doesn't seem to be of much use. What about other methods? Helena asked. You can use the severing charm to cut off the plaster. The little wizard Zywin said. I've learned this before. Zywin realized something was wrong as he spoke. After switching his habit of saying one sentence to another, the sentence just now seemed to have come out of the ghost Zywin's mouth accidentally. Looking at Helena who was looking at him, Ghost Zywin twitched the corner of his mouth and added, I learned this when I traveled to the country before. The spell is Diffindo. He said it seriously, and at the same time, he secretly decided not to get distracted easily in the future when his mind is divided. I know. In fact, I have learned this spell by myself before. The little wizard Zywin replied. He took out his wand and pointed it at the place with the most mud and said, Diffindo. A large gap was instantly cut into the ground. After several more cuts, the entire piece of dirty plaster was cut away. Scour Jiffy. The little wizard Zywin used the cleaning spell on the cut piece of plaster again, but there was no change in this large piece of dirt. It's too big, and the cleaning spell won't work. Helena said. You should just use the vanishing spell. But I can't. Zywin spread his hands helplessly and said a little depressed. The disappearance curse is part of the ordinary wizarding level examination, OWL, and I am only a first-year wizard. You are only in the first grade. Helena asked in surprise when she heard what he said. It's only been a week since school started. Because Zywin has been doing morning exercises for a long time, his physical development is relatively good and he is taller than his peers. Coupled with the fact that he is relatively mature mentally, Zywin's expression does not look like a child at all. So Helena always regarded him as a third or fourth year Slytherin wizard. Who would have thought that he was just a freshman who had just gone to school for 5 days? I learned a lot at home. The little wizard Zywin smiled. He is indeed not a young wizard in the normal sense. His learning ability and memory remain at the level of an adult in his 20s. However, the total amount of magic power in his body is limited by his age and is scarce, which is also the biggest obstacle to his development. Although there was no disappearing spell, Zywin still thought of a way. Wingardium Leviosa. He used a beautiful floating spell to throw the large piece of plaster to the end of the corridor outside the room. The place was already even messy. After throwing the plaster block in, it was impossible to tell that there was an extra piece of dirt inside. Then, Zywin repeatedly used the cutting spell and the floating spell to cut off the dirt on the ground and walls and threw them to the end of the corridor. The entire cell including the nearby corridor became brand new, but it was full of pits and unevenness. Not bad, how about using the mending charm to repair them back to their original shape? Helena immediately guessed the next process. That's right. The little wizard Zywin panted and sat on a relatively flat ground, nodding tiredly. I should take a little rest though. Thank you so much for your hard work. Helena looked at the tired little wizard Zywin with some guilt and said. Let's wait until next time to deal with the remaining parts that require the repair spell. You go back and have a good rest first. Ghost Zywin had a better memory this time and said to the little wizard Zywin in time before Helena's eyes swept over him, Thank you, Zywin. Sure enough, it had become a habit, and now he was able to read his name and say thank you to his face without changing his expression. Zywin suspected that if he continued like this, he would develop a split personality. The little wizard Zywin took out his pocket watch and took a look. Lunchtime was almost over, and he was too tired to climb up to the auditorium to eat, so he simply gave up going to the auditorium and lay down on the bumpy ground. Helena glanced at the little wizard Zywin with some worry, and asked, Seriously, you have helped us a lot, why don't you go back and rest, don't lie on the ground and catch the cold. The little wizard Zywin shook his head, feeling that he had recovered some of his magic power, and struggled to stand up. In the space full of scratches, he stretched out his wand and pointed at the room in front of him, and gently closed his eyes. Different from his tired body, his mental state was surprisingly relaxed, and he could control any trace of the meager magic power in his body. Facing the situation of the magic power in his body, this strange feeling is like, what Dumbledore said, like the illusion of omnipotence. Reparo. He shouted out the restoration charm and waved his wand. From the inside out, every wall and every floor was covered with countless particles. From scratch, every inch of the room was quickly filled in, and the uneven floors and walls became smooth and brand new. Today's dungeon has dark blue marble walls and smooth blue stone floors. Mysterious and profound patterns decorate the floor, revealing the heaviness of countless histories. Zywin, who had used up the last bit of his magic power, leaned against the wall behind him, barely holding on to prevent himself from falling. Waves of dizziness came from his mind from time to time, but his heart was extremely satisfied. Zywin recalled the illusion of omnipotence just now and felt that he had touched an extremely rare field, that is, excellent control over himself. It was also this kind of control that allowed him to successfully cast this large-scale repair spell using only nearly half of the magic power that should have been consumed. Helena looked at the vaguely familiar patterns on the floor of the old castle and felt a lot of emotion. She had not recovered from her surprise until the little wizard Zywin staggered out of the cell. Because of our affairs, he definitely doesn't have time to eat, she suddenly said to Ghost Zywin. Ghost Zywin nodded, thinking that I obviously know this better. Helena continued, I'm going to go to the cafeteria to find a house elf to bring him some food. Are you okay if you stay here alone? Zywin was very surprised when he heard the news that he could still eat. He quickly said, I have no problem, go ahead, the little wizard's body is more important. Let me say thank you for Zywin. Chapter 35. When the little wizard Zywin returned to the dormitory, he had already learned from the ghost Zywin that a house elf would come to deliver meals in a while. He managed not to fall asleep directly and sat in front of the table to wait. Sure enough, not long after, with a bang, an elf with pointed bat-like ears, a big head and eyes, and slender arms appeared in the dormitory. He was still holding a dinner plate with plenty of food on it. Dear wizard, this is the food that the distinguished Lady Grey ordered me to bring you, he said in a sharp voice. Zywin happily took the plate, thanked the elf with great satisfaction, and then started to enjoy the belated lunch. Oh my god, the respected wizard actually said thank you to me, the house elf said loudly in surprise. The fork in Zywin's hand was frozen in place. He was stunned for a moment, and suddenly realized that not all elves were like his Millie. Because of his persistence, and because she was still young and very malleable, she gradually became accustomed to Zywin's thanks. Serving wizards has become the nature of house elves, and wizards also take the service of house elves as a matter of course. Few wizards will even say thank you to them on a whim. Zywin was silent for a moment, smiled at the elf, and asked, What's your name? My name is Buddy, respected wizard. Buddy, the house elf, replied with excitement on his face. I know, Buddy. Zywin smiled gently at Buddy. Thanks a lot. The house elf Buddy bowed excitedly and left Sivan's dormitory with a bang. Zywin, why would a house elf bring you food? Abraxas seemed to have been asleep before, but was just woken up by the sharp voice of the house elf. His voice was still a little confused. I just did a small favor to someone. Since it was already past dinner time, she asked for a meal in the cafeteria for me. Zywin answered casually. Is it past dinner time? Abu sat up with a look of realization on his face. No wonder I feel a little hungry. Forget it, let's just go have lunch later. Zywin looked at him with twitching eyes, and said in a dumbfounded voice, Actually, it's past lunch time. What? Abu suddenly opened his eyes and became completely energetic. Why did I sleep for so long? Who knows? Zywin spread his hands. Is there anyone else who woke up later than me? Abu asked with a sense of luck. At this time, a few grunting sounds came from the bed next door. Fortunately, Mowgli got up even later. Abu breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that he had found psychological comfort. You don't get up so late at home, right? Zywin asked curiously. How is that possible? My father has always been very strict at home, so I can relax a little bit when I come to Hogwarts. Abu retorted. But the environment here is really suitable for sleeping. Zywin looked at the Slytherin dormitory, which was still a little dark even at noon, and nodded in agreement. There's another sandwich here that I can't finish, so I'll give it to you. Seeing the hungry Abraxas, Sivan pointed to the sandwich on the plate. So why do you eat steak and I eat sandwiches? Abraxas asked unconvinced. This was originally my lunch, so it would be nice to give it to you. Zywin rolled his eyes and said. And eating greasy food when you first wake up is not good for your stomach. Abu nodded resignedly, grabbed the sandwich in his hand, and took the cup of pudding next to him. Then he said, Okay, but I have to add this pudding. Zywin curled his lips and ignored him, but quickly wiped out the remaining food. Then he lay down on the bed tiredly, covered himself with a quilt, and said to Abramovich, when Mowgli wakes up or Gomez comes back, ask them to keep their voices down. I'm too sleepy and I need to take a nap. While chewing his sandwich, Abu made a gesture to indicate that there was no problem. Zywin fell into a deep sleep before he even had time to see his gesture. This time, the magic power was a bit overdrawn, and Zywin barely woke up until dinner time. "Are you awake?" Abraxas, who was playing wizard chess with Mowgli, asked casually when he saw Sivan sitting up. "Why do you feel that even with a nap, your sleep time is no shorter than ours?" Mowgli also agreed with the same sentiment. "Indeed, so there is actually no difference between us." When Zywin woke up, he only felt a sore back and a headache. He had no time to pay attention to them, so he frowned and sat up from the bed. "Does any of you know if there is a pick-me-up in the potion box in the common room?" he asked. Abu and Mowgli shook their heads blankly. Zywin didn't expect them to be able to help, so he walked into the common room while rubbing the back of his head. There are several public cauldrons placed in the Slytherin common room all year round, as well as many common potion materials provided by Professor Slughorn at his own expense for Slytherin's young wizards to practice potion refining. Most seniors will not take away the finished potion after refining it, but will keep it in a box next to the crucible for emergency use. Zywin walked into the common room and happened to see Ignatius sorting the potion materials. "Prefect Ignatius, are there any refreshments left here?" he asked. Ignatius looked at him in surprise and asked, "What's wrong? Do you have a cold?" "No." Zywin shook his head and said. "I used too much magic before, and now I have a headache." "Don't you need to go to the campus hospital?" Ignatius took out a bottle of refreshing medicine from the box and handed it to Zywin, asking with concern. "If it is magic power overdraft, it is not a small problem. You are still young, so you should be careful." Zywin took the refreshing potion, nodded with a smile, and said, "I'm fine, there's no big problem anymore." "Thank you, Prefect Ignatius." He opened the glass bottle and took a sip. A stream of steam spurted out from Sivan's ears, making his ears look as strange as the chimney at the front of the Hogwarts Express train. Oddly enough, as the steam spurted out of his ears, the headache felt like it was leaving his brain with the steam, and Zywin felt better instantly. "How is it?" Ignatius looked down at Zywin's face and asked with concern. "Much better. Thank you, Prefect." Zywin thanked Ignatius gratefully and walked back to the dormitory. Chapter 36. Are you going to eat? Zywin walked back to the dormitory and asked his two roommates who were fighting hard. "Come as soon as you finish this game of chess." Abu replied absent-mindedly. On the contrary, Mowgli threw away the chess pieces in his hand, stood up instantly, and said impatiently, "Let's go eat, I'm starving." The knight who dropped the chess piece on the table raised his small spear and made a dissatisfied protest to Mowgli. Zywin took one look at the situation of the chess game and showed a clear expression. "You're being shameless!" Abu shouted angrily. "No way!" Mowgli argued. "My last meal was last night, I was really hungry." Accompanied by the sound of bickering between the two, the three came to the auditorium. After all, Zywin still had a headache and a bad appetite. And the steam coming out of his ears from time to time was a bit noticeable, so he ate some light food and said goodbye to his roommates and left the auditorium. "Kitten, come out, it's time for us to set off." Zywin shouted in the common room. "What, has the cat been lost again?" a senior Slytherin asked with interest. Zywin nodded helplessly and replied, "Professor Kettleben asked me to take the kitten to show him, but she didn't know where she went." Looking at the pointer on the pocket watch that was gradually approaching 7 o'clock, Zywin thought that he might miss the appointment this time. He didn't know if the professor would be so angry that he would kick him away when he heard that he didn't bring the cat with him. Back in the dormitory, Zywin was about to pack his things and go to Professor Kettleburn's shed when he suddenly found a silver-white patterned kitten lazily lying on the quilt above his bed with its little paws. "When did you come here?" Zywin quickly picked up the kitten in his arms and nodded her nose. "Meow." The kitten screamed dissatisfiedly, but the voice was extremely cute, and it sounded like a spoiled child. "Okay, it's time for us to set off." Zywin happily put the kitten on his shoulders, letting her soft belly press against him, with her 4 little paws drooping in front and back. This soft touch made Zywin feel satisfied. Tisk! A burst of white steam suddenly spurted out from Zywin's ears, startling the kitten, and she immediately jumped back into Zywin's arms from her shoulders. Zywin was a bit embarrassed, so he had to massage the kitten's head and chin the whole way. The kitten enjoyed it, but Zywin's hands were sore. "Here you are? You're quite on time." Professor Kettleben was obviously waiting impatiently at the door of the shack to greet Zywin, or rather to greet the kitten. "Let me see, is this the cat?" He looked at the kitten in Zaiwen's arms who was enjoying the manual massage service with great interest. The kitten squinted its small eyes at this time. The whole cat was lying on Zaiwen's right arm, and it made a purring sound in its throat, which represented happiness and contentment. Zaiwen's left hand was tirelessly pressing on her head. Zaiwen said that although petting cats is very happy, petting cats for a long time is also strenuous work. The overall hair color is white, and the hair on the back has silver texture, which is more lustrous than that of domestic cats. Its performance when receiving massage is roughly the same as that of domestic cats. Professor Kettleben took out a tattered notebook from nowhere and began to record the kitten's appearance, habits, and other characteristics with a quill made of unknown feathers while talking about it. "What do her eyes look like?" asked the professor, reaching out to touch the kitten's head. The kitten opened its eyes suddenly and glanced at the professor fiercely. "Yes, yellow eyes, vertical pupils." The professor nodded and continued to record it in his notebook. Zaiwen opened his mouth, feeling like he couldn't get a word in, so he closed his mouth again. However, although Zaiwen closed his mouth, his ears were still stealing the show. 2 streams of steam spurted out of his ears with a cheese sound. It seemed that Professor Kettleben finally remembered Zaiwen's existence after hearing this voice. He raised his head and asked, "Are you cold?" "No." Zaiwen shook his head and replied. "It's just a bit of a headache." "Oh, the professor is considerate of your physical condition and will not patrol the Forbidden Forest today. He will stay in the house and have a good rest." Professor Kettleben led Zaiwen into the shed and said seriously at the same time. Zaiwen looked at the professor who was paying full attention to the kitten, and couldn't help but ask, "Professor, have you already decided not to patrol the Forbidden Forest, and you only have one more reason? How can you denounce someone's innocence out of thin air?" Professor Kettleben said confidently, blowing his beard and staring. "It is a professor's duty to care for students. If you hadn't begged me, do you think I wanted to show you what kind of cat this is? Then Professor, I won't force you, otherwise I'd better take the kitten back." Zaiwen said. "Hey, stop, stop." Seeing Zaiwen trying to leave, Professor Kettleben immediately panicked and said hurriedly. "I admit that I really want to study your cat. Is that okay this time? What a little bastard who doesn't know how to respect the elderly and care for the young." Then he muttered quietly. Zaiwen looked helplessly at the less than serious professor, and finally placed the kitten on the table in front of him so that he could observe it more easily. "It doesn't look like a very special breed from the outside." Professor Kettleben frowned and observed the kitten, not noticing that his face was getting closer and closer to the cat. With the sound of paw, the kitten slapped the professor on the face. "Zaiwen." Professor Kettleben didn't feel dissatisfied at all, and said enthusiastically, "You are quite energetic. This behavior is not very like a domestic cat." As he said that, he wanted to open the kitten's mouth to see her teeth. "Ha!" Kitty breathed fiercely at the professor, trying to scare him away. But she was facing the knowledgeable professor of care of magical creatures at Hogwarts. Professor Kettleburn's hand reached out to the kitten's mouth firmly. So he was bitten by the kitten. "Professor, are you okay?" Zaiwen asked with a twitching corner of his mouth. "Little problem." Professor Kettleben skillfully applied some white essence on himself and said confidently. "This little thing is nothing. I have never been afraid of a big guy who could bite my legs off in one bite." "So that's how you lost your arms and legs?" Zaiwen cursed speechlessly. "The fangs are much sharper and longer than those of domestic cats." Professor Kettleben was still taking notes. Then, he took out a mouse that had been prepared and placed it in front of the kitten. "Let me see how you hunt now." "Ahem, Professor, the kitten won't eat unclean things," Zaiwen said weakly from the side. "She only eats cooked food." Professor Kettleben. Chapter 37. After Professor Kettleben learned that the kitten only ate cooked food, he looked at Zaiwen speechlessly and asked, "So what do you usually feed her?" Zaiwen thought for a moment, counted on his fingers and replied, "Usually it's stewed chicken, steamed fish with bones removed, cooked chicken liver, and occasionally a bowl of goat's milk. By the way, I'm secretly on the Muggle side. Sprat Company ordered some special cat food, but the kittens don't like it very much." Professor Kettleben listened to him introducing the kitten's recipe, and his face grew darker as he listened. Finally he couldn't help but said, "Do you want to feed your cat into a useless cat? You know she is a magical creature with magical powers. Animals. Pet cats don't need to have powerful abilities. They just need to be cute." Zaiwen said nonchalantly. "Anyway, I'll take care of her." The professor said angrily, you are letting her waste her ability as a magical animal. You are failing her talent. What's more, what if she gets lost one day? How can a useless cat be in the wild life? What if something happens to you or you have to travel far away one day? Professor Ketlaban continued to educate little Zywin for half an hour. He seemed to feel a little thirsty and finally stopped. He used his remaining right hand to hold up the large pot of fire crab shells on the table and put it into his mouth. Take a sip. Anyway, you shouldn't just bury your kitten's talents, he added after drinking the water. Zywin was confused by the explanation and nodded in confusion. So, let's start training her hunting ability. Professor Ketlaban picked up his tattered notebook again, took out his wand and let it float in the air, then took out his quill and prepared to continue recording. Hey, where's the mouse? He was about to see how the kitten would treat the mouse, but suddenly he found that the mouse was gone. If you are talking about the mouse just now, it has already got under your bed, Zywin said silently. Don't panic. Professor Ketlaban put down the quill with a wave of his hand, replaced it with a wand and took it into his hand. He made the mouse fly back with a flying spell. Zywin watched him switch items back and forth with one hand and felt that he was in trouble for him, so he asked, Professor, don't you find it troublesome to use only one hand? I remember that there are many people in the magic world who can regenerate limbs. The method has few side effects. What do you know? My lost arms and legs are symbols of merit and honor, the professor said with pride. Look at the missing half of my right leg. It was accidentally bitten by a Welsh green dragon when I was taming it when I was young. But I quickly subdued the dragon. As for the left arm, it was bitten by me when I was in Greece. It was bitten off by a chimera when I was traveling. That monster was so ferocious. Fortunately, I put the drug into its mouth and finally knocked it out. Sivan looked at Professor Kettleburn's excited expression and proud tone and felt very puzzled. Anyway, he couldn't risk his life just to study something. Maybe this is love. He could only think like this. I almost went off topic. The professor suddenly came back from his narcissism, and then threw the mouse in front of the kitten. Go on, kitten, catch this mouse. The professor's seamless transition almost brought Zywin back to his senses. He didn't dare to stop her. He just looked at the kitten and hoped that she would not be fooled by the professor into eating raw food. That would be so unhygienic. While the two were talking, the kitten was lying on its side on the table, wagging its tail in boredom. The tail tapped on the table, making a crisp sound, and he looked very impatient. When Professor Ketlaban threw the mouse in front of her, she was startled at first and jumped up from the table. Then she cautiously leaned over and took a look at the mouse. Under the professor's expectant gaze and Zywin's nervous gaze, she showed a disgusted expression and slapped the mouse to the ground. Professor! Zywin! After slapping the mouse away, the kitten lay down on the table leisurely and looked out the window with nothing to do. It shouldn't be, even if it means refusing to eat, a long-term confrontation, or fear of running away, this behavior is unreasonable. Professor Ketlaban was puzzled, frowned, and began to think. Professor, she seems to dislike this mouse. Sivan said. No, I think we need to try again. Professor Ketlaban didn't hear what Zywin was saying at all. He decisively picked up the confused mouse and threw it in front of the kitten again. How can I bear this? When the kitten saw that the little thing that had been slapped away was thrown in front of her again, she felt provoked. She grinned and glared at the professor with her yellow eyes. The professor looked at her eyes subconsciously and felt that these eyes were extremely strange, as if they attracted all the energy to be trapped in them. With two snap and crash sounds, the quill in the professor's hand and the notebook in the air fell to the ground. Following closely behind was Professor Ketlaban, who fell onto the table with a thud. Zywin was stunned for a moment, then suddenly took out his wand and quickly scanned the blind spots in the room and the hidden places outside the window. Who did it? He shouted. Assaulting a professor at Hogwarts is a serious crime. Surrendering may reduce your responsibility. No one answered. A drop of cold sweat broke out from Zywin's temples. Even with his mental strength, he did not find anyone suspicious. This further illustrates the strength of the other party. Kitten, hide quickly. Zywin still thought of his pet in times of crisis, fearing that she would be in danger. The kitten sat on the table, tilting her little head and looking at him. Could it be you who did it? Zywin looked suspiciously. The kitten looked at him innocently. So you were the culprit who caused me to miss an entire afternoon of class last time. Zywin suddenly realized. Let me tell you, who else could have the yellow eyes in the cat cage besides you? The kitten still looked at him innocently. Zaiwan. Zaiwan, who knew that the kitten couldn't speak, covered his face in depression and sighed, what kind of evil has this done? He rolled up his sleeves, picked up Professor Ketleben, and moved him to the messy bed. Then he picked up the quills and notebooks that fell on the floor and put them on the table. After thinking for a moment, Zaiwan unfolded what looked like a rag lying next to the professor's bed and covered him. The size is right. It does look like the professor's quilt. Zaiwan said to himself. After confirming that there was nothing wrong, he picked up the innocent-looking culprit on the table, walked out of Professor Kettleburn's shed and closed the door. Forget it, it's almost time to go to bed anyway, so let's let the professor take a nap in advance. Zaiwan sighed, hugged the cat and walked back to the dormitory. Chapter 38. Because he was worried about Professor Kettleburn's physical condition, Zivan got up early the next day and rushed to the shack where the professor lived. Knocking on the wooden door of the shack, Zaiwan stood waiting at the door with some anxiety. After a long while, just when Zaiwan was about to break in, Professor Kettleburn's tired and unshaven face appeared at the door. Little Zaiwan? He asked. How did you come? Professor, are you feeling well? Zaiwan asked implicitly after considering his words. The professor looked at him doubtfully and said, What problem can I have? Let me tell you, I had a good sleep last night. I also dreamed about the big cat leopard I saw in America before. That guy was amazing. As he was talking, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait, how did I fall asleep yesterday? He looked suspiciously at Zaiwan, who was so guilty that he looked down at his toes, and asked. Also, why didn't I take off my shoes when I went to bed last night? Can I say that the smell is too strong and I dare not take it off? Of course, Zaiwan did not dare to say this. He just said, Professor, you looked at my kitten yesterday and then fell there. I moved it to the bed for you. Kitten is still young, so she must not have done it on purpose, and you were not harmed. So can you punish her? Zaiwan was worried about Kitten and began to plead with Professor Ketleben. The professor was stunned for a moment and suddenly became emotional. Cat leopard. It must be cat leopard. He shook Zaiwan's shoulders and shouted loudly. Yellow eyes, good at hypnosis. Hurry. Where is your cat? This is a major discovery. It confirms that leopard cats can hybridize with small cats such as catnivs. Zaiwan was so shaken that he couldn't help but silently broke away from the professor's remaining right hand. He said warily because he was afraid that the professor would take revenge on the kitten. I didn't bring the cat here this morning, how about tonight? Then come here on time at 7 o'clock tonight. Professor Ketleben said vigorously. Just so I can prepare some information first. After saying that, he urged Zaiwan to leave, while he hurried towards the castle on crutches. Seeing the professor leaving in a hurry, Zaiwan shrugged and started his daily morning exercises next to him. Anticipating that he would not return to his dormitory too early in the evening, Zaiwan went to the library during the day to complete his homework for the week. Because the school has just started for a week, the homework given by the professors in each subject is not much. For example, the Transfiguration class, the Charms class and the Defense Against the Dark Arts class just ask the young wizards to practice the magic spells practiced in the class. These are expected to I have already learned the text, so there is no pressure. The assignment for the herbal medicine class is to write a 7-inch paper on the processing and storage methods of white fresh vegetables. Although Zaiwan missed one class, it was no problem to complete this kind of task after getting the notes from Miranda, the college bully who always ranked first in his grade. The homework for the potions class was to preview some basic details of the preparation process of the living hell potion. Zaiwan briefly read it once and memorized it with his strong memory. The most homework for the history of magic was to write a foot-long paper on the werewolf code of conduct. Zaiwan spent a lot of time to find the corresponding information in the library, revised it, and finally wrote an article that looked good. Not bad. However, he was very curious about how Professor Binns corrected homework as a ghost. After the homework was taken away by Abraxas and Mobley in the name of reference, Sivan reluctantly carried the kitten on the road to Professor Kettleburn's shed. By the time Zaiwan arrived, the professor had already put on his equipment and was waiting at the door of the shack. He was rare without a cane and stood on the gravel road in front of the door casually. Today he wore a cowhide hood with fur edges on his head, a khaki jacket with only one sleeve, and a pair of faded jeans. There was also a cowhide water bag and an oil lamp hanging around his waist. "Professor, your legs?" Zywin asked in surprise, looking at the professor's empty right hand and intact jeans. Professor Ketlaban lifted up his trousers and showed the wooden leg inside the trousers to Zywin. He said proudly, "This thing is very easy to use. It can be used as a right leg. Look, I don't need to get a new one at all." Leg. Zywin looked at the so-called prosthetic leg, which was no different from an ordinary wooden stick, and fell into deep thought. "Let's go, follow me to patrol the Forbidden Forest today." The professor waved his hand and walked in front. "You can't escape this time." "Professor, what should I do with the kitten?" Zywin asked hurriedly. The professor said, "Just take it with you and let her see the world." Zywin was still a little worried, frowning, and asked, "But won't she be in danger? She has cat and leopard blood. It's better for you to worry about her than to worry about yourself." Professor Ketlaban turned around and glared at him with hatred, and said, "And I'm very familiar with the Forbidden Forest. There's nothing dangerous about it, don't worry." Zywin had no choice but to nod and say nothing more. In fact, Zywin was also very curious about the Forbidden Forest. After all, at the opening ceremony, Principal Dippet personally spoke and strictly prohibited the little wizard from going to the Forbidden Forest. Wait, Professor Ketlaban said there was no danger, so why didn't the principal allow him to enter the Forbidden Forest? So Zywin asked, "Professor, you said there is no danger in the Forbidden Forest, so why does Principal Dippet not allow students to enter? I don't want to go into the Forbidden Forest every day just to pick out those lost little naughty bags." Professor Ketlaban said angrily. "What's more, there are centaurs in the Forbidden Forest, and they won't be polite to wizards." "So that's it?" Zywin nodded. "That's right, one of the biggest dangers in entering a forest is not that there are dangerous things in the forest, but the risk of people getting lost in the forest with complex vegetation and terrain. What's more, even the forests of the Muggle world are filled with many unknowns, let alone the Forbidden Forest filled with magical creatures." Professor Ketlaban held an oil lamp, and two wizards, one large and one small, walked into the Forbidden Forest one after another. Under the illumination of the light, the shadows of the two people were dragged behind them, stretched very long. If someone looks from a distance, they will see that the Forbidden Forest is very dark and gloomy, and the entire forest is shrouded in mist. The huge and dense trees are connected together, casting a heavy black shadow in the moonlight, like a giant beast that wants to choose people and devour them, swallowing up both Professor Ketlaban and Sivan. Chapter 39. The Forbidden Forest often seems to be shrouded in a thin layer of mist, blocking the view of those within it. As Professor Ketlaban and Sivan went deeper, the surroundings became darker and darker, and an oil lamp did not seem to be enough to provide enough light for the two of them. "Lumos Maxima." Sivan raised his wand and said. A bright light emanated from the tip of Sivan's wand, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Zywin was also able to see the scene in the Forbidden Forest. Trees that were so thick that two people needed to hug them stood all around. Looking from the ground, you couldn't see the top at all. Only layers of branches and leaves blocked the sky. The color of the tree trunks is very dark. Even though it has just passed midsummer, there are not many leaves. There are many bare and strange-shaped branches overlapped together, giving people a slightly eerie feeling. The soil on the ground is overall grey. The soil does not appear to be wet and remains strangely dry in the diffuse fog. You can feel the solid, hard texture when you step on it, so the shoes will not be stained with mud. "Dark the wand a little," said Professor Ketlaban. "Too strong light will irritate the small creatures in the Forbidden Forest. Otherwise, why do you think I don't change to a brighter light?" "Oh, okay, so that's it." Zywin nodded and put on the ordinary version of the wand lighting spell. The professor took Zywin on a path that was obviously created by walking for a long time. From time to time, he pointed at the passing small animals and told him about the habits of the creatures in the Forbidden Forest. The small animals seemed to be very familiar with Professor Ketlaban and were not afraid of his approach. Occasionally, a jumping hare or a lithe elk would come up to the two of them and look at the unfamiliar face of Zywin curiously. "Professor, why does the Forbidden Forest need to be patrolled every day?" Zywin asked curiously. Actually, the original intention of setting up the position of Forbidden Forest Administrator at Hogwarts was to prevent foreign enemies from sneaking into the school through the Forbidden Forest, so inspections need to be carried out every day. Professor Ketlaban said with a smile. "It's very difficult to penetrate into the Forbidden Forest now. After all, few people can get by with the light horse people. However, the habit of daily inspections was still retained. Later, most of the administrators of the Forbidden Forest were people who loved magical animals, and they regarded inspections of the Forbidden Forest as a way to deal with magical animals. Because of this incident, we all enjoy it. It's great to have such a hobby. Zywin nodded in admiration and praised. So what magical animals are there in the Forbidden Forest? That's a lot. The professor said intoxicatedly. Thestrals, unicorns, hippogriffs. At this time, a beautiful creature with silver light emerged from the bushes in front of them and appeared in front of the two of them. Her hair is pure silver, and she looks like an elegant and noble pony, except that she has a long spiral horn on her head. Aha, you are really lucky. Professor Ketlaban said to Zywin excitedly. The first time you enter the Forbidden Forest you will see a sacred unicorn with your own eyes. When a unicorn is born, it is all golden. It will gradually turn to silver until it is about 2 years old. It will grow a unicorn full of magic when it is 4 years old, and it will not become an adult unicorn until it is 7 years old. The unique holy white color. He then introduced the beautiful magical animal, the unicorn. Look at the unicorn in front of you. Its hair is still silver, but its horn has developed very well, so it should be a young unicorn between 4 and 7 years old. Zywin was amazed at the beauty of the unicorn and walked forward cautiously, wanting to see her up close. Although I don't want to offend you, I still have to tell you that unicorns are more willing to believe in pure girls than men. Professor Ketlaban said after seeing Sivan's actions. However, to their surprise, the unicorn did not reject Zywin's approach. Instead, she raised her silver white hooves and quietly took a step toward Zywin. She put her head in front of Zywin and gently rubbed the wand in Zywin's hand. The kitten on Zywin's shoulder seemed to be a little curious about the unicorn. It jumped onto her back with a swish and lay contentedly on the silvery mane on the back of the unicorn's neck. Come back quickly, don't be naughty. Zywin's face darkened instantly, and he quickly wanted to take the naughty kitten back. Professor Ketlaban smiled knowingly when he saw this scene and said, Don't worry, as long as the unicorn doesn't stop it, it means it recognizes your cat. Maybe the two of them will get along very well. Zywin heard the words and looked at the unicorn. Her head was still attached to Zywin's wand, and her expression showed a trace of nostalgia. Professor, why does she always have a soft spot for my wand? Zywin asked curiously. Seeing this, the professor's face became serious and asked, This does not usually happen. Even a wand with unicorn tail hair as the core will not get the extra closeness of the unicorn. So what is your wand? Material. Unicorn horn nerve. Zywin looked at the straight pine wand in his hand and murmured. No wonder. Professor Ketlaban sighed and nodded. I still have the impression that an evil dark wizard attacked a unicorn in Galloway Forest a few years ago. The unicorn had just given birth and was weak. In order to protect the cubs, she was killed by the Black Wizard. The wizard murdered him brutally. When the people from the Ministry of Magic discovered her, only her blood-drained body and the intact unicorn cub protected in the grass beside her were left. The professor wiped his eyes sadly and narrated in a low voice. That cub should be the one in front of me. She has a name, Cecily. The people from the Department for the Care of Magical Creatures sent her to the Forbidden Forest to be cared for by me, but she disappeared after she gained the ability to move. No, I thought she left. So is she here for this? Zywin opened his palm, and a straight, slender, 14-inch pine wand carved with complex textures lay across his palm. Take it if you want. This is the core of the staff from your mother. Zywin was a little reluctant to part with it, but he finally said it. Cecily glanced at the wand in his hand with nostalgia, but did not take it away. He just used his head to push Zywin's spread right hand towards his body, as if to indicate to Zywin to take it back. The magic wand chose you, which means that Cecily's mother recognized you. Professor Ketlaban said with emotion from the side. Take it, this wand belongs to you. Zywin also breathed a sigh of relief, held the wand in his hand, and at the same time stretched out his left hand to rub Cecily's smooth neck, and said in a deep voice, Don't worry, if one day in the future I see the dark wizard who hurt your mother, I will definitely help her get revenge. Chapter 40. Silas seemed to understand Zywin's words, and an expression of relief flashed in her eyes. She took 2 steps back, then turned around and walked slowly deeper into the Forbidden Forest. Professor Ketlaban and Sivan stood there and waved to her, and even the kitten that had just jumped off her back raised its paws and said goodbye to her sadly. The unicorn kept looking back at the 2 people and the cat very smartly. After walking a few steps, he walked back and rubbed Zywin's arm, and walked deeper into the forbidden forest again. What a magical animal full of emotions! Professor Kettleben wiped the corners of his eyes and said movedly. As long as I recognize you, I won't want to be separated from you. Zywin observed Celis's performance, she stamped her feet eagerly, looked back at Zywin and the others, then looked into the depths of the forbidden forest, and shook her head in that direction, as if to indicate something. Professor, is there a possibility that she is gesturing for us to follow? Zywin asked, holding his chin. Professor. So was I moved in vain? Sivan picked up the kitten and followed the unicorn Celis with Professor Kettleben. Facts have proved that Celis really wanted to take the two of them somewhere, and she kept moving deeper into the forbidden forest. After climbing over many thick and tangled tree roots and blocking vines, the surrounding environment became darker and darker, and the fog became thicker and thicker. They seemed to have reached the depths far away from the outskirts of the forbidden forest. There is almost no concept of roads here. Celis jumps lightly and nimbly, jumping over complex obstacles. However, Professor Kettleben and Sivan could only keep using cutting spells to open up the obstacles ahead and open up a new path, so that they could barely keep up with the pace of the unicorn Celis. Professor, are you still familiar with such a deep place in the forbidden forest? After Zywin used a cutting spell again, he panted and looked at the professor who was nearby but blurred by the fog, a little worried. Asked. The professor didn't look very relaxed, but he just pretended to be calm and said, "It's okay. The unicorn won't harm us, so relax." After walking for another half an hour, Celis stopped and neighed softly. Professor Kettleben then noticed something strange. There are traces of human activities around here. The professor said solemnly. What? Zywin looked at the professor in surprise. Look here, the fractures of these vines are too neat, more like caused by a cutting spell. He pointed to a broken vine in front of Zywin. There are also footprints on the ground. Although they are not very obvious, you can still tell that they are human footprints. Zywin's face also became solemn, and he asked in disbelief, so, someone really sneaked into the forbidden forest? I'm afraid that's the case. The professor nodded heavily. Then, he took out a compass from his pocket and handed it to Zywin, and said solemnly, Zywin, you are only a first-year freshman and should not be involved in such a dangerous thing. Take this compass and walk all the way to the southwest. There is no big danger along the way. I believe you can return to the castle smoothly. When the time comes, find other professors and come over immediately. Do you understand? Zywin opened his mouth wide and asked, Professor, don't tell me that you want to find trouble with those infiltrators alone. I will be careful. Professor Kettleben said, shaking his head. Stop talking so much and leave quickly. At this time, Celis suddenly pressed her forehead anxiously against Zywin's shoulder, trying to push him away from the forbidden forest. At the same time, a shout came from the distance. Who is there? Professor Kettleburn's expression changed, and he immediately closed the cap of the oil lamp and extinguished the light in his hand. Zywin also turned off the fluorescence on the tip of the wand. The surroundings suddenly fell into darkness, leaving only the fluorescence emitted from the unicorn's body and the faint light from the hands of the person who had sneaked into the forbidden forest in the distance. Go! Professor Kettleburn's voice was low but stern. Zywin gritted his teeth, put the kitten in his arms on the back of the unicorn Celis, leaned into her ear and whispered, Celis, help me take the kitten back, okay? Celis rubbed Zywin's cheek reluctantly, hesitated for a moment, and finally turned around and ran outside the forbidden forest. The kitten on her back didn't seem to understand what was happening. It lay on Celis's back cutely, looking at the shrinking Zywin who was gradually moving away. What do you want to do? Seeing Zywin's actions, Professor Kettleben was stunned. He could hardly suppress his voice and almost shouted. You are courting death by staying here with me. I am measured, Professor. Zywin had calmed down and said calmly. At this time, in the castle dungeon, a ghost with black hair and black eyes, holding a thick leather book in his hand, suddenly spoke and said to the ghost lady who was standing beside him looking at him playfully, Helena, help me. Notify Professor Dumbledore. Something happened to Zywin, in the Forbidden Forest. Then, he closed his eyes. At the same time, the little wizard Zywin in the Forbidden Forest opened his eyes. He concentrated all his attention and was ready to take action. Zywin thought that his actions were not reckless. He masters the Comitage magic system that no one knows in this world. Few or even no one can immediately think of targeted countermeasures. It may come in handy when unexpected. Listening to the footsteps getting closer, the light source in the distance became more and more obvious. Professor Kettleben had no time to say anything else to Sivan. He stood up, raised his wand, and shot a red light toward the light source. "I'm stopping them, run!" he shouted. Zywin looked at Professor Kettleben with some emotion, but did not obey his words. Stupefy! Zywin then shot a stunning spell towards the light source. The opponent reacted quickly, blocking the two attacks with a shield charm, and then responded with a dazzling green light. "Damn it, it's those dark wizards who have no scruples." Professor Kettleben hid behind a big tree in embarrassment and cursed. He looked at Zywin and said viciously, "Take care of yourself, little bastard." Afterwards, the professor rushed out of the bunker and fought fiercely with the dark wizard. Sivan, who was hiding behind another tree, secretly calculated the time and felt that Dumbledore should have reached the open grassland by now and could easily see the signal above the forbidden forest. So he whispered a spell, "Ruddy Sparkle." Red mist-like light continued to emanate from the tip of Sivan's wand. Seeing this, he chanted another spell, Ascendio. Red light shot into the sky instantly, and a bright firework bloomed in the sky. Fake. The dark wizard whose face was covered by a black hood saw this scene and cursed viciously. He fiercely shot a magic spell in the direction of Zywin. However, Professor Kettleben, who has been dealing with various dangerous magical animals for a long time, is not easy to dismiss. He picked up his wand and easily blocked the dark wizard's spell. "Asshole, your opponent is me." The professor showed a fierce expression and shouted at the dark wizard. As the two continued to fight, the dark wizard was gradually suppressed by Professor Kettleben and seemed likely to lose at any time. "Aren't you ready to take action?" he roared in embarrassment. Professor Kettleben was suddenly startled and wanted to look back in the other direction. A voice suddenly came from the side of the two people who were fighting. Expelliarmus. Chapter 41. Expelliarmus. An indistinct voice suddenly came from the side, and a red light suddenly hit Professor Kettleben's eyes, leaving him no time to react. Between the lightning and flint, a round shield emitting red light and bearing a complex pattern stood between the two of them, receiving the disarming charm. Zywin raised his head behind the red ring of Ragator and looked at another dark wizard slowly walking out of the darkness. He was wearing a black wizard robe, and his entire head was wrapped with bandages, leaving only a pair of eyes exposed, probably because he didn't want others to know his true identity. "What kind of curse is this?" His voice came from behind the bandage. "It has nothing to do with you," Zywin said coldly, holding up the red ring of Ragator vigilantly. "Forget it, there's no difference," the bandaged man said in a vague voice. Immediately, he raised the wand in his hand and walked towards Zywin. "Zywin, hold on for a while, give me half a minute to deal with him." Professor Kettleben became more and more anxious upon seeing this, and the offensive in his hands became more and more fierce. The hooded dark wizard immediately felt tremendous pressure and shouted in a panic, "Why don't you quickly get rid of that brat and come help?" The bandaged man said no more, but moved very quickly. A powerful spell was fired from the tip of his wand towards Zywin. Zywin felt the powerful force even through the ring of Ragator. First, there was severe pain in his arm, and then his whole body was knocked up by the curse and hit the tree behind him. Stupefy. The bandaged man came over and applied a stupefying spell to Zywin's already motionless body. However, this spell went straight through Zywin's body and hit the tree trunk behind, only knocking off a few pieces of bark. Zywin's figure also disappeared. Prodigo totalum. The bandaged man's whole body suddenly tensed up, and he subconsciously placed a transparent barrier around his body. At the same time, Zywin's voice came over, Expelliarmus. The red spell hit the barrier around the bandaged man, causing some insignificant ripples. The bandaged man reacted very quickly and fired another stun spell in Zywin's direction. Zywin, who was unable to dodge, was hit by the spell, but the spell passed through his body again and finally hit the ground. Zywin's figure also disappeared again. What? Before the bandaged man could react, a golden rope suddenly wrapped around the wand in his hand, and a strong force caused the wand to come out instantly. He hurriedly turned his head and looked in the direction of the end of the rope. Zywin was holding the other end of the rope with one hand, using the golden magic whip in his hand to perform an alternative disarming spell. Interesting. The bandaged man suddenly laughed. With a wave of his hand, the bush next to Zywin suddenly transformed into a long whip and whipped it towards Zywin's left hand, which was controlling the magic whip. How could it be? Zywin was horrified and hurriedly dodged the blow, but the golden magic whip in his hand was broken and scattered into golden light spots. The bandaged man waved, and his wand flew back and was held in his hand. Have you ever learned in school that any wizard with sufficient abilities can cast spells without a wand? He asked playfully, playing with the wand in his hand. It's over. Before Zywin could speak, he raised his wand and said, Collapse. Oops. At this time, Zywin still couldn't get rid of the whip that was a product of the transformation spell that was constantly waving around him, and he had no time to avoid the bandage man's spell. At the critical moment, another magic spell collided with the coma spell cast by the bandaged man. No, it's far from over. Professor Ketleben, whose clothes were slightly disheveled, stood in front of the bandaged man. True to his word, he had already brought down the hooded dark wizard just now, and rushed over in time at the last moment. Well done, boy. The professor said to Zywin with a smile. Sivan let out a sigh of relief, used a cutting spell to cut the whip into pieces, and then stood next to Professor Ketleben. I admit that this kid exceeded my expectations. The bandaged man nodded and glanced at Zywin with admiration. But it's definitely over, he said. Professor Ketleben frowned, sniffed the misty air, and then his expression suddenly changed. It's a poisonous leopard. Wet your clothes and cover your nose and mouth. He immediately used a water-making spell to wet the sleeves of Zywin's school uniform robe and asked him to cover his mouth and nose. After wasting his time, he no longer had the energy to wet his clothes. What's more, he only has one arm. Covering his mouth and nose with the hand holding the wand is equivalent to losing the last chance. In the distance, a third dark wizard stood beside a large beast, slowly walking towards Zywin and the others. The beast was black and grey all over, huge in size, with a face like a leopard, but a black mane around its neck, resembling a male lion. Seeing this scene, Professor Ketleben also showed a trace of despair in his eyes. I'll hold them back in a while, and you can run as far as you want. He said firmly to Zywin. While several people were fighting, the poison leopard had quietly spread a large amount of violent poisonous mist in the air. Zywin had begun to feel a little weak at this time, and could only watch the professor rushing towards the two dark wizards and that ferocious beast. He could see the cruel beast easily knocking down the professor who had no strength left at all, and biting his remaining left leg with sharp teeth. No, Professor! Zywin shouted sadly and angrily. He found another trace of strength from nowhere, and a golden ring suddenly wrapped around his wrist. At this moment, a beautiful silver light emerged from the dark forbidden forest. A beautiful silver unicorn carrying a cute silver-striped kitten jumped over many obstacles and appeared in front of Zywin's eyes. Silas, kitten? Why are you back? Come on, it's dangerous here. Zywin looked at them in a panic, trying to tell them to leave quickly. However, Silas did not listen to him this time. She quickly ran to Zywin, bent her head and gently lifted Zywin onto her back, sitting with the kitten. Then, she quickly rushed towards Professor Ketleben. Meow! The kitten meowed clearly, attracting the poisonous leopard's attention. Then, the cat and the leopard looked at each other, and the huge beast staggered dizzy, almost falling to the ground, and then let go of Professor Ketleben, who was already unconscious on the ground. Zywin used his last bit of strength to wave the wand vigorously. A huge golden shield separated the two dark wizards from them, crumbling but successfully blocking several powerful spells. After using the seraphim shield, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the professor's jacket. Then, the light and shadow in front of me changed drastically, as if I had broken into a dark blue psychedelic light curtain. Chapter 42. As the blue light curtain faded, Sivan, Professor Ketleben, the unicorn and the kitten fell from the sky. Zywin no longer had any strength, weakly let go of Silas' neck, and fell to the ground on his back. At the same time, he felt the kitten's soft body fall on his chest. After coughing twice, he stretched out his hand to hold the kitten in his arms, and looked up at the deep night sky. Countless stars gradually appeared as double images and became blurred. At the last moment before falling into coma, Zywin vaguely saw Dumbledore's figure falling from the sky out of the corner of his eye. He closed his eyes reassuringly. When Zywin opened his eyes again, he saw an arched dome supported by marble pillars and tall Gothic floor-to-ceiling windows. There were white curtains and spotless white mattresses all around, and the pungent smell of potion filled the air. He realized this was the school hospital. Are you awake? A clear female voice sounded in Zywin's ear. Sivan turned his head and saw a tall witch in white robes changing the bandage wrapped around Professor Kettleburn's thigh in the next bed. And the professor's only intact left leg was now empty below the bandage. Zywin's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes suddenly became moist. "Professor, your legs." He propped himself up with his hands, but the white-robed witch put her hand on his shoulders and pushed him back to the bed. "Lie down and don't move," she said sternly. "When I inhaled an excessive amount of poisonous leopard gas, my magic power was overdrawn, and I was overdrawn more than once or twice during this period. Do the first-year students dare to act so randomly now?" The pale-faced Professor Kettleben immediately comforted Zywin and said carelessly, "It's okay, little Zywin. This is not the first time that my leg has been bitten off by those big guys. I'll get used to it after biting it." Zywin lay on the bed and closed his eyes, but a tear overflowed from the corner of his eye. It was the first time since he came to this world that he felt so powerless. Zywin always thought that he controlled Kamataj's magic system. Even in this new world, no matter what kind of character you face, you can easily escape unscathed. However, just last night, he could do nothing to deal with the serious injury suffered by the professor next to him. In the end, it was even with the help of the unicorn and the kitten that he was able to escape from the dark wizard's pursuit. For the first time, he deeply understood that besides those dangerous spells, there were many other crises in this world. Deadly magical animals like the poison leopard could easily take away his life. A wizard will always encounter some setbacks on the road of magic exploration. A temporary failure does not matter. Only by constantly overcoming setbacks can one become a truly strong person. Dumbledore interrupted Sivan's frustration with a poetic tone. Zywin opened his hazy eyes and looked at him. "I came to see this little wizard who didn't come to class." Dumbledore winked at Sivan and said with a smile. "In order not to compete with your enthusiastic classmates, I took a shortcut here." "What? It's already noon on Monday." Zywin opened his mouth in shock. Hearing his words, the white-robed witch Humidalar, the head nurse of the school hospital, said angrily to the side, "You think it is so easy to recover from the overdraft of magic power and the poison of the poisonous leopard?" Then, she picked up a medicine bottle from the bedside table of the hospital bed and stuffed it into Zywin's hand. "Drink this bottle of medicine first before you have lunch." Dumbledore smiled and said, "You are right to listen to Mrs. Dollar." Afterwards, he walked up to Professor Kettleben and asked with concern about the physical condition of the Professor of Care of Magical Creatures, and Professor Kettleben responded carelessly. Mrs. Dollar helped Zywin up a little, and put a big soft pillow behind him for him to lean on. Zywin looked at the bottle of dark brown potion in his hand, vaguely remembering the time when he was at Karmatage, when he poured various medicines into his mouth every day in order to treat physical symptoms. He opened the cork and drank the potion in one gulp out of habit. Ahem! Zywin coughed violently. He had no idea that this bottle of medicine would taste so bad, even worse than the bitter Chinese medicines he had drank before. Mrs. Dollar patted Zywin's back and helped him calm down his breath, and then said with a surprised look on his face, "I thought you would spit it out, and I was ready to use the shutting curse on you." Zywin looked at Mrs. Dollar, who had no martial ethics, speechlessly, curled his lips, and stuffed 2 honey candies into his mouth to relieve the taste. "Don't eat too much sweet food," Mrs. Dollar confessed, and then turned to take care of Professor Kettleben. "I have to say that Mrs. Dollar's potion is indeed useful. I don't know if it was a psychological effect, but my headache and fatigue improved immediately." Just when Sivan wanted to lie down and sleep a little longer, the little Slytherin wizards who came from the Transfiguration classroom arrived. "Zywin, what's wrong with you?" "Zywin, what happened? Why didn't you go to class?" "Zywin." Zywin looked at the group of young wizards who were all asking questions. His scalp felt numb and he didn't know how to answer their questions. "Quiet!" cried Mrs. Dollar, turning suddenly. She walked over with an unkind expression, looked at these noisy little wizards, and said sternly, "The patient needs to rest, you should leave the campus hospital immediately." "Mrs. Dollar, we are his good friends and are here to visit him." Elshana glared at the messy little wizards behind her fiercely, then looked at Mrs. Dollar a little unconvinced and said, "No." Mrs. Dollar's face showed no sign of relaxing, and she refused bluntly. "The school hospital is not a vegetable market." At this time, Zywin was lying on the bed and said, "Mrs. Dollar, why don't you just let my roommate and Al come in for a while, I also want to say something to them." Mrs. Dollar gave him a stern look, but finally relaxed and said to Elshana in Abraxas, "You only have 5 minutes. Then she decisively turned around and left the scene. Elshana and the others were relieved when they saw her leaving, and gathered around Zywin's bed. Brother, it's only been a few days since school started and you've already missed 3 classes. You're so strong. Abraxas patted Zywin's shoulder excitedly and almost slapped his shoulder back from the pillow and into the quilt. What are you doing? Sivan is a patient. Elshana glared at him fiercely, and then asked Sivan, what happened last night? I heard Gryffindor and Law the people of Vinclaw said they saw a red spark flying into the sky deep in the Forbidden Forest. Zywin pretended to smile lightly and lied to them, it's no big deal, it's been solved. But I saw Professor Kettleburn's legs. The taciturn Gomez suddenly whispered. Elshana, Abraxas and Mobley turned to look at the bed next door, and then showed expressions of horror and disbelief. Zywin also fell silent, and his expression became very gloomy. Zywin, what kind of danger have you encountered? Elshana asked, covering her mouth, her voice already tinged with tears. Zywin remained silent, and the air seemed to become quiet. Chapter 43. Just when the air was so heavy that it was about to drip with water, an owl flew into the infirmary with fluttering wings, breaking the heavy atmosphere. Mrs. Dallaire hurriedly ran over to chase the owl away. She waved the spare candle stand next to it and hit it at it, while muttering angrily, there are really no rules. Which hospital would let an owl fly inside to deliver messages? Zywin glanced at the owl and suddenly froze. Jobby. The black and grey spotted owl seemed to hear Sivan's voice, so it nimbly bypassed the lamppost in Mrs. Dallaire's hand, flew to the bedside table next to him, stretched out its right paw, and revealed a letterbox. At this time, Zywin had already seen Mrs. Dallaire, who was walking towards this direction with a bad look, so he hurriedly took out the letter, then asked Abu to open the window and quickly sent Jobby away. Jobby, who didn't get the snack reward, let out an angry cry and then flew out of the window. So that owl just now was yours? Mrs. Dallaire asked in a gloomy tone. Zywin nodded awkwardly. Fortunately, Zywin was still ill, so Mrs. Dallaire did not lose her temper directly at him. Despite this, she still gave a lecture. Owls will fly over many unclean places along the way, and they also eat raw mice. There may be something harmful carried on their bodies. And the schoolmaster, the most important thing to pay attention to in the hospital is cleanliness and hygiene. If owls enter casually, it will cause a lot of trouble to the school hospital. So remember, don't let owls enter the school hospital. Zywin nodded honestly and replied with a guilty conscience, there won't be a next time, Mrs. Dallaire. Bring it here. Mrs. Dallaire extended a hand to Sivan. What? Zywin was stunned for a moment and asked. Letter, said Mrs. Dallaire. Do I still need to check the letter? Zywin looked at her in confusion and questioned. This isn't appropriate. Mrs. Dallaire had no patience to argue with him and snatched the letter from Sivan's hand. You have no right to do this. Elshana said loudly. This is... Her voice trailed off. Mrs. Dallaire did not open Zywin's letter at all, but took out a spray bottle and sprayed it on the envelope, and then returned the letter to Zywin. It turns out it's disinfection. Zywin realized with shame that they had misunderstood Mrs. Dallaire. Be careful next time and don't let owls in again. Mrs. Dallaire confessed while disinfecting the surrounding areas where owls had been. She didn't stop until the smell of the disinfectant potion was so strong that it was pungent. You 2 sick people, cover yourself with quilts. She said. Professor Sivan and Kettlebun were very surprised to know what to do with the quilt, but because the patient should follow the nurse's instructions, they still obeyed. Then, they felt a strong wind coming even through the quilt. It turned out that Mrs. Dallaire opened the window and used a magic spell to breathe in the entire school hospital. The pungent smell of the disinfectant potion also dissipated. That's much better. Mrs. Dallaire nodded with satisfaction, and did not forget to tell Zywin again, so don't let the owl fly into the campus hospital. Zywin reluctantly got out of the quilt and began to read the letter just sent by Jobby the owl. The letter was from Sandrin. Because the past 2 days were indeed very fulfilling, Zywin just remembered that he sent home a letter the night before yesterday, in which he asked about the family's branch of the country. Only halfway through reading, Zywin's expression became more and more weird, and he couldn't help but glance at Elshana. The letter wrote, as long as you and Elshana get along well. Before you started school, Mrs. Greengrass told me that she and her daughter were very satisfied with you, and the 2 families could enter into an engagement. But because of Greengrass, the girls in the Glass family are often not in good health, so I did not agree immediately. If you two really get along well, this matter can be finalized. Isn't the lack of emotional acceptance because I didn't ask for my opinion, but because of the Greengrass family's physical condition? Zywin was speechless about this custom of a pure-blood family. He thought that when he was discharged from the hospital, he would write a letter home and decisively refuse this matter. What kind of engagement should an 11-year-old child have? Elshana saw Zywin looking at her with a strange expression, and asked with a slight blush, "Zywin, what's wrong?" Only then did Zywin realize that his eyes were still on Elshana. He coughed awkwardly and said, "It's nothing. I was just in a daze." "Oh." Elshana responded a little disappointed. Zywin didn't notice her performance and lowered his head to continue reading the letter in his hand. "We haven't communicated much about the Faguo branch of the family, but I heard that there has been a lot of capital flow there recently, and there may be some action in the near future. So you should seize the time to improve yourself and take over the control of that side as soon as possible. Don't let it happen. The family's accumulation makes it easier for outsiders." There was no content in the latter part. Zywin put the letter away and felt that the situation was not good. The abnormal flow of funds in the branch of the kingdom, the destruction of the magic node of the castle, the dark wizard sneaking into the forbidden forest, these things are all concentrated in the same time period, which all indicates that someone is planning some attack on Hogwarts. Sees unfavorable big move. Zywin's brows knitted together. "Your 5 minutes have already arrived." Just as Zywin was thinking hard, Mrs. Dallaire's voice came over. She unceremoniously kicked the 4 Slytherin wizards out of the school hospital. "Zywin, take care of yourself." Elshana turned around and shouted as she was about to walk out of the school hospital door. Zywin waved to her and said loudly, "No problem. Remember to listen carefully in class and tell me what I missed when you come back." Elshana nodded heavily, and then was pushed out of the door by Mrs. Dallaire. After watching several friends leave, Zywin rubbed his eyebrows and began to think about all the abnormalities during this period, feeling a little tired. "I'm just a first-year wizard, why do I have to catch up on everything?" he thought incomprehensibly. The magic node of the castle was destroyed and his soul body was wrongly accused and is still detained in the dungeon. The abnormal flow of funds in the country of Fa came from his own family branch. There were even several dark wizards who infiltrated into the forbidden forest and happened to be killed by the unicorn beast. Silas discovered it with herself. "Outrageous!" he muttered in a vented tone, picked up the lunch that had been prepared by the school hospital on the table next to him and ate it hungrily. Chapter 44. Zywin ate his meal depressedly while thinking about how to face the accidents that were coming one after another. First of all, he deeply realized that relying only on the insufficient magic power in his current body and the little magic knowledge he had accumulated in just a few years of self-study, at most coupled with the many constraints of commatage with spells, it is difficult to ensure that everything is foolproof. The first thing is of course to improve your own strength and learn more about the magic of this world so that you can know how to deal with various crises. It has to be said that the danger brought by the poisonous leopard had a great impact on Zywin. As for the magic power, because the magic power in this world is not cultivated like the wizards I have seen in the previous world, but is accumulated naturally as the young wizard's body grows older. For this reason, this is a world that completely focuses on talent. As long as the magic talent is good enough, you can naturally have a continuous and inexhaustible amount of magic power. If the talent is average, you may use a few magic spells at will. You will face the risk of magic overdraft. From this perspective, there is a certain reason why pure-blood families have insisted on pure-blood intermarriage since ancient times and looked down on muggles. So, should I be grateful that I was born into a pure-blood family with good talent? Zywin smiled bitterly to himself. The total amount of magic power is difficult to reach the sky in one step, but the ability to protect yourself is not completely without shortcuts. Zywin suddenly remembered a magic weapon that was often used in commatage but was always ignored, the hanging ring. Although there are 2 spells in the wizarding world that restrict space travel, anti-disapparition jinx and anti-apparition charm. But this kind of spell only targets the wizard's apparition, and cannot even restrict the house elves, let alone the space spells of another world. If you have a hanging ring, when you see the traces of those dark wizards, you can simply open the teleportation door, advance, attack, retreat, or defend, and you can even directly shake people without any martial ethics. Think about it, when the dark wizard was still lurking, a dozen Hogwarts professors suddenly surrounded them. How desperate should this scene make them? If there was a hanging ring, Professor Kettleburn's left leg wouldn't be broken. Sivan shook his head bitterly and looked at Professor Kettleburn's position, and then found a young and beautiful nurse carefully feeding him his lunch with a spoon. Zywin's sad mood disappeared immediately. After lunch, Professor Ketleben chatted with Sivan about his cat. "Your cat is awesome," he said. "It's just that he possesses the abilities of a cat and leopard, but he actually also possesses the abilities of Zouwu." "Professor, are you sure?" Zywin asked curiously. "I'm sure. Newt once saw a Zouwu, and he was taken by Zouwu to break the anti-apparition spell and travel through space. We have communicated about this magical animal before." Professor Ketleben clicked his tongue. He smacked his lips and said with emotion. "Zouwu is an ancient magical animal from the east. It has the ability to travel thousands of miles in a day. When moving quickly, it can distort the time and space around itself. Your kitten can have this ability and the hypnosis of the cat-leopard at the same time. Ability can be said to be very rare. You must know that the abilities of many magical animals are in conflict with each other. Magical animals with mixed bloodlines are lucky to retain one of the abilities in their bloodlines. There are also many mixed blood magical animals that cannot inherit any ability from their parents." Situation. Zywin was also very surprised when he heard what the professor said. He didn't expect that his spur-of-the-moment decision at the magical beast shop would actually lead to him picking up a treasure. "Hey, wait, do you know where the kitten went?" He suddenly found that the kitten was not nearby. He was a little worried about her condition and asked the professor. "How do I know? I'm more seriously injured than you, okay? I lost consciousness completely after your cat took us through time and space," Professor Ketleben said, blowing his beard and staring. "Instead of asking me, you should ask Huma." As he spoke, he waved to Mrs. Dallaire from a distance. Upon seeing this, Mrs. Dallaire came over and asked, "Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere else?" Professor Ketleben waved his hand and said, "That's not true. This time it's Zywin. He wants to know where his cat went." Speaking of the kitten, Mrs. Dallaire's expression immediately seemed to melt when she was working hard, and she said kindly, "Is that the cute kitten you mentioned? Professor Dumbledore sent you to the campus hospital. She was nestled in your arms at that time, and I arranged a separate hospital bed for her. The kitten recovered much faster than you. She woke up this morning. I fed her some food and touched her fur while she was eating. It felt great." Mrs. Dallaire squinted her eyes. Said with a satisfied smile on his lips. "Then she slipped away and I don't know where she went, but she seemed to be in pretty good condition." Zywin secretly cursed, so why do owls have to be kicked out when they enter the school hospital, but cats have a separate bed when they come in? After all, Jobby is not as good looking as Kitten, right? In this world where looks are judged. However, Zywin was relieved to hear that the kitten was okay. "Zywin, the principal and others will definitely come to ask us in detail what happened tonight." After Mrs. Dallaire went to do other things, Professor Ketleben whispered to Zywin. "Remember not to reveal your kitten's special abilities, otherwise that rigid old guy Dippet will definitely not let you keep her in school." Zywin nodded obediently. In the evening, after Zywin and Professor Ketleben had dinner, President Dippet and the 4 deans walked into the school hospital as expected. "Sylvanus, how are you?" Principal Dippet thanked Mrs. Dallaire, sat on the chair she had just moved, and greeted Professor Ketleben. "Not bad." The professor's face was still a little pale, but he was in good spirits and joked happily. "I haven't gotten used to not being bitten by those big guys every few years. Now I feel comfortable." Zywin saw the mouth corners of the principal and 4 deans twitching more and more. "Sylvanus, for the first time, I discovered that you have a talent for drama." The white-haired Hufflepuff headmaster, Professor Billy, seemed to want to keep up with Professor Kettleburn's brain circuit, and also pretended made a casual joke. "Really?" Professor Ketleben obviously didn't think this was just a joke and said in surprise. "Then you must give me a place in the next drama performance. Don't keep your word." Professor Bearley's face darkened instantly. "Ahem." Professor Mellors couldn't stand it anymore, coughed slightly, and said. "Herbert, Billy, you can talk about the drama another time. We are here today to find out the specifics of last night." After saying that, she looked at Professor Ketleben. The principal and the other 3 professors also turned their attention here. Professor Ketleben also became serious, carefully considered his words, and slowly narrated, "Last night was a normal inspection of the Forbidden Forest, and then a unicorn suddenly appeared." He truthfully recounted the details of what happened to the 2 of them last night, starting from entering the Forbidden Forest. However, he omitted that Sivan's kitten used the ability to distort time and space, and only mentioned that the unicorn Celis helped them leave the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 45. After listening to Professor Kettleburn's story, Principal Dippet nodded slowly and said, "We understand. Does Mr. Rozier have anything to add?" He looked at Sivan. Zywin shook his head and said he had nothing to add. "Okay." Principal Dippet thought for a moment, looked at the four deans, and said, "So why do you think at least 3 dark wizards want to sneak into the school through the Forbidden Forest?" "Professor, have you caught those dark wizards?" Zywin asked. Dumbledore showed a regretful expression and said to Sivan, "When I arrived at the location where you sent the signal, they had disappeared without a trace." Seemingly seeing Sivan's dissatisfied look, Professor Slughorn added, "Sivan, Albus found you first, but the most important thing is to ensure your safety. Send you to the school hospital. Of course it will be too late if we rush to the scene in the future." Only then did Sivan remember that Dumbledore had saved them, and he quickly said gratefully to Dumbledore, "Thank you, Professor." "You're welcome," Dumbledore said with a wink. "I was able to get the news first thanks to the news of a ghost gentleman. You should know him. Is it Mr. Strange?" Sivan pretended to show a surprised expression. "He keeps pretending, but he feels that his acting skills are getting better and better." Dumbledore nodded and said, "Yes, Mr. Strange said that in order to thank you for your help, he left a spiritual mark on you to sense whether you are in danger. I have to say the magic of the East, there is indeed a lot of magic." Zywin smiled stiffly in response. During the time when the little wizard Zywin was in coma, his mind naturally transferred to his soul body, just like the efficient learning mode of the body sleeping and the soul reading. Dumbledore and the others had already asked the ghost Sivan last night to learn how he could know what was happening in the Forbidden Forest in time. Zywin temporarily came up with the reason for mental imprinting, and vowed to tell the professors that he could not feel what happened specifically, but could only roughly understand the location and the degree of criticality. Regardless of whether they believed it or not, he believed it himself. "I think this infiltration into the Forbidden Forest may have some connection with the destruction of the castle's magic node," Professor Melas said, forcibly shifting the awkward topic back to the topic they wanted to discuss. "I can't imagine what would happen if the poisonous leopard was brought to school." She patted her chest with lingering fear. Several other professors also believed this and showed worried expressions. "If that's the case, can Ghost Strange, who helped us, be cleared of suspicion?" Dumbledore looked at Principal Dippet and asked. Principal Dippet shook his head and retorted, "This cannot completely eliminate his suspicion. There is still a possibility that he deliberately revealed certain information to get rid of his suspicion. If the Dark Wizard in the Forbidden Forest is the same as him, if he is an accomplice, it is only natural that he can learn the news in the Forbidden Forest. So can I stay in the dungeon and discuss the plan with the Dark Wizards remotely from a distance of more than 10 miles? Zywin felt itchy with hatred. Professor Beerley also thought of this. He said to Principal Dippet, "As far as I know, Strange has been locked in the dungeon, and Ms. Grey is staying with him. He should have no chance of committing a crime." "Right." Shivington glanced gratefully at Professor Beerley, although the professor did not see it. However, Principal Dippet still shook his head and said, "It is also possible that their group had discussed the action on Sunday night before the start of the school year. If the time is planned, it would be possible to achieve this step. I might as well change my name to the Great Prophet. I can even calculate a series of events such as the first-year wizard's wand attracting the unicorn, and the unicorn taking the young wizard to watch the traces of the Dark Wizard." Zywin was he laughed angrily and fell heavily on the pillow, feeling that he had never been so speechless in his entire life. "Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Mrs. Dollar, who was watching the excitement after seeing his actions, asked. Zywin shook his head. Principal Dippet discussed with the 4 deans for a while, but it seemed that no specific cause and effect could be discussed. They simply calmed down and decided to make arrangements for Professor Zywin and Professor Kettlebun first. President Dippet said, "Given that Professor Kettlebun and Mr. Rozier discovered a serious potential threat to the security of the castle, they should be commended and rewarded. However, Professor Kettlebun involved the first-year students in a dangerous incident. It is a failure of professors to fulfill their responsibility to protect students. In my opinion, the merits outweigh the faults. Principal Dippet, this matter has nothing to do with Professor Kettlebun. I am unwilling to leave because of my stubbornness." Hearing him say that Professor Kettlebun had not fulfilled his responsibilities, Zywin couldn't stand it any longer and retorted. "Road. What's more, the professor protected me from beginning to end in the Forbidden Forest and saved me countless times. He remembered the scene last night when the professor pushed him away and rushed towards the dark wizard and the poisonous leopard alone, and his eyes became a little wet. Principal Dippet hesitated when he saw this, then turned to look at the four deans. Armando, you don't have to be so indifferent, you can still get Sylvanus' reward. The good old Professor Billy said seriously. Seeing that the other three deans agreed, Principal Dippet also nodded and said, well, let's end Professor Kettleburn's probation in advance and restore his normal salary and benefits. Zywin looked at Professor Kettlebun with doubtful eyes and asked, Professor, you are still on probation? Ha 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 ha. The professor said with a heroic smile. Actually, I've been teaching here for several years, and I haven't spent a year without being placed on probation. Now that the punishment is suddenly gone, I'm not used to it. Zywin. 4 deans. Principal Dippet. It's amazing that you didn't get fired. Ahem. Principal Dippet cleared his throat and said to Professor Slughorn. Horace, this is the little wizard from your academy. Come and give him the reward he deserves. Professor Slughorn accepted the assignment with a smile and stood up. He straightened his robe that was bulging with fat, and said to Zywin happily, Zywin, this time you played a big role in eliminating the threat of infiltrators in the Forbidden Forest, and you also protected the professor and the unicorn. Your spirit is commendable. I decided to give Slytherin 30 points. In addition, if you have any personal needs, you can ask me and I will try my best to help. Sivan didn't care much about the Academy's extra points, but the personal help of a potions master like Professor Slughorn gave him a lot of room for maneuver. He thought about it, and finally gave up the idea of asking the Dean to help refine the potion for the time being. That would feel like he was pushing the envelope. It seems that if you use this opportunity to only make some easy-to-achieve requirements, it will be easier to gain more favor from the Dean. This will make it easier to ask the Dean for more help in the future. Zywin felt like he was becoming scheming. Professor, I want to borrow some books from the library. Zywin said. Chapter 46. Professor, I want to borrow some books from the library. Zywin said. What book do you want to borrow? Professor Slughorn looked at him suspiciously and asked. You are not at your age to read those dangerous books in the restricted area. I am somewhat interested in alchemy and want to know some knowledge about alchemy. Zywin said. He is too greedy for the Xian ring. Since there is no such thing in the world, he should make one by himself. I advise you. Oh, alchemy, that's no problem. You don't need the reward this time, just tell me and I will sign it for you. Professor Slughorn relaxed when he heard that it was not a book on dark magic. He said generously in one breath. There are countless young wizards in Slytherin House who are curious about dark magic, and most of them come from very good families. In order to avoid any quarrel with them, Professor Slughorn is usually not very able to refuse these. Little wizard. So when Sivan mentioned that he wanted to borrow a book, his instinctive reaction was that there was another Slytherin wizard who wanted to get involved in dark magic. What's more, Sivan has just arrived at Hogwarts for a week and is only 11 years old. At this age, one should not be exposed to things like black magic that affect the mind. When he was about to remind Sivan of the dangers of black magic, Sivan said that what he wanted to borrow were books about alchemy, which made Professor Slughorn extremely happy. Hogwarts once had alchemy-related courses, but due to the difficulty of entry and the rarity of alchemists, the teaching of alchemy classes has been fruitless. Later, it was difficult to even recruit a professor. So this course the class can only be cut. Professor Slughorn introduced the situation of alchemy to Zywin in detail, which made Zywin's scalp numb. Is it so difficult? Zywin asked. Alchemy is a lifelong learning magical subject. It is indeed too shallow in just 7 years at Hogwarts. At this time, Dumbledore stood up and said. The introductory language of alchemy, ancient runes, cannot be mastered in a few years. Therefore, Mr. Rozier, if you really want to learn alchemy, you should start learning ancient runes now. This language. Rune. Zywin muttered with a strange expression. By the way. Speaking of alchemy, I have to introduce you to Professor Dumbledore. He has a deep friendship with the master alchemist Nick Flamel, and he is a master alchemist himself. Professor Slughorn said enthusiastically. He walked to Dumbledore's side, put his arm around his shoulders, came to Sivan's bedside, and said. Albus also participated in the International Alchemy Congress held in Cairo, Egypt, during his school days, and even won a gold medal for pioneering contributions. If you have any questions about alchemy, you can ask Professor Dumbledore. Wait, Horace, Dumbledore said, confused. This reward for Rozier seems to be your mission, why was it dumped on me? You will agree, Albus, Professor Slughorn said confidently. Then he looked at Zivin and asked, Zywin, are you willing to use your reward to let Professor Dumbledore teach you alchemy? Zivin glanced at Dumbledore and found that he was shaking his head and smiling bitterly. Of course I agree, I'll make a lot of money this way. Zywin agreed excitedly, but seeing Dumbledore's expression, he still felt that Dumbledore might disagree. But will Professor Dumbledore be willing? Don't worry about this. Professor Slughorn waved his hand. Then he looked at Dumbledore angrily and said, 2 bottles of potion. This number. Dumbledore's expression became interested and he stretched out his fully open left hand. Don't even think about it, Albus. Professor Slughorn frowned and glared at Dumbledore. Up to 3 bottles. Dumbledore spread his hands indifferently and said, I don't care, but you will be involved in the issue of whether you can fulfill the promise you made in front of the students. Think about it. Albus Dumbledore, don't go too far. Professor Slughorn said through gritted teeth. At most this number. He held out 4 fingers. Deal. Dumbledore immediately held his hand on the 4 fingers extended by Professor Slughorn and said cheerfully. Don't regret it, Horace. Professor Slughorn realized that he had been tricked by Dumbledore and walked out the door angrily. Albus, Zivin will be left to you. Before leaving, he turned around and added, and then left gracefully. Seeing that there was nothing going on here, other professors also left one after another, leaving Dumbledore alone in the infirmary preparing to fulfill his promise to Professor Slughorn. Zivin looked at this scene with sweat on his head and asked Dumbledore, Professor, will I offend Professor Slughorn because of this matter? Dumbledore was happy and said with a smile, don't think so much. That guy Horace is just an old cunning guy. He deliberately showed excitement just to sell you more favors. There is no need to feel any psychological pressure. Is it really okay to just say it so directly? Zywin was speechless. I don't recommend that you borrow those advanced books on alchemy directly from the restricted area. Dumbledore continued. I think you should first learn the ancient runes, which are the basis of alchemy. With that said, he asked Mrs. Dallaire to borrow a piece of parchment and a quill from her office in the campus hospital. He wrote down a few book titles in a cool manner, signed his name and handed it to Zywin. Zywin took the parchment and saw the bold and handsome handwriting on it. Allow student Zivin Rozier to borrow the books Introduction to Ancient Runes, Classification of Ancient Runes and the Evolution of Language, Albus Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore, I mean, is there a possibility that I have learned ancient runes? Zivin said with some embarrassment. In fact, Zywin realized not long after arriving in this world that the language system here was no different from the previous world. There is not much difference in the geographical distribution of the 2 worlds, so the different languages of each country, such as English, Chinese, French, etc., are completely connected. Zywin is also considered a very capable scholar in Carmitage. He has learned many languages in order to read books of various types and ages. In Carmitage's library, many esoteric and complex books are written in seal script, Sanskrit, or runes with greater magical powers. Coincidentally, this new world also used runes in ancient times to record events or carve magical seals. And just like other widely spread languages, the ancient runes here are exactly the same as the runes he was familiar with. What? Dumbledore was shocked, and his voice became louder several times. You said you have learned the ancient runes. Zywin nodded innocently, made an excuse at random, and said, I have liked reading books since I was a child. There are many books written in runes in the library at home. I accidentally learned it by myself. What do you mean you learned it by yourself accidentally? Dumbledore's mouth twitched crazily. You must know that he was the most talented student in the entire Hogwarts at the end of the last century, and it took him a lot of effort to learn ancient runes. And Zywin was able to completely learn this profound and difficult language at the age of 11? No, I have to ask you some questions. Dumbledore took a breath and said softly. If you dare to lie to me, I might accidentally give you an extra 10 or 20 times as much homework in the next Transfiguration class. Chapter 47. Dumbledore made a prompt decision and snatched the parchment from Zivin's hand, wrote a long and obscure rune on the back of the paper, and then handed it to Zivin. This is some basic ancient runes. Now translate it to me for this passage. Dumbledore said. If you really taught yourself the ancient runes, these shouldn't be too difficult for you. After taking the parchment, Zywin's expression became strange. He suppressed a smile and said, Professor, I didn't expect you to like this kind of thing. Dumbledore suddenly felt something bad when he saw Sivan's expression. Zywin read fluently, sour popping candies, BB multi-flavored beans, bloody lollipops, crucible-shaped cakes, chocolate balls, chocolate crucibles, chocolate frogs, cockroach skewers, pineapple preserves, Jawibeo super bubble gum, exploding jelly beans, sizzling bees, fudge flies. Okay, stop. Dumbledore raised his hand to his forehead and said helplessly. I really don't know how you mastered these unfamiliar ancient runes. I had to search for information specifically for these sweets to understand their translation methods. Professor, didn't you say that this passage is very basic ancient runes? Zywin asked expressionlessly. Ahem. Dumbledore coughed dryly and said. Isn't this just to test your true level? He snatched the parchment from Zywin's hand, and a flame burst out from his palm, instantly burning it to ashes. Now that you have proven your mastery of ancient runes, it seems that you don't need this professor's signature. Dumbledore said seriously. I think you want to destroy the evidence. Zywin secretly cursed. At this time, Mrs. Dallaire came over and asked doubtfully, Professor Dumbledore, do you smell something burning near here? No. Dumbledore shook his head crisply. At the same time, he waved with the back of his hand, and the burning smell and remaining ashes disappeared in an instant. Silent and wandless casting. At least 2 spells were used. Zywin was stunned by this. Dumbledore winked at Sivan, and then said, Huma, you may be delusional. Really? Mrs. Dallaire frowned and smelled the area again, and found that there was indeed no burning smell anymore. Maybe I really have an illusion. She shook her head and returned to her office. Thank you for not exposing me, Mr. Rozier. Dumbledore winked at Sivan and said happily. You must know that burning things in the campus hospital will anger our head nurse's wife. You should also pay attention to this. It's just a small matter, Professor. Zywin smiled stiffly and said. But in his heart, he was thinking that he was just stunned and didn't have time to reveal it. Dumbledore wouldn't use legilimency on people for nothing, so he didn't know what Sivan was thinking. He calmed down and finally regained his serious appearance as a professor. Dumbledore thought for a moment, took out a piece of parchment again, and then changed a list of books and wrote on the paper. Sivan took the parchment and saw the book list written on it, allow student Sivan Rozier to borrow the books Alchemy, From Appearance to Inherence, Introduction to Simple Alchemy, Alchemy on a Macroscopic Level, Albus Dumbledore. You can borrow these books first. They are all overview books about alchemy, which can give you a preliminary understanding of the general connotation of alchemy. Dumbledore said. Come to me after you finish reading or when you encounter problems that you don't understand. Zywin nodded and put the parchment into the pocket watch space. Thank you, Professor. Zywin said. It's getting late, so I won't disturb you, a wounded man, from resting. Dumbledore nodded with a smile and walked out of the gate of the school hospital. Sivan waved goodbye to Dumbledore. Afterwards, Zywin lay on the bed, thinking about the specific structure and inscribed runes of the hanging ring, and fell asleep unknowingly. Early the next morning, Zywin woke up early. He subconsciously wanted to get out of bed and go for morning exercises, but suddenly he saw the faint morning stars in the sky outside the window, so he decisively realized that this must not be the Slytherin dormitory located in the lake, but the school hospital on the 4th floor of the castle. The Gothic floor-to-ceiling windows in the campus hospital have a classic charm. The glass is intertwined with a diamond-shaped grid, framing the azure scene outside the window. Slender marble columns carved with complex patterns and pointed ribbed vaults form the window frames of floor-to-ceiling windows. Dark purple curtains hang naturally on both sides, often blocking the dazzling sunlight at noon. The morning sky outside the window has become slightly brighter, leaving only a few brightest stars, which are stubbornly rooted in the sky and blinking. Zywin sat up, feeling that yesterday's weakness and fatigue had disappeared, and his whole body was full of vitality again. He happily put on his sports-friendly clothes and walked towards the school hospital door full of energy. Then he was stopped by Mrs. Dallaire. You can't leave the hospital today. Mrs. Dallaire said seriously. It's not a trivial matter to overdraw the poison leopard's poison and magic power. You have to be hospitalized for 2 days of observation. Zywin's face suddenly fell, and he said helplessly, Mrs. Dallaire, I really have no problem. If you don't believe me, you can give me a checkup. Mrs. Dallaire carefully checked Zywin several times, and only let him go after confirming that there was no problem. She also asked him to come back for a review at night. Zywin nodded repeatedly and then left the campus hospital as if running away. Walking across the lawn of the teaching area, Zywin saw Miranda practicing magic spells there as always. He thought for a while and walked straight over. Miranda. In order not to disturb the Ravenclaw students who were studying around him, Zywin walked up to Miranda, patted her on the shoulder, and called out softly. Miranda was startled, and the magic spell she was about to cast immediately tilted towards Zywin. Zywin subconsciously rolled on the ground and barely escaped the curse. What's the matter with you, putting a magic spell on someone's face? Zywin stood up and patted the dirt on his body, saying dissatisfiedly. What's the matter with you? Miranda asked back. Come here for a sneak attack while others are practicing spells. Zywin knew he was wrong, so he smiled coquettishly and changed the subject. By the way, what kind of spell did you just practice? Miranda said playfully, if I said it was a death curse, would you believe it? Zywin. Chapter 48. Miranda burst out laughing when she saw Zywin's speechless expression. I'm not kidding you anymore, it's just the disappearing spell I practiced. It's part of this year's wizard level exam syllabus, she said. When it came to the disappearing spell, Zywin suddenly thought of a question, so he asked, if your disappearing spell hits me, will it make me disappear? Miranda looked at him as if she were a fool and said, if the vanishing curse had this effect, it would have been put into practice by dark wizards long ago. But have you ever seen any wizard fight with the vanishing curse? You must keep in mind Gamp's basic law of transformation. Magic cannot disappear or be created out of thin air, so the disappearing spell cannot have an effect on wizards or magical animals. Miranda said. That's true. Zywin nodded, and then asked suddenly. That works on muggles, right? Why do you have such an idea? Miranda looked at him in surprise and asked. There are so many ways to deal with non-magical creatures, why do you have to use the more expensive transformation spell? You have made things so complicated that a weakened version of the coma spell can solve. Zywin smiled coquettishly and said, I just want to understand its principle. Miranda curled her lips and asked angrily, so why did you come to me? Are you just here to interrupt my practice of magic spells? Of course not. Zywin shook his head and said seriously. You asked me before about our family's branch in Faguo, and now there is news. Miranda also became serious and asked, how are you doing? Is there any movement? Zywin said, now I only know that the capital flow at the Faguo branch has been abnormal recently, and there is no other news. Miranda nodded and said, that's enough. This proves that the Dark Lord Grindelwald will definitely take action in the near future. The corner of Zywin's mouth twitched and he said awkwardly, is it really okay to use such a sure tone? After all, we are still in our family. Don't you think the flow of funds has something to do with Grindelwald? Miranda raised her eyebrows and looked at Zywin and said. That's it, I think so. Zywin touched his nose and said not confidently. Maybe it's investment or something. Don't be stupid. You would hide something like investment from your family's branch of the country. Miranda said angrily. Okay. Zywin nodded resignedly. Seeing that he finally admitted the matter, Miranda relaxed a little, and then asked, have you told the professor about this? Not yet. Zywin shook his head and replied. It's always hard to tell outsiders about your family's affairs, and it also feels like revealing family secrets. So you leaked family secrets to me. Miranda looked at him with a half smile and said. This is different. Zywin shrugged and said casually. After all, you have helped me a lot, and our relationship is not bad. It's not a big deal for friends to discuss the situation at home, right? The other thing is that I don't really want to tell the old principal about my family's situation personally. Who knows if he will doubt me again after he wronged my soul. Zywin added silently in his heart. Thank you for your trust, Zywin. Miranda smiled, and then said seriously, but unfortunately, as a prefect, I have to tell the school about this. It doesn't matter. Zywin nodded indifferently. After all, it is a matter of major concern to the Dark Lord. It is not appropriate to keep it private after all, otherwise it will be ugly if it misses the overall situation. Giving Miranda the report to the school not only prevents him from being embarrassed when facing the principal, but also allows him to repay some of the favor she lent him the notes, which is a pretty good result. Miranda hesitated for a moment, then said, since you regard this matter as a chat between friends about family situations, then I should tell you about my family situation. I just said it casually, don't take it seriously. Zywin looked at Miranda in shock and said. Miranda shook her head and said to Zywin, it's different. You don't know how important this information is to me. Principal Dippet has assigned all our prefects a task to find clues to the destruction of the magic node. The prefect who finds the clues will make an important contribution to the school. With this important information, as long as my academic performance can continue to maintain the first place in the grade, I can basically surpass Cedrella Black and become the student council president in the 7th grade. Is a student union president important? Zywin asked, feeling a little confused. That's true for me. Miranda nodded and said. Actually, I was born in a poor family with many children. I am the youngest of 9 sisters. My family was already somewhat poor when I was born, and now we have no savings at all. Growing up, I had to wear the robes used by my sisters. Zywin thought about it and found that Miranda's clothes and books were indeed quite old. He always thought it was because of her frugal personality. But your dress was quite good at the ball. Zywin said. Well, Professor Slughorn invited me to join the club at that time. Because I didn't have a dress, I became the focus at the ball. She said calmly. Then he gave me that dress for Christmas, and I was quite grateful to him. Zywin himself has never experienced the embarrassment of being looked at in a strange way because of what he wears. But if you think about it, it must be extremely uncomfortable. Zywin wanted to say a few words of comfort, but found that he had no comfort skills, so he opened his mouth and couldn't say anything. So, as a pure-blood aristocrat, are you still willing to make friends with me, a witch from a poor family? Miranda did not notice Sivan's movements, but squeezed out a slightly stiff smile and asked Rode. I'm different from those pure Slytherins. I was almost assigned to Ravenclaw. Sivan said with a fake smile. Miranda laughed out loud, her mood became cheerful, and said, Ravenclaw will not accept a lazy little wizard like you. Then she regained her serious expression and said to Zywin, the prefects and student union presidents all have subsidies, which will make my life a lot easier. So now you know how important your information is to me. Zywin nodded with emotion and finally thought of an effective way to comfort him. So, publish a book. He said enthusiastically. I can be your investor and publish your book of spells. I can guarantee that this book will definitely be selected as the textbook for Hogwarts next year. Chapter 49. Seeing Zywin's solemn promise that his notes would be used as teaching materials for the next year, Miranda couldn't help but laugh a little. How can you, a freshman who has just taken classes for a week, have the confidence? Even the several classes you missed are not even taken into account. Miranda said amusingly. The main reason is that I have confidence in you. Zywin smiled. But what really gave him confidence was the entire library of books at home. After reading so many spell books, he had never seen any that were as detailed, vivid, and easy to understand as Miranda's notes. Maybe we can actually make a small fortune from Miranda's books. Zywin thought happily. Then, he took out a heavy cowhide bag from the pocket watch space and handed it to Miranda. These are given to you as an early investment in the Book of Spells. Zywin said. Miranda took the cowhide bag in confusion and almost blinded her when she opened it. A bag full of golden galleons shone in the reflection of the sun, reflecting half of Miranda's face under her glasses. Became golden. Miranda's lips were slightly opened, and her whole body was stunned. Zywin looked at this scene with a hint of a mischievous smile. After a long while, Miranda came to her senses, subconsciously stuffed the purse back to Zywin and said, No, this is too much. Zywin took a half step back, dodged Miranda's attempt to stuff the money bag back, and said nonchalantly, It's just an investment. Don't you think your notes are not perfect enough? Then use the money to find more information. It's okay, communicate a few letters with those experts and scholars, and even bring some gifts to visit Professor Woflin. Do you understand what I mean? Miranda looked at him dumbfounded and said, There's no need for so many. To be honest, I haven't seen so many galleons since I was a child. Don't worry, it's just a small amount of my pocket money. Zywin turned around and walked towards the open space to the northwest, smiling and waving his hands, not taking away a single cloud. Miranda was left standing there with a numb expression. Zywin checked the time after leaving the lawn of the teaching area and found that he and Miranda had been chatting for a bit too long. It was probably too late to do morning exercises now. So he decisively decided to fish for a day and give himself a day off as if he was recovering from a serious illness. After cutting off an activity, he had plenty of time. Zywin walked leisurely to the Owl Tower in the northwest, preparing to write a letter to Sandrine and send it back. He found a big stone in advance on the way and used the transformation technique to flatten it. Then he took out a small stool from the pocket watch space and placed it next to the stone. The simple table and chairs are ready. Then he took out the parchment and quill that had been stored in the pocket watch space for emergencies, and comfortably began to write a reply to Sandrine. Dear Mom, I had a thrilling adventure with Professor Kettleben in the Forbidden Forest 2 days ago. There was a little accident, but it was not a big problem. As a result, I also got the opportunity to learn alchemy from Professor Dumbledore. Opportunity. In order to prevent Sandrine from worrying, he told her about the experiences of the past 2 days in an evasive manner, and then paused, thinking about how to express things about Elshana. I don't think there's any need to rush into the engagement with the Greengrass family. It's not the same era as it used to be. You can just let nature take its course. Just believe in my ability. Are you still worried that I can't find a suitable partner? He wrote such words shamelessly and even felt very good about himself. Afterwards, Zywin put away his quill and small stool, took the parchment and walked towards the Owl Tower, which was not far away. When we arrived at the Owl Tower, the writing on the paper had dried smoothly on the road. Zywin picked a public owl that looked relatively clean, fed it a few pieces of leftover jerky from a kitten, and successfully bought it. The owl stretched out its feet tamely and asked Zywin to roll the letter into a tube and tie it to it. Seeing the figure of the owl flapping its wings and flying away, Zywin couldn't help but imagine that he could fly freely without the help of a broom. Perhaps after learning alchemy, you can build a flying magic weapon yourself? He thought casually. At the beginning of the first defense against the dark arts class, Professor Lorry began to ask the little wizards to come to the podium one by one to check their mastery of the spark spell. I know you are already very skilled, Mr. Rozier. Professor Loyole looked at Zywin with deep eyes and said. You don't have to get tested. Zywin looked into the professor's deep eyes and felt a strange sense of familiarity, so he couldn't help but look at them a few more times. Is there anything else, Mr. Rozier? Professor Lorry asked. Oh, it's okay, Professor. Only then did Zywin react. He hurriedly returned to sit next to Elshana, and began to idly flip through the Black Magic Self-Defense Guide on the table, previewing it for himself. The following content comes up. It is worth mentioning that most young wizards can only make their wands emit an extremely weak mist of light after chanting a spell. This kind of light is basically invisible in bright sunlight. Only Slytherin's Elshana, Abraxas, Gomez, and Gryffindor's Moody can meet the professor's requirements. Professor Loyole's face became increasingly ugly. After checking everyone's understanding, he pursed his lips indifferently. You haven't practiced by yourself even once after class. He put his elbows on the desk, bent down and looked down at the little wizards in the audience, and said coldly. Do you know that in the event of danger, if you can't even send a signal, you will have no ability to protect yourself? Mobley Worley, stand up. Professor Loyole suddenly pointed at Mobley in the audience and shouted. All 3 of your roommates have learned the spark charm, why can't you do it? Mobley stood up in a panic and said with sweat on his head, I didn't know they knew it. Don't know. Professor Loyole laughed angrily. In other words, if they haven't learned it, you have a legitimate reason not to learn it. No, it's not. Mobley replied hesitantly. Then can you tell yourself whether your signal can be seen by others? Professor Loyole yelled. No, you can't. So are you the first person to die when encountering danger? Mobley was speechless. Zywin secretly paid 2 seconds of silence to his roommate. Forget it. The roommates all know that they have already started learning magic with a wand at a time when ordinary little wizards were far from being able to control their own magic. As for Gomez, since he told him last time that he could join Professor Slughorn's club through hard work, he has started to work hard, going to the library to study every day, and not seeing anyone until night. And Abraxas, a friend who played chess in the dormitory, actually betrayed him and joined the team that learned the spark charm. This was something Mobley never imagined. It can only be said that Abu's talent is indeed quite good, and he was taught a lot by his strict father at home, so much so that he gave Mobley a surprise. Thinking about it this way, Mobley is really pitiful. Chapter 50. After Mobley was severely punished by Professor Loyole, he sat down in a daze. Looking at his dull expression, Zivan almost thought that some Kamataj magician had secretly thrown away his soul. In vitro. In view of the indescribable level of magic mastery of the little wizards, Professor Loyole finally slowed down the progress of the lecture and left this class to them to practice the spark charm. And he ordered those who did not meet the requirements before the end of get out of class to be detained for a week. In this defense against the dark arts class, even Zywin and other people who have learned the spark charm are not idle. The professor accuses them of not doing a good job in supervising their classmates to practice. This class is arranged for them to guide other young wizards to learn the spell. Important task. The little wizards spent the entire class in misery. Under the intimidation of Professor Loyole, they did not dare to practice without trembling. After the class, their hands were twitching. Fortunately, under such pressure, all the little wizards were able to meet Professor Loyole's standards and successfully gained their freedom. Can't you learn this? After the bell rang, Professor Loyole stood on the podium and watched the little wizards leave, mumbling. Put more pressure on yourself when you go back. This is not a peaceful time. Don't just think about it. Zywin, who had failed in the defense against the dark arts class, shrugged a little dissatisfiedly and followed his roommate out of the classroom. What he didn't notice was that when he passed the podium, Professor Loyole raised his wand slightly. In the following days, Zywin's life was not as overwhelming as the first week of school, but overall it was still very fulfilling. He maintained a good work and rest habit. He got up early in the morning to do morning exercises. After the morning exercises, he went to the auditorium to have a meal, then stayed in the auditorium to read through the textbooks, and then started the day's classes. Zywin, who has strong soul power, has an amazingly good memory, and the first grade courses are not difficult for him at all, so he usually reads books by himself or Miranda's course notes from the previous 4 grades in class. The professors questioned him several times in disgust at first, but later found that it was really difficult for him to learn such simple knowledge as the first grade, so they didn't pay much attention to his distraction. However, there is one exception. Professor Assad, who teaches the herbal medicine class, seems to be prejudiced against Zywin because of his absence from class in the first week. He basically has to ask him to get up in every class to answer questions or give demonstrations. Whenever Zywin shows signs of being distracted, he will be discovered by her. If Zywin hadn't borrowed Miranda's notes, he might have been in trouble. I heard that Professor Assad was a Hufflepuff student during her school days, and she was often bullied by Slytherin. Abraxas, who was well-connected, later told Sivan. So she's probably just waiting to find a reason to target Slytherin students. Zywin shook his head helplessly, lamenting how small-minded this witch was, but had to listen carefully to avoid making a fool of himself in public. However, it was Professor Assad's perseverance in watching and asking questions that allowed Zywin to master the herbal medicine class, a course that he was not interested in at all, very firmly, which was an unexpected surprise. After a day of classes, Zywin usually goes to the library to borrow books about alchemy or goes to the dungeon where his soul body is to practice magic. Nowadays, the dungeon where Ghost Zywin is located has changed its appearance. The smooth and flat walls are carved with profound and beautiful lines, and there are several beautiful landscape paintings hung on the walls. There seems to be a breeze blowing occasionally in these paintings. The green trees, lakes, and wheat seedlings in the paintings sway with the wind. If you get closer, they may still be beautiful. A rustling sound can be heard. These paintings were ordered by Sivan in Hogsmeade using an owl. The floor in the dungeon room was covered with a thick cashmere blanket, which was very soft and comfortable to step on. 2 luxurious dark green sofas, one large and one small, were leaning against the wall. Ghost Zywin often pretended to sit on the sofa and read the various alchemy books brought by the little wizard Zywin. These 2 sofas were not ordered from outside, but were the products of Zywin's transformation technique. The little wizard Zywin picked up a few big rocks from outside, placed them in the pocket watch space and brought them to the dungeon, and then used the transformation spell to turn them into a sofa. At first, the appearance of the 2 sofas was a bit crude, but Zywin came to practice magic every 2 days. On the one hand, he continued the magic left on the stone, and on the other hand, he constantly modified the patterns of the sofas during the practice. Quality. Gradually, 2 low-key, luxurious and high-looking sofas were born as Zywin practiced his transformation technique. In addition to these 2 sofas, there is a coffee table and a writing desk on the other side of the room, basically filling up this small space in the dungeon. Not only the dungeon is occupied, but the pocket watch space is also running out. Sure enough, after you become addicted to using it, storage containers are no longer enough no matter how big they are. Therefore, Zywin recently planned to put the study of the traceless stretching spell on the agenda. Anyway, with the dual-core dual standby learning method, the efficiency issue is not a problem at all. The space outside the dungeon door has also undergone great changes. The previously dark, damp, and dirty corridor was now filled with dazzling torches, illuminating the corridor very brightly. The ground also looked brand new, with no more mud, puddles, and cobwebs. In front of the prison where Ghost Zywin is located, where Helena stays for a long time, the walls are even filled with many kinds of magical flowers and green plants that can live without sunlight. These were all things Zywin had secretly discussed with the house elf after he learned the location of the kitchen from Helena. He originally wanted to pay some money to the house elves in the castle to help him include the dungeon in the maintenance of the castle. But these hard-working elves looked very frightened, as if hearing the word reward was an insult to them. Only then did Zywin once again think of the nature of house elves, so he had no choice but to act like a pure blood, using the excuse that if they couldn't eat well or sleep well, they would delay the tasks he had arranged. He forced them to raise their wages a little. Meal and rest benefits. Seeing the house elves expressing their gratitude, he felt quite complicated. Helena was even more difficult to deal with than the house elves. She firmly disagreed with the little wizard Zywin spending so much money on the two of them, and said they could not repay the favor. But I am just changing my living environment. Zywin thought to himself. Fortunately, he still thought of a way. Helena, do you know why I have been studying these alchemy books these days? In fact, this is a deal I made with Zywin. Ghost Zywin said affectionately to Helena. You were supposed to be a soaring eagle, and Ravenclaw Tower was the place that was supposed to belong to you. Now, you stay in this dark dungeon because of me. I know you will never be able to wander here, but even if it is a little improved, these flowers will complement you. I learned some alchemy methods when I was in the East, so I can give Zywin some in-depth guidance. And the transformation of the environment here is the reward he wants to give me, and it can also be regarded as an insignificant gift from me to you. Helena covered her mouth and was so moved that she couldn't speak. She just looked at the ghost Zywin with somewhat hazy eyes. Zywin also opened his hands and hugged her. Chapter 51. Transfiguration Professor's Office. Zywin was holding a stack of notes he had written while reading and asked Dumbledore questions about alchemy. Look at this symbol. Are you sure it is an ancient rune? Dumbledore tapped a place in Zywin's note with his slender index finger, then frowned and looked at Zywin and asked. Zywin took a closer look and saw a conspicuous small seal among the neat runic characters. However, he had not noticed it at all after reading it so many times. Mr. Rosier, I have to say that your recent state is somewhat worrying. Dumbledore said. I think maybe you put too much pressure on yourself. The book list I gave you is enough for some senior wizards to read for a semester, but you have read them all in less than 2. I'm afraid this is not good for you. It's a huge burden on your spirit. Zywin nodded with some frustration. This is the 3rd time this low-level error has occurred in recent times. However, he knew very clearly that he did not have much mental pressure at all. The existence of the soul body, the ghost Zywin, is like a cheating function, allowing his reading efficiency to be much faster than others, not to mention that this cheating device does not require eating and sleeping. But his poor state during this period was also obvious. His proud memory made countless mistakes in a week. The most impressive time was in the herbal medicine class. Professor Assad asked him a routine question and he got up to give a demonstration. However, he actually forgot about the simple method of dealing with Devil's Net. It was obvious that the lighting spell could solve the problem, but he took out a knife and cut it fiercely, cutting the vine into 2 sections. Professor Assad was very angry and asked him if he was deliberately looking for trouble. After Zywin refused to admit it, he felt that he dared not do it properly, so he deducted 20 points from Slytherin in disappointment. This herbal medicine class can no longer be attended and has become a self-study. Professor Assad has been sadly rescuing the poor Devil's Net that was broken in half. You finally couldn't stand it anymore. Mobley came over and asked. If I was stared at and asked questions in every class, I might have done this earlier than you. Zywin just shook his head blankly and said, I really forgot how to deal with the Devil's Net. Mobley and Abraxas looked at him with disbelief, and even Gomez and Elchanal looked over with surprise. Touch your conscience and tell us, do you believe what you say? Abu said, poking at his heart. Everyone knows that you have a good memory and work hard. Even we can't remember this simple knowledge wrong, let alone you. Mobley agreed. Zywin was even more confused. He looked at the wand in his hand and didn't know what was wrong. You mean your memory has been very abnormal recently? Dumbledore asked with a frown. What an abnormality! Yes, it is indeed abnormal. Zywin nodded, trying to recall the abnormality during this period of time. It seems that the problem with my memory is not memory loss. I can still read books and look up information very quickly. But sometimes I forget a certain knowledge point suddenly. Did you just suddenly forget? Dumbledore's expression became serious. Maybe. I got confused with something. Last week, I mistook a crucible for Abu and they all said I was weird. Sivan looked at Dumbledore, only to find that he raised his hand to her. Wand. Professor. Zywin subconsciously wanted to avoid it, but he felt a heavy pressure on his shoulders, making him unable to move at all. Finite incantatum. Dumbledore's wand shot out a white light and hit Sivan. Zywin immediately felt as if something had been untied, and his brain suddenly became sober. He took a few deep breaths, like a drowning man who had just been saved. How do you feel? Dumbledore asked. Too bad, Professor. Sivan gasped and smiled bitterly. Am I under a confusion spell? Dumbledore nodded and said, I'm afraid that's the case, and it's probably been going on for a long time, otherwise it shouldn't be so obvious. Sivan slumped on the armchair in front of Dumbledore's desk, with a lifeless expression on his face. God, how many stupid things have I done during this time? I can't see anyone anymore. Mr. Rosier, I think now is not the time to dwell on how many stupid things I have done. Dumbledore said with a bit of laughter. What's more important now is that you should think about who cast the spell on you and when it started. He analyzed the specific details of the spell he cast for Zywin. The person who cast the spell may have a very advanced level of spell casting. The effect of this confusion spell is actually very small, and it should only target a certain small aspect to confuse you. But in order to prevent accidents, he will probably add a confusion spell to you every once in a while. Over time, no matter how good the spell is, it will cause problems with your memory. So you have to think about who you know who has decent spell casting skills and can cast a spell on you multiple times without being noticed. Zywin scratched his head in distress and said incomprehensibly, I think I've been quite popular since I came to school. I shouldn't have offended anyone. At least his roommates definitely don't have this level, so they can be eliminated first. As for other people who have more contact and have the ability to cast spells, they may be the prefects of Slytherin, but they are all pure bloods, so it doesn't matter. A conflict of interest is not a big deal. I heard that you often meet Miss Gorshak of Ravenclaw. How is your relationship with her? Dumbledore asked. This is impossible. Zywin said subconsciously. His relationship with Miranda had been going well ever since they had confessed to each other about their family situations, and Miranda had no motive to cast a spell on him anyway. It can't be that you don't want to pay back the money you owe me, right? Zywin was amused by his own thoughts and almost laughed out loud. I'm just giving you an example. You have to broaden your horizons. Dumbledore patted Sivan on the shoulder and said. Okay, don't think about it so much. Let's put aside the alchemy problem for now. There is a Halloween dinner tonight. Have fun then and recover. Dumbledore winked at Sivan and walked out of the office. Zywin looked at the alchemy notes left on the table and fell into deep thought. Why do I feel that Professor Dumbledore just found a reason and was too lazy to continue talking? Chapter 52. Unknowingly, it has been 2 months since Sivan arrived at Hogwarts, and tomorrow is Halloween, November 1st. However, the country does not have a tradition of taking a holiday on Halloween, so the little wizards still have to go to class as usual the next day after enjoying the large banquet tonight. On Halloween, not only the wizards in the castle have a grand banquet, but many ghosts also hold their annual fanatical party on this night. This is a festival that truly belongs to them. It was also that night that Dumbledore entered the castle dungeon. After coming down the spiral staircase that connected to the entrance courtyard, he originally thought that he would be greeted by a dark, humid, and harsh environment. As a result, the situation underground was unexpectedly clean, and it seemed that there was still some fragrant floral fragrance in the air. Walking in the direction of the dungeon, there were many brand new torches planted around. The further we walked in, the brighter the corridor became. The dungeon room where Ghost Zywin is located is even filled with flowers, and the aisle between the flowers is even covered with a beautiful blue-purple carpet. Helena is floating beside the flowers, surrounded by the rich fragrance of flowers. Her beautiful face and fragrant flowers complement each other, which is particularly beautiful and moving. The ghost Zywin floated lazily above the luxurious sofa, sitting and lying down, admiring Helena's slim figure and face as beautiful as a flower. It seems that Mr. Strange is doing well. Dumbledore looked at this scene in surprise and asked. Thank you. Zywin replied lazily. Helena nodded slightly to Dumbledore and said hello. If you can go out, do you two have any ideas to attend the ghost's Halloween feast tonight? Dumbledore asked with interest. Will Principal Dippet allow me to go out? Zywin raised his eyebrows with an expression of disbelief. The professors discussed it and concluded that we have no evidence after all that Mr. Strange is the murderer who destroyed the magic node. It is against the rules to deprive you of your freedom, Dumbledore said. It would be extremely inhumane if you were no longer allowed to attend the annual gathering of ghosts. You also know it's against the rules. Helena sneered and said coldly. Dumbledore could only give an apologetic look, looked at Sivan and asked, it is never comfortable to stay in one place for too long, no matter how well the place has been renovated. Mr. Strange, is really don't you want to go out for some fresh air? Who said I don't want to go out? Zywin said as he floated up from the sofa and came to the door of the dungeon. Of course I can't miss the chance to go out. Dumbledore nodded, and then added, but I need your promise not to leave the ghost hall throughout the night. Can Ms. Grey help with supervision? His last words were said to Helena. Helena nodded casually and said, don't worry, I won't let him leave my side. This sentence had quite another meaning. Zywin couldn't help but blush when he heard it, and Dumbledore even showed a joking expression, looking back and forth between the two of them. Ahem, Professor Dumbledore, can you undo the spell? Helena was thin-skinned and couldn't stand Dumbledore's teasing eyes, so she said in a voice that was like a mosquito. Dumbledore smiled considerately, took out his wand and touched the transparent barrier, and a hole about the same size as the dungeon door expanded on the barrier. Mr. Strange, please. Dumbledore stretched his left hand diagonally to his side and signalled Sivan to come out of the dungeon in a very gentlemanly manner. When Zywin floated out of the dungeon, he felt like he was in another world. Unknowingly, I have been staying in the same room for almost 2 months. I even feel a little uncomfortable leaving the room, as if I have lost the sense of security. At this time, a soft and cold body crashed into Zywin's arms, bringing a full sense of security. Normal ghosts can touch each other, but still have no sense of touch or sensation. But Zywin's soul body is different. He can feel the cold temperature of Helena's body. This is a strange feeling of soul blending. He froze for a moment. Ahem, Dumbledore coughed lightly next to him. I think it's time for us to get going. Helena let go of Sivan shyly and hid behind him, thinking that this would block the sight of Dumbledore, an outsider. But she forgot that the ghost itself is transparent. Zywin smacked his lips, somewhat recalling the feeling of the two hugging each other just now. It wasn't until Dumbledore reminded him again that he came to his senses and followed the spiral staircase leading to the entrance courtyard. Dumbledore is walking on the stairs and Sivan and Helena are floating upward in the circular gap surrounded by the stairs. The scene feels very strange. Dumbledore seemed to find the atmosphere awkward as he walked around and said, Mr. Strange, do you know that you are special? Zywin was stunned for a moment and replied, I am indeed quite special. The way to become a ghost is different from normal. Dumbledore shook his head and said, I'm not talking about the way you became a ghost, nor the special way you can cast spells, but you have a unique charm. Charm? Zywin looked confused and didn't understand what Dumbledore was talking about, so he could only say. If this is a compliment, thank you for the compliment, Professor. Ha ha ha. Dumbledore laughed heartily and said happily. It can be understood that way, but what I mean is more about your ideological realm. Your thoughts seem to be different, as if they are beyond this era. Having said this, Dumbledore took a deep look at Sivan. At the same time, a silver light suddenly flashed across his glasses, making Zywin startled. Do my daily actions reveal anything? Or is it that he has seen through my origins? Zywin thought with some fear, but he really didn't know what went wrong. Could it be that Dumbledore had manipulated the ghost spell to eavesdrop on his conversation with Helena? Maybe I'm overthinking. He regained his composure and forced himself to smile calmly, maybe it's because I'm from the East, and the two sides' ways of thinking are different. Maybe. Dumbledore smiled noncommittally. Silently all the way, one person and two ghosts came to the dark door of the ghost hall underground in the main tower. I sent you here. Dumbledore said to the two of them. Mr. Strange, remember not to leave the hall and stay with Ms. Grey at all times. After the banquet is over, I will personally take you back to the dungeon. Zywin nodded, and together with Helena, they passed through the dark and heavy bronze door and arrived inside the ghost hall. Chapter 53. Inside the bronze door, there is a gloomy scene. The first thing that catches the eye are four long, almost decadent brown tables, the placement of which seems to be intended to imitate the furnishings of the Hogwarts Great Hall. The table was covered with black candles, emitting a dark light. The food on the grey dinner plates was completely rotten or moldy, exuding an unpleasant smell. There was also a stage at the front of the hall, and a band was playing a heart-wrenching tune with a strange instrument. After Helena's introduction, Zywin learned that this strange instrument is called a music saw. It is usually played with a bow and can produce a unique ethereal sound. Zywin felt that the ethereal sound of this music was ethereal enough, but it was a bit hard on the ears. At this time, a group of ghosts were performing wonderful performances amidst the music. Everyone in the team has a lost head and a strong ghost horse. They ride on the horse and continuously throw the head in their hands, and the next team member catches it and throws it up again, and so on. Circled around the stage. The ghosts in the audience watched their performance and cheered continuously. After several consecutive turns, they suddenly stopped and split into two teams, one on each side. The poor house elf waiter in the audience helped them bring up two rings with a hint of wisdom, and erected one on each side of the stage. The two teams used long-handled poles on horseback to hit each other's heads into each other's rings. The ghosts in the audience spontaneously recorded the scores for them, and they had a great time. Zywin watched it with interest for a while, feeling that this activity was somewhat similar to the cudgel he had heard of before, except that the ball turned into a head, and the neck of the ghost playing with the ball was empty. "Dr. Strange, Ms. Grey, it's been a long time since I saw you," came an enthusiastic voice. Zywin turned around and saw a ghost wearing a tight-fitting top and a particularly large wheel-shaped collar floating over. "Hi, Sir Nicholas, long time no see." Zywin greeted him. "Hello, Nicholas." Helena also nodded to this very qualified ghost. "What have you been busy with recently? Why haven't I seen you?" Nicholas floated to Zywin and patted him on the shoulder, asking. "What are you busy with?" "I'm locked up." Zywin was very frank about this, because he had already seen Bloody Baron in this hall. "What's going on?" Nicholas frowned and asked. "I am suspected to be involved in the destruction of the castle's magic node." Zywin shrugged and said innocently. "But I actually don't even know what a magic node is." "So you were imprisoned for 2 months?" Nicholas raised his head in surprise and asked in shock. Then his head fell off. "Zywin." Nicholas calmly lifted his head that was tilted to one side and put it back on his neck. "I'm sorry, Strange, it was just an accident." He adjusted the position of his head and said distressedly. "I didn't expect that wearing such a big collar wouldn't stop me." Zywin twitched the corner of his mouth and said jokingly, "Maybe you can wear a larger closed lav collar top." Nicholas actually thought about the possibility and nodded solemnly. At this time, the Bloody Barrow came over with a sinister face. He was as skinny as a stick, his eyes were straight, and his body was covered in silver blood. Wherever he went, other ghosts automatically made a large space for him. "Why do you, the murderer who destroyed the castle, dare to come out?" Bloody Barrow asked sternly. Zywin would not tolerate his bad temper and immediately pushed back. "Then I suggest you go to the principal's office on the 8th floor now and directly question the person who made the decision to release me." Their eyes collided, neither of them giving an inch. "Let's fight! Let's fight! Let's fight the worst Barrow and the annoying Strange! Let's celebrate!" A sharp and unpleasant voice suddenly resounded over the hall. The atmosphere of the confrontation was interrupted. Zywin turned his head with a black line on his face and looked at the little man with a pair of evil black eyes and a big mouth. Bloody Barrow became a little angry and shouted angrily, "Peeves, if you don't want to die, get away." Peeves was obviously very afraid of Barrow. He shuddered after hearing Barrow's words, and then left the scene in a flash. After Peeves' interruption, Zywin also lost interest in tit-for-tat with Barrow here, and took Helena to prepare to go to other areas. After finally getting out, why should we become unhappy because of a madman? Wait. However, Bloody Barrow was not ready to let him go. "Do you have any other advice, Mr. Barrow?" Zywin turned around and said gloomily. Helena also turned around at the same time and said coldly, "Barrow, don't be ungrateful." When Bloody Barrow heard Helena's cold words, he looked a little lonely, but he still stood stubbornly and said fiercely, "I don't know what method you used to deceive Helena, but I will not tolerate you. If you continue to harm her, I will personally drive you out of this castle. Barrow. Helena was instantly angry when she heard Barrow's words and said loudly. I repeat, Stephen did not deceive me or harm me. What happens between us has nothing to do with you. Zivin held Helena's hand, looked at Barrow with the same annoyance, and said impatiently, this is endless, isn't it? Use any moves quickly, I'm in a hurry. Bloody Barrow no longer hesitated and pulled out a bloody scimitar from his waist. Do you still want to kill me physically? Zywin looked at the knife in his hand amusedly and asked. It can't kill you, but it can at least make you temporarily weak. That's enough. Barrow said fiercely, and then rushed towards Zywin. Nicholas was so anxious when he saw this scene that he wanted to stop Barrow, but he slapped him and pushed him aside. Other ghosts who wanted to break up the fight did not dare to step forward because they were afraid of Bloody Barrow. The leader of the Headless Hunters seemed to want to rush down, but he was too far away. Faced with this scene, Helena resolutely stood in front of Zywin. Haha! Zywin suddenly laughed, took Helena's hand and pulled her behind him. Just watch the show from behind, I'll deal with him right away. Then he also rushed towards Barrow. Barrow's knife is very sharp, with a hint of heart-stopping energy attached to it, and seems to be able to really cause harm to ghosts. When the knife struck, Zywin subconsciously turned sideways to avoid it, but forgot the identity of the ghost at this time. The fighting method of floating in the air was obviously different from the fighting skills on the ground, so he underestimated the distance that Barrow's knife could cover and overestimated his dodge speed. The knife hit Zywin's left shoulder hard, making him stunned for a moment. Stephen! Helena exclaimed, about to rush forward. Don't come here, I'm fine. Zywin raised his hand and stopped Helena's movement. Then he looked at Barrow, took a breath, and stabilized his mind that had just been suddenly weakened. Barrow does seem to have an ability that other ghosts do not have. His knife can really cut off other people's energy. This is simply a magical skill to restrain ghosts. Chapter 54. Zywin flew backwards and distanced himself from Bloody Barrow. As his breath calmed down, he raised the corners of his mouth and said these words with a slightly quaint tone. Interesting. It was obviously impossible for Barrow to give him too much time to breathe. With the clanging sound of the shackles, he quickly approached Zywin and swung his knife again. Different from his reaction that was just a beat too slow, Zywin roughly sorted out his previous fighting experience in an instant, combined it with the ghost's unique way of action, and quickly thought of a way to deal with it. He suddenly pulled himself up, raised his legs at the same time, and put them in front of his body. The scimitar in Barrow's hand missed Zywin's toes at the same moment. Later, Zywin took advantage of the ghost's ability to float and made a roll in the air that defied gravity. When he climbed over Barrow's head, Zywin lightly knocked him on the head, causing him to stagger and land down at the same time. Barrow immediately felt like he had been tricked, and he waved the knife in his hand angrily, creating an almost airtight wall of knives around him. Zywin, who had already been stabbed once, knew the uniqueness of this knife and naturally did not want to be hurt again. It's a bit tricky. Zywin said this, but his expression did not look solemn at all. He clasped his hands together, and then suddenly pulled them apart. An orange-red lightsaber that seemed to be wrapped in flames was held in Zywin's hand. The holy sword of Weiss Handy. He easily saw the flaw in Barrow's swordsmanship. He blocked the soul-wrecking scimitar in a flash and put the lightsaber against Barrow's throat. You lost, Barrow. Zywin said lightly. Bloody man Barrow's pupils suddenly shrank, he looked at the sacred sword of Emperor Weishan in front of him in disbelief, and murmured, Impossible. This is impossible. Nothing is impossible, Mr. Barrow. Zywin looked at the defeated general in front of him and couldn't help laughing. Be careful. Helena's voice suddenly came from a distance. Suddenly, Barrow in front of him moved. While Zywin was relaxing, he held the lightsaber directly and let the blade pass through his throat. The distance between the two people instantly shortened, and the scimitar in Barrow's hand swung hard at Zywin. What? Zywin realized that he had been hasty. He forgot that the ghost had already died once and lost its entity. His own sword couldn't really cause any harm to Barrow, so naturally he couldn't force him to admit defeat. Knowing that he could not avoid the blow, Zywin closed his eyes. Helena rushed over from the other side of the hall and watched helplessly as the knife in Barrow's hand hit Zywin's somewhat transparent body. Don't want. Zywin's soul turned into a gorgeous butterfly and spread out. Then, a figure with black hair and black eyes gathered on the other side of the hall. Floating next to a black curtain, Zywin regained consciousness and gasped in fear. Although he used Hog's ancient body to offset Barrow's sword, he then transformed into the form of Ikeen and stayed away from the battlefield, seemingly without any damage. But it was the first time in his 2 lives that he had to forcibly borrow the ancient body of Hog's in his soul-body state, which put a serious burden on his spirit. After regaining his breath, he first comforted the frightened Helena with his comforting eyes. Then he looked gloomily at the bloody Barrow, who was stunned. "Very good, Barrow." Zywin suppressed his anger and said hoarsely. Zywin was completely angered this time. He suddenly threw out a scarlet chain, which actually wrapped around Barrow's transparent body. "This is impossible. How can you cast a spell that affects ghosts?" Barrow struggled wildly, but in vain, unable to break free from the chains. "Nothing is impossible," Zywin said coldly. "Because this is the spell of Sidorak, the demon of the Crimson Universe. The demon is very good at restraining souls," he added silently in his mind. Zywin suddenly came to Barrow, stretched out his slender index finger and touched his forehead. Then, a golden seal appeared on the tip of Zywin's index finger and penetrated into Barrow's mind from the position between his eyebrows. Barrow's eyes suddenly lost focus. "In front of you is a vast forest, with beech, oak, black pine, and other trees dense and prosperous, full of vitality. A strange man wearing a grey wizard robe with a scimitar at his waist was walking on the land in the forest. His hair was messy, he had a mustache, and the stubble on his chin was not shaved off, making him look rather fierce. After walking a few steps, he took out a copper needle from his pocket and placed it in the palm of his hand. This copper needle, which was obviously much thicker than a sewing needle, immediately started spinning in the palm of his hand. After a moment, it stopped, the needle pointing in a direction in the forest. The man nodded with satisfaction and walked in the direction pointed by the copper needle. Not far away, there is a clear lake lying quietly among the surrounding towering trees. A witch wearing a pure white wizard robe was walking briskly by the lake with bare feet. Her robe was so clean that it seemed as if the gravel all over the lake shore could not add a trace of dust to her white hem. Her long, silky black hair hung down around her waist, and the breeze blew playfully, raising a strand of hair beside her ears, revealing her beautiful face. Suddenly, as if she felt something, she stopped in alarm. He pulled out a delicate wooden stick from his waist and pointed to the other side of the lake. "Helena, it's me." A strange man with a mustache appeared at the lakeside and waved excitedly to the witch. There was a look of disgust on the witch's face, and she said in a cold tone, "I have come so far away, how can you come here like a parasite?" The man spread his hands and said innocently, "This time is different. This time Ms. Ravenclaw asked me to take you back." The witch still didn't relax at all, and just said with a straight face, "Go back by yourself, and tell mother that I don't want to go back to Hogwarts yet." The man said, "Helena, don't make things difficult for me." The witch said, "You don't need to be embarrassed. I don't want to go back. You can just put everything on me." The man became impatient and took a few steps forward. He was already very close to the witch. His voice became aggressive and he said loudly, "Helena, after all this time, don't you still understand my thoughts? As long as you go back with me, no matter what mistakes you make, I will definitely show you my feelings to Ravenclaw. Ms. Lau is begging for mercy." "No need," the witch said loudly. "I told you, it's impossible for me to talk to a lunatic like you." The man laughed miserably and said, "What if I forcefully take you away?" The witch sneered, raised her wand, and said to the man, "How are you going to take me away? Kill me with your precious scimitar, and then take my body back." The man became completely furious and shouted hysterically, "Do you believe I really dare to do this?" The witch said coldly, "You can try it." The man finally couldn't control his temper and pulled out the scimitar from his waist. In the ghost hall, Zywin stared at Bloody Barrow, his eyes wanting to spit fire. "Helena is right, you are a madman." Chapter 55. "Helena is right, you are a lunatic." Zywin stared at Bloody Barrow and said coldly. Barrow's eyes slowly regained focus, and he woke up as if from a dream. "What did you do to me?" He suddenly opened his eyes and shouted loudly. His voice was very frightened, even with a hint of crying. Zywin completely ignored his desire and just restrained him in place. "Helena." He looked at Helena and opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. However, Helena didn't realize what he saw. She just flew over quickly and carefully inspected Zywin's whole body. "Are you really okay?" She looked worried, and reached out to hold Zywin's left arm in her arms, stretching her head to check his left shoulder, which had been hit before. Zywin laughed, tilted his head and looked at Helena's drooping slender eyelashes, and said gently, "I'm really fine, don't forget, I'm a ghost." He thought of the most profound memory that Barrow had sealed after becoming a ghost, and when he thought of the last bloody scene in it, his mood darkened again. Zywin couldn't help but glance at Helena's delicate white collarbone. He knew that just below this beautiful collarbone, there was a hideous scar on her left chest, which was always hidden under her clothes. "What are you looking at?" Helena had raised her head at this time, looked at Zywin with a bit of shame, and said angrily. Only then did Zywin realize that he was looking at the wrong place. He raised his head awkwardly and looked at the dusty ceiling of the hall. "It's nothing, I was just distracted." He decided not to tell Helena what he had just learned, and said with a guilty conscience. Helena rolled her eyes angrily and said, "Only a ghost can believe it." Zywin nodded silently and said, "Indeed, since we are all ghosts, it is enough for ghosts to believe." Helena. "Well, you two, can you let Barrow go first?" Nicholas said unnaturally. Just now, Barrow and Zywin were at war with each other, and now it was indeed a bit difficult for Zywin to let him go. However, Barrow is an important member of the Ghost Council, and it would be inappropriate to ignore his safety. So Nicholas could only bite the bullet and ask. Only then did Zywin remember that Bloody Baron was still tied to one side by Cedarak's crimson chain, so he turned around and asked, "Helena, what do you want to do with Bloody Baron?" Helena frowned, thought for a while, and then said, "Leave it to the Ghost Council." Zywin looked at Helena in surprise. He thought that based on how much she hated Bloody Barrow, she would at least let him be punished extremely severely. It wasn't until Helena gave him a very meaningful look that Zywin realized that Helena was thinking about herself. Zywin defeated Bloody Barrow, an important member of the Ghost Council, at the Halloween dinner. Even though Barrow was the first to instigate this conflict, it still ended up losing the face of the Ghost Council and ruining their reputation. If Zywin were to deal with Bloody Barrow privately, it would likely arouse the dissatisfaction of many members of the parliament. Zywin doesn't have many ghost connections now. If he wants to integrate into this ghost collective, he must have a good relationship with the Ghost Council. As for the conflict with Bloody Barrow, because of Barrow's violent temper, he himself was not very popular, and no one would really care about what happened to this ghost. After thinking about this, and thinking about Helena even giving up punishing her enemies with her own hands for her own sake, Zywin was moved instantly. He said to Nicholas, "I can release Bloody Barrow and hand him over to the Ghost Council. However, I will keep his knife for him temporarily." Zywin walked up to Barrow, who had dull eyes, picked up the scimitar at his feet, and looked at it carefully. This is a simple scimitar with a moderate blade length and a cold light flashing on the edge, making this knife look extremely sharp. The handle seemed to be wrapped in leather, with 2 green crystal gems inlaid on it. The blade was stained with silver blood, giving it an eerie beauty. There should be traces of Helena's blood on it. Zywin thought with a little sadness. Perhaps because it is a weapon carried by a ghost, the knife appears to be somewhat transparent as a whole. When it is slashed at external objects, it will penetrate through and will not affect real things. With a thought in Zywin's mind, a slender scabbard appeared on his waist, which was just right for inserting Barrow's scimitar. The clothes and accessories of ghosts are actually the product of the embodiment of their thoughts. Most ghosts' clothes can only reflect their deepest obsessions or are simply the clothes they were wearing when they died. If the ghost's thoughts were more complete and less affected by obsessions, he would be able to change his clothes to a certain extent. For example, Nicholas often changes his clothes to support his head. As for Zywin's soul body, he can completely control the image he displays, so it is easy to create a scabbard for himself. After getting Barrow's scimitar, Zywin pinched back Cedarak's chain and let go of Barrow. However, at this time, Barrow had no reaction to this. He just kept mumbling nervously, "I was wrong, forgive me, I was wrong, forgive me." Zywin frowned and looked at Nicholas. Nicholas smiled nonchalantly and said to Zywin, "It's okay Mr. Strange, Barrow is indeed nagging a lot. It's understandable that he has no energy after this failure. The Ghost Council will arrange for him, and we guarantee that he will not disturb you in the next period of time," he said seriously. Zywin nodded and said, "This is best." It was just a small episode. Nicholas floated into the mid-air in the center of the hall and said loudly, "Then now, let's start our banquet." As Nicholas's words fell, countless transparent figures who had been impatient began to shuttle back and forth around the long table, tasting the delicious food on the table. Zywin watched helplessly as a fat ghost next to him opened his mouth wide and let a plate of moldy beef covered with green hair pass through his mouth. Then he floated next to the table and started shaking his head with a look of aftertaste. The corners of Zywin's mouth twitched, feeling that he couldn't accept it. "Mr. Ghost, can you really taste the taste of this dish?" He stopped the fat ghost who was about to taste another dish and asked. "Oh, Mr. Strange, my name is Edmund Grubb, nice to meet you." The fat ghost bent down with some difficulty, trying to look more gentlemanly. "To tell you the truth, I can taste it, but it tastes terrible." "Then why are you still enjoying it?" Zywin asked curiously. "Because only this kind of extremely strong flavored food can give us a sense of taste." Grubb sighed deeply. Zywin pinched his chin, feeling that he suddenly noticed. Chapter 56. While Zywin was talking to Grubb, another fat ghost came over. He was wearing the uniform of a church clergy and had a very amiable expression on his face. "Strange, long time no see." He waved to Zywin. "Nice to see you again, monk." Zywin smiled, looking at the two fat ghosts, one big and one small, standing together, feeling that the current scene was very funny and cute. "Hey, Edmund, you guys are here too." The fat monk also discovered this fat ghost who was smaller than himself and said very happily. Then, he began to introduce Grubb's legendary deeds to Zywin. "Strange, you don't know, Edmund is very interesting," the fat monk said cheerfully. "He was quite young, and he became a ghost only a few decades ago. It is said that he died of food poisoning from eating indiscriminately. I dedicated my life for food." Grubb retorted angrily, obviously very dissatisfied with the way to die from food poisoning. "I was a famous food connoisseur in Hogwarts back then, and I was keen on finding delicious food all over the castle. At that time, I discovered a beautiful plum in the Forbidden Forest. None of my roommates had the courage to taste it. Only I bravely stood up." When he said this, the little fat man looked proud, as if he had done something great. "Matter. So nothing happened to your roommate, but you became a ghost." Zywin cursed. The fat monk also had black lines on his face and complained beside him, "So is this the reason why you are jealous of others being able to eat and often hinder the little wizards from eating at the door of the auditorium?" Grubb smiled sarcastically and said with a guilty conscience, "Didn't I die at the door of the auditorium? It's quite normal to stay at the door, right?" The fat monk smiled, then ignored the matter about the little fat ghost Grubb, and turned to look at Zywin. "Strange, thank you very much for sparing Barrow this time," the fat monk said seriously. Zywin smiled and shook his head and said, "If you want to thank Helena, she made the decision." The fat monk nodded and began to use his good-natured character again to defend Barrow. "Actually, Barrow is not evil-minded. He just has a bad temper and sometimes does things a little impulsively." The corners of Zywin's mouth twitched, feeling that this sentence had an inexplicable sense of familiarity. "Oh, right. The fat friar seems to have used the word good-natured when he defended Peeves. You are such a good person, Mr. Monk," Zywin said to the fat monk. "Ah, you're flattered. In fact, all the ghosts in the castle think so." The fat monk obviously didn't understand the irony in Zywin's mouth and said rather proudly. "Zywin." Zywin shook his head speechlessly and decided not to continue to dwell on the issue of whether someone else was evil or not with such a recognized good guy. He looked at the two fat ghosts in front of him, especially Edmund Grubb, the little fat guy, and asked, "Do the ghosts in Hogwarts only eat this kind of thing?" While speaking, he pointed with his chin at the moldy, rotten, and foul-smelling food on the table. To be honest, Zywin, who still had a good sense of smell, could hardly stand these disgusting smells. Grubb's round head drooped and he said in frustration, "We have no other way to taste the food." "What if I said, I have a way?" Zywin looked at him and laughed. "What? What did you say?" Grubb and the fat monk both looked at Zywin in shock, their eyes full of disbelief. Among them, Grubb was in disbelief and at the same time harbored a trace of longing. His mood became excited, and the pale ghost's face seemed to blush a little. Zywin nodded affirmatively. "Yet." Grubb flew up excitedly and started flying around the entire hall, shouting, "Thank Merlin! Thank you Hogwarts! Thank you Mr. Strange!" His exaggerated performance attracted almost everyone's attention, and everyone stopped and looked at this fat ghost who seemed to be crazy. Zywin's face was covered with black lines and he held his forehead with his hand. "Brother, Can you tell everyone for me to stop what they are doing and relax their minds? He quickly said to the fat monk. The fat monk still seemed a little confused, but he still floated to the middle of the hall and loudly introduced to the other ghosts what Zywin had just said. I guess you want to use the mirror space. Helena naturally took Zywin's arm and asked curiously. Zywin nodded and said to her with a teasing smile, Helena, do you know that you are actually very smart already? Even if you become a ghost, your wisdom is still intact. Helena's mood became a little depressed again, and she said softly, it's still far from what mother asked for. Zywin knew that he could not untie the knot in her heart, so he sighed helplessly. Maybe the temptation of tasting the food is too attractive to the ghosts, or maybe the fat monk is popular enough. In short, he quickly made all the ghosts stop what they were doing, relax and wait for Zywin to fulfill his boast. Zywin smiled and walked to the center of the hall and waved his hand casually. There seemed to be ripples composed of countless transparent mirrors sweeping across the hall, and all the ghosts seemed to have regained all the senses they had in life at that moment. Oh my god! Is this true? Merlin on top. They magically landed on the ground, experiencing feelings they had not experienced for decades, even centuries, and millennia. Sivan noticed that the group of unhappy nuns who had been standing by the stage were now hugging each other and crying bitterly. The ghost little fat man Edmund Grubb excitedly took a bite of the moldy cake on the table, and then painfully he vomited it out on the ground. The decapitated captain who had just performed on the stage was fighting with Nicholas. Sivan witnessed all the performances of the ghosts from beginning to end, including the ridiculous experiences between Nicholas and the captain from friendly exchanges to fights. He felt dumbfounded. Here's the thing. After the decapitated captain opened the mirror space, he grabbed Nicholas's shoulders and asked with a shocked face, Nick, is this true? My senses have been restored. Nicholas was also shocked, looked at him and said, Sir Podmore, I'm afraid this is true. Sir Podmore still looked a little unbelievable and said to Nicholas, how about you hit me and I try to see if it hurts? Nicholas slapped Sir Podmore's head flying to the ground with a clean slap. Sir Podmore's head kept spinning after leaving his body, making his voice very unstable. After it fell to the ground, it even bounced up. It hit the ground in different directions with its face, slapped repeatedly in the face, and then rolled twice on the ground. Ah, it hurts. Oh, ooh, my head, oops. Sir Podmore's head was lying disheveled on the ground, his mouth kept opening and closing, and he shouted to Nicholas, I asked you to hit me, but you didn't let you hit my head. And you kid didn't hold back at all. I hit you because you asked me to. Nicholas retorted with an upright look. Who told you not to let me join the Headless Hunters? Then he added in a low voice, just loud enough for Sir Podmore's head to hear. Have you ever seen someone in our team whose head is still attached to his neck? Sir Podmore finally fumbled to pick up his head, put it back on his neck, and asked Nicholas. Which one can you do well, horseback juggling, overhead hockey, or overhead polo? Anyway, I took it out. Nicholas said not to be outdone. I understand, you did it on purpose. The furious Sir Podmore took out a bat and rushed towards Nicholas. Watch out! The two fought fiercely. Zywin. Chapter 57. Zywin watched speechlessly as the ghosts danced wildly, showing a dumbfounded expression. Helena, who had seen the world for a long time, stood quietly beside her, smiled lightly, and said, after all, they have lived a numb and insensitive life for so long. Suddenly they regained consciousness, and it's okay to be wild for a while. Let out the emotions that have been suppressed deep in your heart for many years after becoming a ghost. You know, when I first came into contact with this magical magic, I was shocked for a long time. She smiled and raised her eyebrows. Zywin also laughed heartily. Looking at the laughing and playing ghosts, he felt more at ease inside. The reliable fat monk quickly recovered from the shock and helped Zywin and Helena organize things in the mirror space. Sivan also called the house elves arranged by Hogwarts specifically to serve ghosts and asked them to help dispose of the moldy and rotten food. He also used the same trick to find reasons to forcefully improve their treatment. Helena was amazed by his kindness to the elf. Stephen, I don't know if you have noticed, but you are very kind. Helena looked at Zywin with gentle eyes and said softly. Zywin smiled and shook his head and said, I don't think I'm very kind. Maybe I'm just a little more careful than others. He thought about his own experience and thought that it might be because he came from a different world and was exposed to different worldviews and values, so his behavior was different from others. Just like a modern person who has received a quality education, even if he traveled back to ancient times and became a noble, it would be difficult for him to develop the character of the aristocratic class in the old society, which regarded common people as nothing. If he really changed his outlook on life because he changed his class, then he must not be a strong-willed person at all. Helena shook her head and said to him, "This is already kindness in itself. As Professor Dumbledore said, your unique charm may also be based on your unique personality. Behave, not what suspicion he has about you." Thinking of Dumbledore's sharp eyes full of meaning, Sivan nodded. "I hope so," he said. As time passed, the ghosts gradually calmed down and began to curiously look at this unheard-of mirror world. The house elves also acted quickly to clean up all the spoiled food, and helped the ghosts open the bronze door of the hall to drive out the unpleasant smell from the hall. Zywin closed his eyes and focused his thoughts on the 4 long tables. Then a magical scene happened. All kinds of food began to appear out of thin air on the table. The dazzling array of dishes dazzled the ghosts. Call. After the spell was cast, Zywin exhaled a little tiredly. It is still a bit difficult for Zywin to change the objects in the mirror world on a large scale, even if these foods only belong to the category of semi-finished products. "Don't push yourself too hard," Helena said in a reproachful tone. "It's okay, I'm measured." Zywin smiled and said with a sense of accomplishment. Helena couldn't help but be curious, and came over and asked, "Is this real food? I have never heard of ghosts being able to ingest food." Zywin showed an enigmatic expression, took Helena's hand and led her to a long table, pretending to be mysterious and said, "Why not try it for yourself?" Helena sat down on the chair hesitantly, picked up a fork unfamiliarly, and poked a small piece of beef on the plate. However, after she lifted her fork, the beef fell back onto the plate. "Why can't it be poked?" Helena complained in distress. Zywin laughed, feeling that Helena looked a bit cute like this. He sat down next to Helena, took the fork from her hand, and then poked the fork on the piece of beef. "Look, this is how the tableware is used." He laughed. As Zywin pulled his hand and fork, along with the piece of beef, to the indentation on the edge of the plate, he poked the indentation hard, and then turned the fork upside down so that the head was facing up and the handle was facing down. In this way, the beef slices are firmly pierced on the spikes of the fork. "So that's how it's used." Helena nodded confusedly and wanted to take the fork back. Not thinking about Zywin, he became playful and dodged Helena's outstretched hand so that she could not catch it. "What are you doing?" Helena looked at Zywin in confusion and asked. Zywin raised the corners of his mouth, with a frivolous smile on his face, and said playfully, "Open your mouth." "Ah!" Helena's expression immediately changed to half shy and half angry, and she turned around and wanted to run away. However, Zywin quickly grabbed her slender waist and pushed her back to the chair. Helena couldn't resist him, so she had to glare at him fiercely, then closed her eyes and opened her red lips reluctantly. Zywin looked at Helena's seemingly reluctant expression, but found the slightly upward curve of the corners of her mouth. He couldn't help but chuckle, and gently handed the fork to her mouth. Helena closed her eyes and chewed the piece of beef gracefully and delicately. When she was about to swallow it, she felt that the beef piece seemed to turn into air and dissipate in her mouth. She opened her eyes wide and looked at Zywin, who was still smiling. "I just thought that the properties of ghosts can be simulated using the rules of the mirror world," Zywin said with a smile. "The mirror space can be said to be a special time and space without any restrictions. In it, I can arbitrarily copy various physical objects that exist in reality, and I can also change the properties of various substances into other existences. But I tried it, and Gamp's basic transformation law still takes effect on ghosts, so I can't guarantee what will happen if ghosts eat real food. Therefore, it is better to transform real food into something unique to ghosts. You only need to feel the taste, but you don't have to take in nutrients." Crash! Applause suddenly resounded around him, and it turned out to be other ghosts that had gathered around him unknowingly. They heard what Zywin said and applauded, moved by Zywin's great idea and his contribution to the ghost community. "Mr. Strange, you will be my big brother from now on. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west." Grub, the ghost fat man, fluttered in front of Zywin in an extremely exaggerated manner, and he lay down on the ground and said, "The action of worship." Zywin seriously doubted how he could perform such a difficult action with the thickness of his belly. It was only then that Zywin realized that he had just been too involved, and the little actions between him and Helena might have been witnessed by these ghosts. "Ahem, why don't we all start eating first?" Zywin said awkwardly, looking at the ghost crowd in front of him. The ghosts couldn't wait too long. They quickly found a seat and started to feast. After all the ghosts dispersed, Helena, who was so shy that she shrank completely behind Zywin, popped her head and breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, how can you copy these foods so quickly? You can't remember them all in your mind, right? Helena asked curiously. Probably. Zywin smiled awkwardly and quickly thought about what kind of topic to change this time. At the same time, the little wizard Zywin sitting in the auditorium did not eat properly at all, but just remembered the specific details of the various types of food on the table in front of him in his mind. Now he feels very tired. Chapter 58. The Great Hall of Hogwarts is filled with a unique Halloween atmosphere, swarms of bats flying on the walls and ceiling, and low dark clouds transformed by weather spells hovering above the dining tables, as if there is really rain and thunder brewing in it. The auditorium was surrounded by huge pumpkins, the largest of which was as high as half a floor. There is a bright candle in the belly of the hollowed pumpkin, and the candle flames flicker with the dark clouds above the dining table. There is a band of skeletons on the stage in the auditorium, each wearing the same style of wide-brimmed Mexican sombrero hat. The musicians played guitars, vibraphones, trumpets and flutes, and the two lead singers sang beautiful songs. Please remember me, though I have to say goodbye. Remember me, though I have to say goodbye. A folk ballad with excellent melody and flexibility brought joyful or sad emotions. The little wizards nearby listened to it intoxicatedly, and they all felt unusually light. But Zywin could hear the deep sadness. Not only because of the exhaustion of mental overuse, but also because this song reminded him of his past life and the teachers and friends of Comitage who separated the two worlds. In his slightly blurred memory, he thought of his teacher. Master Yao has long said that he has lived too long and is too tired. He wants to find a successor to protect the world in his place. But he failed to live up to his expectations and fell into the arms of this world. Then who could the teacher find as his successor? However, music always has an end. When the song finally came to an end, Zywin pulled his thoughts back from the melodious singing. Unconsciously, he burst into tears. The audience burst into warm applause. Abraxas, who was sitting next to Zywin, looked at him in disbelief and asked, "What's wrong with you? You're crying like this." Zywin casually took out a napkin from the short wooden tube in front of him, wiped away his tears, and said calmly, "This song is so beautiful and touching." Elshana, who was not far away, obviously noticed Zywin's abnormality. She came over and asked with concern, "Zywin, are you okay?" At the same time, she turned to Abu and said seriously, "Did you bully Zywin, Malfoy?" "Me? Bullying him?" Abu said with a shocked face as he felt a bit toothache after hearing Elshana's clearly distant address. "Don't you think about who in the first grade can bully him?" Zywin had also adjusted at this time. After listening to Abu's words, he felt a little happy, so he said to Elshana, "Don't worry Al, I'm fine. As for whether Abu can bully me..." He glanced at Abu and said teasingly, "If he can study harder, there may still be some possibilities. I finally understand, you two are teaming up to bully me." Abu's face was full of black lines, and he was dejectedly arguing with the food in front of him. Zywin smiled knowingly and accidentally glanced at the faculty seats on the stage. Principal Dippet sat in the most luxurious chair in the middle. He was rarely wearing a bright red dress, which looked very festive, but it was incompatible with the scary atmosphere of Halloween. The surrounding professors came up to him one by one to congratulate him, and most of them prepared gifts for him. The old principal also responded to these professors with joy. According to Dumbledore, Principal Dippet just celebrated his 300th birthday a few days ago. However, he was always frugal and did not want to hold a separate birthday party to celebrate his birthday, so he decided to have an internal faculty member celebrate his birthday at a Halloween dinner. At this time, Zywin suddenly noticed that there were 2 empty seats on the faculty bench. In addition to Professor Ketleben, who had recovered from health more than a month ago and gradually adapted to walking on wooden legs, who was standing next to the principal and chatting with him with a blushing face, there should be another faculty member who was not present. A dinner party. Abu. Zywin patted Abraxas on the shoulder and asked. This banquet is not only a Halloween dinner, but also the principal's 300th birthday party. Which professor is so shameless that he dares not come to such an important occasion? When Abu heard this, he became curious and looked towards the staff table. There really is a professor who didn't come, he said after looking around. But how do I know who it is? Mowgli heard their conversation, raised his head and wanted to have some fun, and said to Abu, "Anyway, we are almost done eating. How about we find out who didn't come to the banquet?" "Good idea." Abu nodded. "The one found first will have priority in copying Zaiwan and Gomez's homework." "That's it." After hearing Abu's suggestion, Mowgli suddenly became more motivated and opened his eyes wide to count the professors on the faculty bench. "You didn't even ask us for our opinions." Zaiwan and Gomez looked at the two people helplessly. Gomez also added, "The problem is that they didn't recognize all the professors at all. If the ones who didn't come happen to be unknown, then how can they find out who didn't come?" Zaiwan nodded in agreement. However, Abu was even more confident and said confidently, "Isn't it just a matter of personal connections? Then I will definitely win." Mowgli didn't have the same connections as Abu, so he could only widen his eyes to an exaggerated degree and work harder to find the professor who didn't come. Zaiwan looked at the two of them boredly and yawned. Then, a flash of inspiration suddenly seemed to flash in his mind. "Is Professor Loyole here?" He stood up suddenly and asked eagerly. Abramovich and Mowgli were stunned when they heard what he said. They verified it at the staff table and found that it was indeed Professor Loyole who had not come. Both of them were stunned and protested, "Zaiwan, you can't do this, you are destroying the fairness of the game." Zaiwan was in no mood to pay attention to the two of them at this time, and his mind was spinning rapidly. With his excellent memory, everything that has happened since the beginning of school is vividly remembered. On the first night after the official start of school, in order to find the kitten, he violated the school rules and went on a night walk in the castle. On the way, he met Professor Loyole who was also on a night walk. It was only thanks to the cover of the ghost Zaiwan that he was not exposed. After the astronomy class on Thursday, he and a group of Slytherin wizards ran into Professor Lorry in the entrance courtyard, and Professor Lorry had just come up from the spiral staircase leading to the dungeon. On the same night, Professor Loyole abnormally did not return to the office to rest. Instead, he walked around in a circle and returned to the entrance courtyard. At that time, Zaiwan was curious about him and was followed by the ghost Zaiwan. Unfortunately, he was accidentally encountered by the place. Maester Angulo interrupted. Later, he and Professor Ketlaban were attacked in the Forbidden Forest. During the defense against the Dark Arts class the second week after the attack, I felt that Professor Lorry's eyes felt inexplicably familiar, but after that class I never had any doubts about it. And then today, after communicating with Dumbledore, I discovered that I had been cast a confusion curse unknowingly. This confusion curse lasted for a long time, and even accumulated to the point that it affected my daily life. One coincidence may be a coincidence, but so many coincidences are no longer coincidences, but real facts. The truth is, the dark wizard wrapped in bandages in the Forbidden Forest is Professor Loyole, and the magic notes of the castle were also destroyed by him. Chapter 59. Zaiwan finally figured out the truth of the matter, and now he urgently wants to inform the professor about it. Ignoring the gazes of the other young wizard Yi Yang, he walked straight to the faculty seat, walked around the side of the high platform, and came to the dean's seat near the center of the long table. Professor Slughorn saw Sivan coming and greeted him with a smile. "Ah, Sivan. How was your Halloween dinner?" "Not bad, Professor." Zaiwan responded casually. He looked at his dean who was smiling, and then at the Dean of Gryffindor who looked at him in surprise. He felt that it was inappropriate to just talk to Dumbledore in front of Professor Slughorn, so he hesitated for a moment, and finally decided to inform the two deans at the same time of his speculation. "Professor Slughorn, Professor Dumbledore," he said, looking at the two of them. "I have something important to tell you." The two professors were a little surprised, but they still nodded respectfully. After informing Principal Dippet, they followed Zaiwan to the corner of the auditorium. Standing behind a giant pumpkin, Sivan said to Dumbledore straight to the point, "Professor, I think I know who the person who cast the confusion spell on me is." "What? Someone put a confusion spell on you?" Before Dumbledore could speak, Professor Slughorn shouted in shock, although his expression was indeed slightly exaggerated. "What's going on?" He looked at Dumbledore with questioning eyes. Dumbledore's expression also became serious, and he asked in a deep voice, "Who is that person?" Zaiwan stared at the faces of the two men and said word by word, "It's Professor Loyole." "Zaiwan, you have to know that the consequences of slandering the professor out of thin air are very serious." Professor Slughorn couldn't believe it and looked at Zaiwan seriously and warned. "If you go back on your word now we can pretend we didn't hear anything." Zaiwan shook his head and said, Professor, I didn't slander him out of thin air. Dumbledore frowned and asked, how sure are you? At least 90% sure. Zywin said solemnly. But, Claude, didn't he say he had a fever? He should be in the school hospital now. Professor Slughorn also became a little nervous, and took out a handkerchief to wipe the water on his greasy forehead. Sweat. Dumbledore thought for a moment and then said, let's go to the school hospital now to see if he is there. 3 wizards, 2 large and 1 small, walked quickly towards the campus hospital on the 4th floor. However, just as the 3 of them stepped onto the stairs of the main tower, a slight shaking sound spread throughout the castle. What just happened? Professor Slughorn stopped and looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore also stopped, shook his head and said, I don't know, I hope it's not what I thought. Zywin shook his head secretly. He felt that Professor Loyola might have succeeded. It should be underground. Professor Slughorn thought about it for a moment and then said. Dumbledore nodded and agreed, it should be on the underground floor. The 3 people quickly changed their attention and decided to explore the direction where the vibration just came from. Sivan, I hope you can return to the auditorium first. What happens soon may be dangerous. Dumbledore said to Sivan. Zywin naturally would not agree and retorted, this is in the castle, and there are 2 deans beside me. Nothing can hurt me. After Professor Slughorn learned that Sivan wanted to go with them, he thought about it for a moment, and then said to Dumbledore, Albus, Sivan is right, with the 2 of us by his side, it will be great. There is no danger. What's more, he is also a party involved. Time was urgent, and Dumbledore had no time to refute. After all, he agreed to let Zywin follow, but added, when encountering danger, you must stay close to us and don't run around. The 3 of them reached the basement level through the stairs of the main tower, near the kitchen, and found many house elves running around in a panic. This is completely inconsistent with their character, who always only have set goals in their eyes, and the abnormality of things seems to be obvious. Zywin found the elf among the panicked house elves who had brought him meals. He had mostly been the one who asked the elf to help him with things before. Buddy. He stopped him and asked. What's going on here? Why are you in such a mess? Dear wizard, I didn't expect you to still remember my name. Buddy is so touched. He wiped the corners of his eyes with emotion and replied. Just now, some of the appliances in the kitchen suddenly became paralyzed, but Buddy couldn't find a way to repair it. Buddy is a useless house elf. Buddy then said very frustrated. After hearing Buddy's words, Zywin glanced at the 2 professors and saw that their faces were also very solemn. Buddy, this has nothing to do with you. There is a bad guy who destroyed the magic node of the castle. The paralysis of the kitchen appliances may be related to this. Zywin turned to look at Buddy and consoled him. However, Buddy was even sadder. He sobbed and said, the castle was destroyed, but Buddy didn't notice it at all. Buddy is an irresponsible house elf. As he spoke, he banged his head against the wall next to him, muttering, Bad Buddy. Bad Buddy. Buddy, stop. Zywin had no choice but to forcefully make Buddy stop, and then looked at the 2 professors for help. Dumbledore took over and quickly assigned Buddy a new task to divert his attention. He said, Buddy, now we will give you a new task. We need you to lead us to find any traces of destruction nearby. With the new task came new motivation. Buddy quickly wiped away his tears and conscientiously led the 3 people to search for suspicious traces in the corridor on the underground floor. This is a wide stone corridor, the surroundings are very brightly illuminated by torches, and it is decorated with pleasant pictures, mainly of food. Zywin saw a particularly large picture, which showed a huge silver bowl filled with fruits. He knew that as long as he stretched out his hand and scratched the big green pear in the silver bowl, it would turn into a green doorknob, and when opened, it would lead to the Hogwarts kitchen. Zywin has been here many times in the past 2 months and is already very familiar with it. At this moment, Professor Slughorn pulled Sivan behind him, and both he and Dumbledore raised their wands and pointed them at the picture. Zywin was stunned. He carefully observed the picture and found nothing wrong. But the 2 deans obviously couldn't make mistakes. Dumbledore said to the painting, Claude, show up, you have no way out. Professor Slughorn protected Sivan with his left hand, and shot a spell with his right hand. Dumbledore also cast the spell at the same time. Zywin could roughly identify the 2 silent spells as the revealing charm and the disarming charm. 2 magic spells were struck in front of the painting in no particular order. The disarming spell successfully brought back the opponent's wand, and the revealing spell also made a figure appear from the invisible state. However, that person was not Professor Claude Lorry as Zivin thought, but an unknown black-haired witch. Seeing her figure, Dumbledore opened his eyes wide and asked with a very surprised expression. "Miss Carlotta Pinkstone, why are you here?" Chapter 60. Miss Carlotta Pinkstone, why are you here? Dumbledore asked in surprise. "Albus, who is she?" asked Professor Slughorn. "A fifth-year Gryffindor student." Dumbledore answered Professor Slughorn's question seriously, and then looked at Pinkstone. "Miss Pinkstone, what are you doing here?" Pinkstone's expression was slightly confused, and then suddenly became very frightened, and said tremblingly, "Professor, I won't be expelled, will I?" Dumbledore's eyebrows furrowed deeper. He took 2 steps forward and asked, "Miss Pinkstone, calm down first. We need to know what you just did here." Pinkstone held his head in his hands, closed his eyes in pain, and tried to think about something. I don't know, I just seemed to have stuck something on the wall of the castle." Dumbledore tried to keep his tone gentle, but the urgency in it was still very obvious. He asked, "Now think about it carefully, where did you stick that thing?" Pinkstone stretched out a trembling hand and pointed at a painting she was facing. There was an ordinary-looking oil painting at the location she was pointing to. It only showed a sparkling golden goblet. The golden goblet had 2 exquisite solid gold handles, and the body of the goblet was engraved with exquisite symbolic carvings. Dumbledore waved his wand and took the painting off the wall. The wall behind the oil painting is a shocking sight. The originally light grey thick marble wall seemed to have been splashed with a pool of black ink, and there was a trace of black mist with an evil aura escaping outwards. It seemed that the blackness still had a tendency to spread. Looking back at the oil painting, there is already an evil aura tainted on the back. Such evil black magic! Professor Slughorn took a breath, turned to look at Pinkstone, and asked sternly. "What the hell did you put on the wall?" Pinkstone slumped in the corner, hugged his legs, and murmured helplessly, "I don't know. I really don't know." Professor Slughorn looked at Pinkstone's performance and helplessly took out a bottle of magic potion from his pocket and handed it to her, saying, "Drink the calming potion first. Maybe it will calm you down a little bit." Pinkstone tremblingly took the potion from the professor's hand and poured it into his mouth. After drinking the potion, her face seemed to look better. After seeing Pinkstone's expression stabilize, Dumbledore said seriously to Professor Slughorn, "Horace, we first need to solve this dark magic now, and we will talk about other things later." "Understood." Professor Slughorn nodded. "We can't let it spread any more." The two stretched out their wands, and wisps of silver magic squeezed towards the evil black stain, causing it to gradually shrink and weaken. Looking at the traces of black magic in front of him, Zywin suddenly thought of a question at this time, so he asked aloud, "Professor, if this is another magic node, how many intact magic nodes are left in the castle?" "There should be quite a few more, right?" Professor Slughorn thought for a while and answered uncertainly. "There are 2 left." At the same time, Helena in the ghost hall gave an accurate answer. "Most of the structure of the castle was done by my mother, and I have some understanding of it through my ears and eyes," Helena said. "Hogwarts Castle itself is a great alchemical product, and the magic node of the castle is, simply put, a hub of magic movement left behind by the 4 founders, including my mother, when they built the castle. Each of the 4 of them left one such hub. There are many parts in the castle that rely on the flow of magic power to run smoothly, and most of these magic powers rely on magic nodes for transfer. If the magic nodes are destroyed, and only one node is destroyed, the normal operation of the castle may not be possible. There will be some impact, but this impact increases exponentially. Now that 2 of them have been damaged, many functions in the castle should have lost their effectiveness." Zywin nodded secretly. According to Buddy the house elf, many appliances in the kitchen no longer work. When the 3rd magic node is destroyed, the magic operating system of the entire castle will suffer a serious blow, and half of the castle will be paralyzed. Helena continued. "If all 4 nodes are destroyed, the magic of Hogwarts itself will be completely dissipated and turned into an ordinary building. Aren't you anxious as the magic nodes are destroyed one after another?" Ghost Zywin frowned and looked at Helena and asked. "I'm just a ghost, what's the use of being anxious?" Helena smiled bitterly and shook her head, looking sad. "No." Zywin interrupted her and said firmly. "Even ghosts have their own role to play. I think we should break the rules for once. In the corridor on the underground floor, Principal Dippet and a group of professors also rushed over, and most of them felt the previous vibration. Albus, how's it going? Principal Dippet stepped forward and asked. Not good. Dumbledore shook his head and sighed. This black magic can indeed be removed, but the magic nodes behind the wall have been completely eroded. Principal Dippet's face became extremely ugly. At this time, many little wizards poked their heads out from the entrance of the corridor on the first floor of the basement. They seemed to be curious about the reason why all the professors suddenly left the meeting during the Halloween dinner. Because of their arrival, the corridor became noisy. Geradia, let them go back to their respective common rooms. Principal Dippet said to Professor Mellors a little irritably. Professor Mellors nodded and walked towards the group of overly curious little wizards. Her voice came faintly from the end of the corridor. All prefects, take the young wizards from their respective colleges back to the common room of each college immediately. Those who are still staying out after 10 minutes will be treated as violating school rules. As Professor Mellors finished speaking, the voices of several prefects calling for organizational discipline also came over one after another, and the chatter of the little wizards gradually faded away. Why are you still here, Mr. Rozier? Principal Dippet asked, noticing that Sivan was still where he was. Do you want to be deducted points and put in solitary confinement? Zywin shook his head, looked directly into the principal's eyes and said, Principal, I have something to report. Principal Dippet frowned and said, I'm sorry, Rozier. We have important things to deal with now. Can you leave your matters until next time? Zywin said without giving in, what if I say that what I want to say is related to what you have to deal with? Armando, let him speak. Dumbledore said suddenly. Principal Dippet took a deep look at Dumbledore, then turned to look at Sivan, and said in a deep voice, then let's talk about it, Mr. Rozier. The culprit who destroyed the magic node is Professor Loyole. Zywin said word by word.